Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 983. While the leader of the sure-win team was pondering, the always-win team scored. The morale of the team played its role at this moment. After Xiao Bei's team won the first half, they came back and saw that the commanders were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They understood in their hearts. Immediately, their blood surged and they seemed to have endless energy. As long as they didn't win a few games, they wouldn't be able to face the strong players that Xiao Bei had recruited. They were all full of confidence. The other team was discouraged. They felt too much pressure and lost the confidence to win. It wasn't that they were afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would get angry because his sister had lost 3 games, but they didn't think that they could win with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's commands. Zhang Xiaobao made a helpless expression and said to Wang Wan, "Look." Their aura suddenly came out. "There's nothing we can do. Come on, don't be so happy. If you really meet a competition team that can perform on the spot, let's see what you can do. The greater the pressure, the better the performance." Wang Wan mercilessly attacked Zhang Xiaobao's narcissistic behavior. "Simple, buy them and make them our team," Zhang Xiaobao said indifferently. Xiao Bei hurriedly pulled on his brother's clothes. "Brother, I believe that our team can do it. If we don't buy other teams, they can definitely do better." Zhang Xiaobao looked at his sister, who was showing her innocence at this moment. He really wanted to talk to her about the cruelty of competitive competitions. On the football field, a talented player was very powerful. An excellent striker could make the other team pay 4 defenders to mark him. But in the end, he didn't say it. Considering the football situation in front of them, even if they didn't have excellent players, they could temporarily achieve an overwhelming victory through tactics. Then, he would do as his sister said. Xiao Bei is right. We don't buy other teams. We can continue to recruit people. When the main team is full, we can put them in the substitutes' positions. When the substitutes are full, we can also have a second team, or even a third team, or even a fourth team, including the youth team. We can cultivate our own strong players. Okay. I want our team to win all over the world. Ah, the other team's goalkeeper isn't coming out? He's actually learning from us. Just as Xiao Bei was feeling happy, he suddenly realized that after the opposing goalkeeper received the ball, he did not personally pass it out. After passing it out, he obediently guarded the goal. If the goalkeeper didn't come out, it would be difficult to get in. Nowadays, football depended on who could kick the ball higher and more accurately. However, the word accurate was different from what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted. The ball did not have any speed. If it went in a straight line, most of the goalkeepers would be able to block it. What the two asked for was not the accuracy of the kick into the goal, but to be able to accurately judge the position of the goalkeeper and the landing point of the ball. The harder it was to judge the trajectory of the ball, the better. Seeing that the competition between the two teams was getting more intense and that it was harder to score, the other Kuju players around them seemed to have discovered a new continent and revealed expressions of understanding. For a moment, the game entered a state of stalemate. In the midst of the 20 people fighting, they finally found a chance to shoot. When they shot, the ball flew too straight, giving people the impression that they wanted to take the ball and smash the goalkeeper down. The goal was to smash him until he did not dare to defend. At this time, the goalkeeper showed a fearless spirit. Braving the danger of being covered in cuts and bruises, he opened his eyes wide and let people smash him. Wang Wan watched and laughed. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Husband, you're very capable. Think of another way." Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "There's no other way. I really want to let them understand the concepts of the forward, the midfield, the fullback, the midfielders, the side forwards, and the other positions in 1 second. But is it possible? When I saw them play polo, the coordination of their positions was pretty good. Why did it change when they played football?" Wang Wan also thought about it. It's probably because the horses are squeezed together and can't run away. Let Li Longji command a football team. Maybe he can arrange the positions well. If you don't believe me, we can try. Let Xiao Bei invite him to play a game. If he loses, he can immediately think of a way to deal with it. More or less. In the story you told me, didn't you say that he defeated a foreign team in polo? Looks like I really have to pick out more sports to develop in the Tang Empire. There are no radios and no movies. Once the sky turns dark, they can only do one sport. Their bodies have not adjusted well, and the quality of their children is not high. I want people to have more children, but I don't want them to have a bunch of idiots and deformities. If not for Xiao Bei and the others being too stubborn, I wouldn't have taken this seriously. Sports that are not intense can also let people train their bodies. It's two different things from working out. Zhang Xiaobao did a deep reflection. He felt that there were many candidates for this. One of them was Li Longji. There was no doubt that Li Longji was very good at playing games. He was also more skilled in politics in the early days. Wang Wan had once said that Li Longji had become careless because the great Tang had truly given off a very stable appearance. Later on, due to his old age, his brain was no longer as good as before. He believed that the rise of the pear garden wasn't because Li Longji wanted to play with it. He must have realized that the people of Great Tang were gradually getting richer, and their pursuit of civilization had lessened. Thus, he set up the pear garden for everyone to play with so that they wouldn't think of rebelling. The results proved that Li Longji did not have the foresight of a transmigrator. He did not know that there was a weapon that could hit his head when Lu Zhou fired it. No matter how he moved, he would not be able to dodge it. There was also a light from beyond the heavens that told him in advance that he would be hit. He would not be able to dodge it. That was why he let his guard down. Now, he's finally afraid. He knows that there's still a powerful country. He doesn't even have the confidence to claim that the Tang Empire is the greatest under the heavens. However, we're not afraid. Who dares to compete with the Tang Empire now? Let's make our lives more colorful, Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile when he thought about Li Longji. Wang Wan thought about it for a moment before she said, in theory, with diesel engines, we can fly. I don't want it to create sonic booms when it flies. It'll be fine as long as it can fly. This will make Li Longji believe us more. What if he finds out that the Earth is round one day? After a few decades, the fleet will have explored many places, Zhang Xiaobao asked. He'll be too old by then. Even if he's still alive and knows that the Earth is round, he should know that there are many planets out there. The people living on those planets can come and attack him at any time. Can he still be the emperor by then? Wang Wan was not concerned about this. That's right. We can't think too far ahead. Let's think about what's in front of us. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, his eyes returned to the field. The score on the field had changed again. The team that always won was far ahead with 8 goals, while the team that was sure to win was behind with 3 goals. The scramble for the ball was still fierce, and the fight for every ball was very fierce. Zhang Xiaobao felt that if a player could show his individual skills when besieged by a group of people, then this player would definitely be extraordinary. He had never seen a striker who could break through the blockade of 10 defenders alone. Zhang Xiaobao saw with his own eyes that one of the forwards, on his side, ran very quickly and received the ball first. Then, he made a feint to shoot. When the group of people on the other side changed direction and continued to rush towards him, he flicked the ball to the side and then raised his leg to shoot. In the end, the ball still went out of the goal, but Zhang Xiaobao had already memorized him. His feint and sideways movements when he lifted his leg to shoot, with a little bit of training, he could do it like a pendulum and a bicycle. He was a talent. He then asked his sister, who was standing next to him, Xiao Bei, what's his name? He's number 6 on the field. Xiao Bei answered very directly, I don't know. There are too many people, so I can't remember. Is number 6 not good? I think his play is passable. It's very good. Find him later. I want to see how his individual skills are. Zhang Xiaobao confirmed that number 6 was the best player. Oh. Xiao Bei agreed and paid attention to the game again. When the final whistle blew, the score of the game was 14 goals for always won and 8 goals for sure to win. Seeing this score, Zhang Xiaobao was full of admiration. He knew how this big score came about. Because at the end of the game, the players were tired of squeezing. Their energy and physical strength decreased at the same time. The balls that flew towards the goalkeeper were no longer so accurate. Moreover, there were fewer high balls and more low balls. The goalkeeper was still not used to the balls that flew from too low a position. The goal rate increased under such circumstances. If it was the opponent's team that played this game, it could be called a great counterattack. The players who came off the field were greeted with cheers from the audience. They were all exhausted. They ran all over the field. If they persevered, they would win. Xiao Bei's team of 9 was very professional. They even had a medical team to help the two teams massage and relax. The 22 people groaned as they were massaged. It was unknown whether they were in pain or enjoying it. Zhang Xiaobao took a few steps forward and stood next to number 6 on his side. He said to sure to win, in a voice that they could hear, "Today, I'll invite you to Joy House for a meal. It's my treat. It has nothing to do with winning or losing. You have to hand over the money you lost to my brother and sister." The opposing team's players finally showed a little smile. 10 bowls of money was nothing. Going to Joy House for a meal was far from this amount. Even if they lost the game, they would still earn. The adults also understood that Zhang Xiaobao did not pursue the fact that they won the first match against his brother and sister. Treating them to a meal meant that they would accompany his brother and sister to play. Voices of thanks sounded one after another. Zhang Xiaobao casually waved his hand and pulled a chair over. He sat next to number 6, who was being massaged, and asked, "How old are you? How long have you played football?" "Young master, I've been playing football since I was 20. "Oh, I've been playing football for 7, 8 years. When I was brought here, I played the best football there." Number 6 endured the soreness and gritted his teeth as he answered. He understood that playing football was kicking the ball. "Oh, when I was watching you just now, I saw you fake a shot and then push the ball away. How did you think of that?" Zhang Xiaobao felt that the other party was a little older, but the other party had been playing for 8 years and his skills were relatively fixed. He did not know if he could adapt to his teaching method faster. Number 6 was very nervous. He thought that Zhang Xiaobao said that he should not fake a shot, so he replied carefully, "I'm used to it. When I played in the past, they always fought with me for the opportunity to shoot. Seeing that I was easy to bully, they would run over and touch me when I was about to shoot, so I couldn't play well. In order to avoid them, I first made a kicking motion. When they were about to touch me, I kicked the ball to the side. They would dodge it and I could play for a while longer." Zhang Xiaobao suddenly understood and nodded. "Very good. Let's go eat today and drink 2 glasses of wine to promote blood circulation. Go to bed early at night. You don't have to train tomorrow when you wake up. Tell the others that you don't have to train either. I'll find time to watch you and then teach you how to play football well." Yes, young master, I'll remember." Number 6 became excited and shouted to the others, "Young master said that from today until tomorrow, before young master comes, we are not allowed to train. Young master wants to teach us personally." His words caused the players of his team to roar. The people of the other teams could only watch. In the past 2 days, they also liked the new rules and felt that it was more fun than before. It was fun, and the purpose was to win. There were also 3 teams that consecutively beat Zhang Wang's team and Xiao Bei's team. They felt proud when they said this, but now they knew that good times did not last long. They had beaten Xiao Bei's team so badly that they called their older brother. From now on, they probably would not have the chance to beat them. It was all the fault of the 3 teams that won. Why didn't they let Xiao Bei's team win? Now it's over. Their older brother came and they immediately won a game. Zhang Xiaobao felt the atmosphere around him and generously let everyone go to Joy House to eat. If everyone was familiar with each other, they would be able to play more comfortably in the future. They shouldn't act like enemies when they meet. It was easy to cause too much emotional and personal harm. When it was time to eat, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not go. They carried the sleepy Jun, and Pan home. Xiao Bei's team of 9 followed them. They had to properly praise their team members. Zhang Xiaobao returned. Just as he settled Jun, and Pan down, the eunuch Luobin came over with a food box. Inside was the food prepared by Gao Lishir. It was sealed to prove that no one had touched it. Zhang Xiaobao did not even check the seal and directly tore it off. He did not forget to give Luobin a big red packet. It was not that he did not care if the food was poisoned, but he knew that no one would have the chance to poison it. When his godfather was in the palace, he would send out a few groups of people to keep watch. When he was outside the palace gates, there were other eunuchs following him. There were also people secretly monitoring his own home. There were 4 dishes and 1 soup in the food box. The 4 dishes were all vegetables. The soup was fish soup. It smelled good. He called Wang Wan to eat together and also added a bowl and chopsticks for Luobin. Luobin did not refuse. He picked up the chopsticks and spoon and ate a mouthful of each dish and soup. Then, he rarely ate the dishes and ate the rice in his bowl. When Zhang Xiaobao and Pan were almost done eating and slowed down, Luobin began to speak. "Young master, His Majesty asked me to ask you too, why did you want to play Kuju?" The generals asked about the military examination in the imperial court. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei smiled. The news spread quickly. They picked up a cucumber stick and chewed it. After swallowing it, they said, "Tell His Majesty that it is not only Kuju, but also the shuttlecock that is often played in the palace. The skating in the skating rink and so on are classified as sports. I will pay more attention in the future. Because sports is not only for fun. It can also reflect the general situation of a country. Countries that are in war all year round cannot develop their sports. If they want to play well, they must first have a safe environment." Luobin listened attentively, trying his best to remember every word so that he could reply word for word when he got back. After Zhang Xiaobao finished, he asked from his own perspective, "Little Gongzi, are there other things you can see from sports?" Zhang Xiaobao nodded in appreciation. "Yes, you can see how the people live from sports. There are bicycles in the palace, but they are not available in other places. It is too extravagant. If one day, every county in the Tang Empire can have their own bicycle racing team, what does that mean? It means that the industrial technology of the Tang Empire has reached a certain level. It is easy to own bicycles." Luobin responded quickly. He had been a messenger for many years and worked hard to understand the situation of the Tang Empire. He really knew a lot. Yes, if there are many people playing polo, it means that there are too many horses and kuju in the Tang Empire. It is easy to see many people competing in different places and there are many people watching. This means that the people of the Tang Empire have become richer. At least, they don't have to spend all their time eating and dressing. When you go back and tell His Majesty will understand. In the future, we can invite more sports teams from other countries to compete. If we win, it will boost the confidence of the people of the Tang Empire. It will also give the people of other countries a lack of confidence. No one can stand losing all the time. Zhang Xiaobao explained in detail. Luobin thought for a while and admitted, "Yes, young master is right. If the people of any country completely accept defeat, it means that they don't even have the heart to compete with the people of the Tang Empire." That is what young master said to His Majesty before. When a nation widens the gap with another nation, it is part of the result. That's about it. When you go back, tell His Majesty that if he has nothing to do, he can form a team and play with us. The martial arts examination has passed the first month. We are almost done with other things. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he casually chatted for a while and then sent Luo Bin out. He believed that Li Longji's football team would not be too bad. He would be able to see a relatively exciting game. The next day, at around 10:00 in the morning, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Xiao Bei came to the factory outside the city. Today's field had been renovated yesterday. The soil was first loosened and then compacted. The stones were picked out so that people could step on them without being too soft. Even if they fell, they would not be seriously injured. Only the players of the always victorious team were on the field. The others did not come. Although they also wanted to see Zhang Xiaobao's internal training, they did not dare to. The players were all full of energy. The people who played the game yesterday did not show any signs of fatigue. This showed that they usually trained a lot and were used to it. When Zhang Xiaobao came, he did not talk much nonsense. He directly took a ball from the basket next to him and tiptoed to the field. After looking around, he waved to player number 6. When he came close, he said, "You take the ball and rush forward. I will stand in front of you to block. You find a way to get past me. Got it?" Number 6 took 2 deep breaths and nodded, indicating that he got it. Zhang Xiaobao kicked the ball to him and stepped back 10 steps. He emphasized, "Don't worry about hurting me. Try to show your skills as much as possible so that I can continue to teach you skills." Number 6's expression relaxed this time. He stopped the ball, stepped back 5 or 6 steps, started a run-up, and then swung his leg and kicked the football with all his strength. With a bang, the football flew high, over Zhang Xiaobao's head, and fell into the distance. "It passed," Number 6 said to Zhang Xiaobao's shocked expression. "The ball passed. What about you?" Zhang Xiaobao asked after he recovered. Chapter 984. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Number 6 understood. He wanted both the ball and the person to pass. He switched to a new ball and placed it a dozen steps away from Zhang Xiaobao. He stepped back again. Without waiting for the ball to start, Zhang Xiaobao said, "Let me say this first. Don't think that if you kick the ball so high, you can run in front of me to chase the ball. That way, I will definitely reach the ball before you. And I have to tell you, when I play in the future, one of my teammates will appear a certain distance behind me. If you really kick the ball far away, even if I don't chase, you won't be able to catch up. Of course, if it's a game and I'm a defender, I won't give you the chance to position the ball unless it's a foul. Don't expect to be able to easily kick the ball." Oh. Number 6 further understood that Zhang Xiaobao was not competing with him in terms of speed. He wanted him to use the same method as yesterday to trick people. Since that was the case, there was no need for a run-up. He stood behind the ball and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He kicked forward little by little. When he was about 6 steps away from Zhang Xiaobao, he suddenly swung his leg back to make a shooting pose. He paused for about half a second before his right leg fell. However, it was the back of his right foot that pushed the ball away. When he looked up at Zhang Xiaobao again, Zhang Xiaobao's position had moved. Wei Wei moved half a step to the left. Her upper body relaxed and her legs were slightly bent. Number 6 had to repeat the action again. Zhang Xiaobao still moved half a step. "Little Gongzi, why don't you come and steal it?" Number 6 asked helplessly. "Because I'm not stupid. There's not enough time for me to tackle the ball. I just need to make you unable to pass. There's no need to steal. Otherwise, I'll lose my position and the teammates behind me will be in danger." Zhang Xiaobao said loudly to Number 6. In fact, he was saying this to everyone except for Wang Wan. Number 6 was even more helpless. He lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then, he took a deep breath and lightly tapped the ball in front of him. Suddenly, he sped up, his eyes fixed on Zhang Xiaobao's leg. Just when he thought that Zhang Xiaobao would rush forward to snatch the ball, he found that Zhang Xiaobao was retreating with small, quick steps. Suddenly, he felt that the distance he had imagined to break through had changed. He hesitated, but his body was still charging forward. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly stretched his right foot forward, his body leaning back to the ground. Before number 6 foot touched the ball, he first tackled the ball. With his hand on the ground again, he got up and dribbled the ball away, directly shoveling the ball for number 6. Wow, big brother is amazing. Xiao Bei cheered for her brother, who was covered in mud. Wang Wan rubbed her feet on the ground. She was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would bruise himself. This was not a lawn. Fortunately, there were no large grains of sand on the ground, and Zhang Xiaobao was wearing pants. Again. Zhang Xiaobao kicked the ball back. Use your brain to play football. Don't think that others will do as you think. How would I know that I can still retreat? Number 6 muttered. Once again, he prepared to dribble the ball past people. Calculating what Zhang Xiaobao would do, he walked forward little by little. When he walked to a certain distance, Zhang Xiaobao stepped back again. Number 6's eyes turned. He first made a feint to shoot the ball, then made a poke motion. It was still a feint. Suddenly, he kicked the ball diagonally to the left with his right foot and started to chase. However, this time, Zhang Xiaobao did not move to the left at all. Instead, he turned around and blocked number 6 behind him. He caught the ball first and snatched it under his feet. Xiao Bei's cheers naturally came from the side of the field. Little Gongzi, why didn't you move to the left this time? Number 6 was depressed. Because your shoulders didn't move, so your center of gravity also didn't move. Even if you're making a feint, you have to make it more realistic. Again. Zhang Xiaobao kicked the ball over. No, little Gongzi, you can pass me. I can also make you unable to pass. Number 6 felt that the defending side had the advantage on the field, so he passed the ball back, intending to save some face. Xiao Bei asked his sister beside him, brother is attacking. Can he pass? At that moment, Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao still had some skills that he had not shown to her. Based on the 2 actions of grabbing the ball and reaction speed just now, Zhang Xiaobao had at least a period of professional practice. Therefore, she said to Xiao Bei with confidence, in theory, the attacking side can use more than 10 methods to pass people. I just don't know how many your brother has mastered. Let's see. Oh, so many? I think my brother can use at least 3. Xiao Bei really wanted to say that his brother could use all of them, but he was worried that his words would be too full of himself. Zhang Xiaobao also placed a distance of more than 10 steps. He first asked number 6 if he was ready. The moment number 6 agreed, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly moved. He first kicked the ball a distance of more than 4 meters, and at the same time, his body's speed also approached that of a 100-meter dash. Then, his left foot kicked the ball to his left, and his body suddenly went around number 6's left side. Before number 6 could react, the ball had already passed him. Xiao Bei, this is the simplest way to break through. When the forward dribbles the ball and rushes up, all the defenders can only do 2 actions. One is to retreat, not giving the forward a chance to break through their defensive position, and limit the forward's angle of shooting. Wang Wan also said loudly to her sister. Other people might not understand the logic behind it just by looking. What's the other action? Xiao Bei asked very cooperatively. Foul. Don't hesitate to use any means to bring down the forward. Once the forward with both speed and skill dribbles the ball and rushes up, even if there are 3 defenders facing him, no one will dare to easily intercept the ball. It's best to pull him down and slow him down. If you can avoid tackling, don't tackle. Wang Wan continued to explain. Number 6 on the field was stunned. It was too fast. He stood there and gasped for breath. Little Gongzi, you're close. Put the ball further away and bring it over. I'll definitely be able to stop it. Put it more than 25 steps away. Are you sure you want me to put it further away? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Yes. Number 6 nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll let you see what it looks like if it's further away. Zhang Xiaobao held back his laughter and put the ball about 25 steps away from number 6. Wang Wan was on the sidelines. It's over. Didn't number 6 hear what I said just now? Xiao Bei and the others didn't completely understand why they couldn't let the forward rush up. At the same time, they watched curiously. Zhang Xiaobao himself took another 10 steps back. He pulled up his pants and accelerated forward. When his feet touched the ball, his speed was even faster than before. At the same time, his upper body began to swing left and right. His 2 legs were wide apart. Every time he touched the ball, he would adjust his posture. When he quickly approached the retreating number 6, his body suddenly swayed to the left. The range was very large. Number 6 hurriedly blocked to his right. The result was needless to say. Zhang Xiaobao swayed to the right and passed over the ball. Number 6 wanted to go back, but the result was that he fell down with a thud. This is called the pendulum pass. You've all seen the clock. It's made long ago. When the body swings, it's like a pendulum, making it impossible for the defender to accurately judge. In fact, there's no way to judge at all. They can only guess. If they happen to be able to block it, it's luck because the attacker's pendulum movement isn't fixed and can be adjusted at any time. Wang Wan continued to be the commentator. As everyone listened, their eyes widened. It could actually be done like this. Zhang Xiaobao continued. This time, although he didn't swing as violently, he was still swinging. Then, he would step over the ball with his left foot and then step over with his right foot. Number 6 watched. He couldn't tell which foot Zhang Xiaobao was going to use to move the ball. In the end, he was swayed and fell down. This is called cycling. It looks very simple, but it's not easy to practice because it's hard to control your rhythm and speed. Every feint can become a real move. It just depends on how the defender reacts. Wang Wan's role hadn't changed. She was still introducing. Again. Slow down a little. I can definitely block it. Number 6 was passed again and again. Each time, it was different. He was very unconvinced. Okay. This time, Zhang Xiaobao's speed wasn't as fast, but it wasn't slow either. He rushed over with the ball. When he was close to number 6, his left foot pulled the ball back and his body turned halfway to block number 6. His right foot dribbled the ball and his body continued to turn. His left foot kicked the ball past number 6. This is called the Masai, Xiaobao spin. It's a method of forcefully breaking through the body's blocking position. Wang Wan hesitated for a moment. In the end, she didn't say the real name of this move. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to explain it. Again. Number 6. This is called the tail flick. It's a move to confuse the opponent. First, you move the ball in one direction, usually the outer instep. Then, you use the inner part of your foot to flick the ball in the opposite direction. Wang Wan. Again. Number 6. This is called the turnaround to flick the ball. You have to be careful. If your reaction is slow, it's easy for the opponent to turn around first. The key is to lean as hard as possible so that the opponent can't adjust his balance. Wang Wan. Again. Number 6. This is called the back flick the ball. It's one foot in front of you and one foot behind you. Then, you flick the ball from your back to your front, which is the back of the defender. Then, you circle around him. If the opponent is taller or more agile than you, it's best not to use this move. It's too obvious. Wang Wan. Again, this is called, on the field, Zhang Xiaobao used different moves to circle around number 6 again and again. Wang Wan patiently explained it to everyone. Xiao Bei and the others were dumbfounded by what they saw and heard. It was just dribbling the ball around a person. There were so many moves. It was an eye-opener. As the commentator, Wang Wan had her eyes wide open. She did not expect Zhang Xiaobao to be able to execute every move so smoothly and naturally. Although there was also the cooperation of defender number 6, Zhang Xiaobao had indeed executed them in a very standard manner, just like a textbook. Only standard movements could be easily learned, but improvisation was another matter altogether. When Zhang Xiaobao made a sudden stop and change direction movement to shake number 6, he finally stopped and said, "That's about it. I'm a little stupid, so I don't know much. Later, I'll do a few more slow moves. Once everyone learns it, you have to practice diligently. Don't stick to the form. You have to be flexible. Not only can you do it yourself, but you also have to be able to see if others are going to do it. That's it for today. I'll do a few slow moves for everyone. Next time, we'll talk about the key points of formation and individual positions." The players were so shocked by Zhang Xiaobao's humble words that they wanted to find a rope to hang themselves on. One by one, they bowed their heads and stood respectfully. They watched Zhang Xiaobao practice the slow moves over and over again. They secretly swore to themselves that once they learned it, they would be able to win glory for the ever-victorious team. Wang Wan watched from the side and said worriedly, "Don't think about practicing all the moves smoothly at once. Practice selectively according to your own conditions. If you practice one move well, it will be enough for you to make waves on the field. The most important thing is the basic moves. Xiaobao, go back and write a training plan." Xiao Bei and the other 9 people watched excitedly. Even June Air and Pan Air were affected by the atmosphere. They found a ball and chased after it, giggling from time to time. "We have to close off the training," Zhang Gang suddenly said. Xiao Bei and the other 8 people nodded quickly. Xiao Bei said, "Yes, close off. We can't let others learn it. These are the moves that Big Brother taught us. It's amazing. Reselect the substitutes and let them play blindly with others first. When our training here is done, I'll let them see the power of our ever-victorious team." When number 6 heard Xiao Bei's words, he immediately promised, "We will be on the ever-victorious team in the future. If we really leave one day, we promise not to spread the news and not to play for other teams." The other players also promised. They felt their own insignificance. Even if the ever-victorious team did not look for them, they could just find a random team to play for and nurture them. They already had so many skills just to pass people. There were also defensive skills that had not been taught. There were also the skills of setting up the formation. With so many skills taught to them, if they leaked it, it would be a betrayal. Even if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not teach them a lesson, they would still be criticized behind their backs. Their expressions made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan not know what to do. They did not care if someone leaked the skills. It was not industrial or agricultural skills. In sports competitions, there was never a winning strategy. If there was an undefeated strategy, then there was no competition. If there was no competition, then there was no defeat. The purpose of the competition was to win. The spirit of sports was to work hard and cooperate. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan never thought that the spirit of sports was health and peace. That was definitely a lie. In the beginning, the various sports were related to war, such as long-distance running and polo. One was the transmission of information, and the other was the application of weapons and horsemanship. There were also discus, javelin, shot put, bow and arrow, shooting, and so on. However, later on, everyone knew how to do and say different things, so a part of the projects that were not directly aimed at war were derived. However, the essence of its creation did not change. The two felt that it was not good to always win in their own country. When the time came, other people would not play with them, but they could not directly tell the team members. They could go and talk about it. If they revealed the skills, wouldn't that be pouring cold water on them? They could only hope that other teams would be smarter and learn after seeing it. At noon, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a working lunch with the team members. It was a lunchbox, not a lunchbox. Zhang Xiaobao specially asked people to prepare wine. When everyone was seated, he raised his glass first. Seeing that everyone is so enthusiastic, I would like to toast to everyone. You have to work hard to train and study skills. Cheers. The players were very excited. They raised their glasses and drank. Today, not only did they learn skills, but they could also eat with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They usually ate with the emperor. But Zhang Xiaobao said again when everyone finished drinking. As soon as these two words came out, the team members became serious. However, you can only drink one glass of wine. In the future, you are not allowed to drink at ordinary times, and you are not allowed to drink too much. Our team wants to develop professionally. From tomorrow onwards, your work and rest time, what you eat, and the amount of training will be strictly limited. Every 7 days, you will be given a day off. In the absence of a game, you will go home to see your parents. If you are married, you will see your wife and children. I will give you a bottle of wine. You can drink at most 1 bottle. Remember to bring the glass bottle back. When Zhang Xiaobao's hand reached here, everyone laughed. Wang Wan added, Bei Bei and the others will arrange a place for you to sleep and train alone. You are not allowed to gamble in the dormitory, and you are not allowed to go out to find or call the women in the brothel. Bei Bei and the others will prepare everything for you, including underwear, shoes, and so on. There will also be a lot of wages. You have to spend the rest of your time on training or thinking about your skills. If you are bored, we will arrange entertainment for you. You are not allowed to sneak out to show off to other women. The real time to show off is when you score a goal on the field, when you intercept and save the opponent's tricky ball. The shouts and cheers of the audience on the field will be more pleasant than the moans of women. The players did not dare to laugh at this time. Some of them had done such things before. After playing the game, they would go to the brothel to brag. As a woman, Wang Wan's words could be understood as a threat. This was because she had another name, Demon Fiend Cuckoo. One by one, they put down their chopsticks and sat there, not daring to move as they listened to the lecture. Bei Bei saw that there was an awkward silence and very sensibly interjected, Drink another glass of wine. It is not very strong. I only drank it in a daze. If you think that the requirements are too strict, you can leave after eating. I will give you more money. Everyone shook their heads. If they left such an opportunity, they would regret it for life. Since you are not willing to leave, I am very happy. Bei Bei still spoke like an adult. What I want to say is that my brother and sister are involved. You represent the face of the Zhang family and the Wang family. You can lose the game. I allowed you to lose the first 3 games because I saw their hard work in training. What's my name again? Oh, I remember. Even if you lose, you have to lose with dignity. I am willing to lose because my strength and luck are not as good as yours. I don't want to lose because you did not train hard. That will make me very angry, and the consequences. The consequences are very serious. Xiao Yuan added. Let me say it. Bei Bei glared at Xiao Yuan. The players could not help but laugh again. After lunch, they rested for a while. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaobao continued to talk about the techniques of dribbling the ball past people. It was just the movements, not the psychology, coordination, and so on. Those content had to be taken slowly. For the next few days, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been busy with other things in the morning and came to train in the afternoon. Their progress was very fast, but the team members did not understand. They just wanted to let them have a concept first. Half a month later, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had more or less settled everything. They planned to have a military examination with the generals and then go to the original Turkic Khaganate. Li Longji sent someone to deliver a message. Xiaobao, they said that they want to play a game with us first before having a military examination, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao while holding a piece of paper with words written on it, or what was called a letter of challenge. Zhang Xiaobao was very surprised. Haven't they been anxious to compete? Now that we are competing, they want to wait a little longer. This shows that they are smarter. If they really agree to compete directly, their momentum and mentality will be at a disadvantage. A game is to tell us that they are not anxious, to let us understand that we cannot steal the will of a general, and that we cannot steal the courage of an ordinary man. Do you want to compete? Wang Wan smiled and shook the piece of paper as she spoke. Compete? I can even guess why they want to compete. It's probably because they see that winning and losing is very common for us, so they came up with a method to beat us. Then they can enter the military examination and suppress us in terms of momentum. That's fine too. I want to see what kind of formation they can come up with. Zhang Xiaobao did not care at all. The team that had participated in the competition recently was the substitute team that had been recruited. The main team was currently in closed-door training. Although the time was short, it was still longer than the time the generals had to prepare. Fine, let's compete. Wang Wan wrote a reply to the letter of challenge. Li Longji received the letter of challenge. In truth, he also wanted to win once. He just happened to discuss with the generals and came up with a formation that he felt was very good. The next day, the competition began. Real lawn, the Sanongsi had been forced to make it. They had sent horses to the south to bring back the soil and raise it in a large shed. This was Zhang Xiaobao's initial idea, and it just happened to come in handy. The grass was indeed not very formal, but it was still a lawn after all. Even if it froze to death after one use, it was worth it. Platforms were set up around the field. There were many spectators, all wearing thick clothes. The general surrounded Li Longji and led the team into the field. In order to reduce the burden, they had dressed the team in thin clothes. They had previously understood the situation of the always victorious team and were full of confidence. But when the always victorious team appeared, Li Longji was stunned. He did not recognize any of them. Could it be that the portrait was not accurate? He had already understood everyone, so why was it not the same? The generals were also stunned. The always victorious team was wrapped in thick clothes. It did not look like they were here to compete, but to see who wore more clothes. Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had given up? This time, Zhang Xiaobao became the commentator and started talking nonsense. While he was talking nonsense, the members of his own team started warming up. First, they put on their clothes and did some exercises. Then, they took off their clothes, revealing their trousers and short sleeves. Each of them was wearing knee pads and leggings, and the shoes on their feet were different from usual. Li Longji and the general started to feel uneasy. They could feel a different temperament from the members of the two teams. Everyone on his side was arrogant and acted like they were the best in the world. On the other hand, the other side was very calm and did not show any signs of arrogance. They were quietly and seriously doing all kinds of exercises. Li Shi, the situation doesn't look good. Li Longji could feel the pressure coming from the always victorious team from the stands. It was an aura that could only be felt from the vigorous protection team and the Golden Guards. To be precise, they were as immovable as mountains. Gao Li nodded repeatedly. Your Majesty, are we still going to compete? Yes. I and the generals have come up with a special formation. Are you afraid of them? Li Longji was looking forward to the formation helping them win. As such, the members of the two teams stood in the middle of the field and greeted the audience first. Then, they played a coin toss. Both teams got into formation. Zhang Xiaobao's team got the ball, while the other team got the field. The other team got into position first. Needless to say, the goalkeeper only had one position. As for the other 10 players, 8 of them rushed to the front while the other 2 stayed near the goalkeeper, forming a 208 formation. This was much better than the previous formation where all 10 players rushed forward together. Li Longji and the generals had researched this formation together. It had both offense and defense. But when the always victorious team got into position, they were really confused. There were 4 players at the back, 5 in the middle, and 1 in the front. The one in the front was the number 6 player, and the 5 in the middle were on the left and right. Wei Wei was in a forward position and looked like she was ready to assist at any time. When he was about 20 meters away from the goal, he raised his leg and shot. The ball flew straight towards the top right corner of the goal. It spun, absolutely spun. The ball went in, the ball went in. Number 6 single-handedly broke through, passing through 4 forwards and 2 defenders. Facing the goalkeeper, he successfully scored a goal. Following Zhang Xiaobao's fast and passionate commentary, the entire stadium stood up and cheered like a tide. Li Longji also stood up and waved his fists with all his might. He was waving his fists for the individual skills of number 6 of the victorious team, as well as for Zhang Xiaobao's commentary. At this moment, he finally felt the charm of Kuju. This was the elegance of taking the head of the enemy's general on the battlefield. Number 6 continuous breakthroughs were so beautiful that it made people unable to suppress the surge of emotions in their hearts. After waving his fists, Li Longji finally realized that it was the opposing team that had scored, not his team. He could only sit back down and say to Gao Lishir, who had stood up and was still in a daze. "Lishir, we lost the first goal. Sit back down. We know that your adopted son is good, and that daughter-in-law of yours is also good. You don't have to stand there and let the wind blow on you." Gao Lishir was really excited. When the victorious team formed a 4-5 formation, he started to get excited. When the 10 of them stood in front, it gave people a pleasing feeling. When he saw number 6's strong breakthrough and his adopted son's passionate commentary, the instant the ball went in, he hated that he couldn't rush to his adopted son's side and give him 2 big kisses. It was too beautiful. In Xiao Bei's words, it was too handsome. This was his adopted son and daughter-in-law. They were a pair of swords and could do anything. They could play Kuju so brilliantly. If the 2 of them were serious, they would be invincible and invincible. It was a kind of feeling that people would never doubt. It was a kind of. His Majesty seemed to have lost. Gao Lishir found a very important problem and sat back down to Li Longji's side. He said insincerely, "Luck, Your Majesty, they were lucky. We don't care. Whether it's luck or ability, it's a manifestation of ability. Look at the victorious team. Our 10,000 generals team has started." When Li Longji spoke, his eyes were fixed on number 6 of the victorious team. How could he run so fast? Why did the ball he kicked have a curve when he shot? How would the goalkeeper defend? Zhang Xiaobao was very responsible. He didn't have any biased thoughts and just explained objectively. When the opposing 10,000 generals team kicked off, they were still surging with passion. Now let's go back to the midfield. The 10,000 generals team that lost a goal will kick off. Our 8 forwards of the 10,000 generals team have already stood in position. Looking at the momentum, there is a faint pressure on the victorious team that has scored a goal. When the ball kicked off, number 21 of the 10,000 generals team raised his leg and passed the ball to number 15 of the other team. Number 15 dribbled the ball to attack. Number 1 of the opposing team intercepted. Number 15 was the captain. Number 15 kicked the ball forward and the ball passed through number 1 of the opposing team. Number 15 chased after it. Just as he was about to catch up, number 20 of the opposing team received the ball first. Number 20 dribbled the ball to attack from the backfield. The 8 forwards of the 10,000 generals team rushed up. Number 15 was the closest. He was about to touch number 20 of the opposing team. Number 20 of the opposing team passed the ball back to the goalkeeper at the crucial moment. The goalkeeper received the ball and didn't stop. He kicked the ball and the ball flew to the left side of the midfield of the victorious team. The left midfielder was number 14 of the victorious team. Number 14 stopped the ball. Was he going to dribble the ball to attack? No, he didn't. He immediately passed the ball to number 6 in front of him. Because there was no one around number 6 to defend, the ball was passed to the back. Number 6 didn't jump up and try to catch the ball with his head. Instead, he turned and accelerated. Number 6 was still accelerating. The ball flew in front of him and immediately reached the opposing team's penalty area. Number 12 of the opposing team came out this time. Number 12 once again made a tackle action. What would number 6 do? What would he do? Oh, he raised his foot to receive the ball. The ball stopped. He actually used his left foot to receive the ball and stopped it. Beautiful. The opponent's number 12 slipped by himself. He slid far away. He was running too fast just now and couldn't stop. Wow. Number 11 came out. The first defender to come out just now rushed out. What was he going to do? He actually raised his leg to kick the head of number 6 of the victorious team. Number 6 bowed his head and dodged. He continued to dribble the ball forward. Once again, he faced the goalkeeper. Number 6 shot the ball, upper left corner. Oh. Feint, he retracted his foot, the goalkeeper fell to the ground. Number 6 took another step forward, adjusting, yes, he was adjusting, the right foot pushed inside, the ball went in again, the always victorious team's number 6 scored again. Hello, audience friends. Now on the field is a match between the victorious team organized by the Tang Dynasty's Inspector Zhang Xiaobai and the 10,000 Generals football team organized by the Tang Dynasty's Generals. The current situation is that less than a quarter of an hour after the start of the match, the victorious team is leading 2:00. They are temporarily in the lead. Number 6 of the team has scored 2 goals in a row. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he wiped his sweat. The audience was still cheering, and accompanied by the applause that they had learned from Zhang Xiaobai and Wang family. Applause sounded everywhere. Countless girls shouted number 6. At this moment, the teams that had won and lost against the victorious team in the past half-month also understood that the other team was not playing with them seriously. The strong players were only on the field today. The formation was already in place. This was the real strength of the victorious team. All the generals stared with their eyes wide open. What kind of mess was this? It was fine when the other team was attacking, but why did it become the other team's goal after a few moves? While many people were happy, Xiao Bei could not take it anymore. He stood up and walked over to Li Longji angrily. He pouted and asked, "Uncle Emperor, let me ask you. Is it a battle or a soccer match? If you say battle, I will immediately change the player. I will change the player for the seedling protection team. If you say soccer, you can change the player and change number 11 from your side. I will not count as your substitution. If you don't have the ability, then don't play. Why do you have to play dirty? Who isn't raised by their parents? Is there a need to kick someone to death? If you really want to do that, can we just admit defeat? We won't play anymore." Li Longji's face turned red from Xiaobei's words. He had also seen the actions of number 11 from his side. It was too embarrassing. If the ball was really flying in the sky, you could just raise your leg and kick it. The problem was that when number 6 was dribbling, the ball was below. You kicked it above your head. Are you a sore loser? Stop. Li Longji could not stand Xiaobei's gaze, and he could not convince himself. He shouted, and someone immediately used the microphone to stop the match. Li Longji reached out for the microphone and said, "Number 11 from the 10,000 Generals team, get off the field and give him 20 lashes. In the future, you are not allowed to touch Kuju. Kuju is the art of war. It's just that I played it too casually and forgot all about it. A good soldier, such as number 6, with a good formation, has a strong offensive power. Isn't that right, Lisher? Lisher? Lisher, why don't you go sit on the other side? Which side are you on?" Gao Lisher was still in a state of excitement. It was not easy for the 10,000 generals to have a chance, but they were actually offside. It was really too delightful. When he heard the emperor's words, he once again wanted to wake up. He should be sad because the formation was figured out by the emperor and the generals. He had to side with the emperor. Your Majesty, I was too excited just now. I thought number 15 could score a goal. When you said that, I just remembered that he was offside. Sigh. What a pity. It would be strange if Li Longji believed him. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Xiaobao's voice sounded again. The ever-victorious team serves. The center back makes a long pass to the left side of the midfield. Most of the 10,000 generals team is still on the right side of the ever-victorious team. They use the speed of a 100-meter dash to the left side. The ball comes to number 14, the left midfielder of the ever-victorious team. He does not pass the ball directly this time. He dribbles the ball forward. Number 6 takes a look and runs diagonally to the middle. Number 4, the right midfielder of the ever-victorious team, who had just returned to defend, also accelerates forward. The three of them run toward the opposing ball together. There are no opposing players behind them for a long distance. There are only 2 defenders and a goalkeeper in front of them. The first captain of the victorious team, who was in the center midfielder position, also rushed up, and the center back filled in the middle of the field. From the 4-5 when defending to the 3-3-1 when attacking, the victorious team completed the formation change in an instant. The 2 defenders of the 10,000 generals team seem to have a tacit understanding. Number 12 goes out to block number 14, who dribbles the ball forward, while number 13, who is newly brought in, goes to meet number 6, the forward of the ever-victorious team. Number 12 was close, and number 14 passed the ball. With a long horizontal pass, the ball flew to the top of number 6's head. Number 6 squatted slightly. He was about to jump up to receive the ball. No, he suddenly used the momentum to rush forward and blocked the opposing defender, number 13. The ball passed over, and with a curve, the ball flew towards the side of the 10,000 generals. Here is number 4 of the ever-victorious team. He is still some distance away from the landing point of the ball. He roars to the sky and swings his upper body vigorously. He accelerates and catches up. He does not stop the ball. He swings his leg and the ball spins toward the goal of the 10,000 generals team. No, it is flying toward number 6. Number 6 has just completed a reverse offside. Number 13 of the 10,000 generals team is trying to compete with number 6 for position. Number 6 jumps up first to head the ball. He heads the ball, and the ball flies in the direction of the ever-victorious team. Oh, number 1 of the center back, number 6 is passing to number 1. Number 1 stops the ball with his chest and dribbles the ball forward. Number 6 gets rid of the opposing defender number 13 and runs horizontally. Number 13 goes to number 1 to grab the ball again. Number 1 passes the ball to number 4, who is running toward the middle. Number 4 shoots. The goalkeeper pounces. Number 6 heads the ball and shoots. He falls down and the ball is held by the goalkeeper. The whistle for the goal sounded. The ball is in. The goalkeeper of the 10,000 generals team is very good at holding the table. He firmly holds the ball in the goal. The ever-victorious team is now leading the 10,000 generals team by 3 o'clock. The 10,000 generals team kicks off again. The ball is suddenly snatched by number 1 of the ever-victorious team and stuffed straight to number 6 in the front. Number 6 receives the ball. He raises his leg. He kicks the ball out of the boundary. Oh, I see. A member of the 10,000 generals team, number 26, fell to the ground. He holds his leg and falls to the ground. Number 6 of the ever-victorious team saw someone on the sidelines make a gesture and kicked the ball out of the boundary. He gave up an attack. The doctors of Dei Hospital, who are always on standby on the sidelines, entered the field. When Zhang Xiaobao said this, his voice sounded lower. After all, someone is injured. It is not suitable to be too passionate. The doctors made a gesture and said that there is no big problem. It will not affect number 26 to continue to play in the future. Wait a moment. When number 26 is carried out and replaced, the game will continue. When the audience saw that there was no big problem, they shouted again, ever victorious, number 6, ever victorious, number 6. The generals knew that the audience was not saying that number 6 played well, but they were saying that the ever victorious team had the bearing. The game could have continued, but number 6 did not hesitate to kick away a ball that should have had a chance to score after receiving the gesture from the people on the sidelines. Compared with number 11 of the 10,000 generals team just now, it could be said that there was a world of difference. Number 6 was the king of the field at this moment, and the ever-victorious team was naturally the king's team. The generals were almost suffocated by this invisible aura. Bei Bei hugged Wang Wan's arm and said, "Sister, we will definitely win. The players are very good. When the game is over, I decide to double the bonus, okay?" "Okay." Wang Wan nodded. She had to admit that she could not find any fault. It was not because of the victory, but because of the cooperation of the players, number success breakthrough, and the assists of the two flanks. In just more than half a month, even if the original players had a little foundation and a breakthrough in personal skills, it was not surprising. The main thing was the change in their formation. Just now, there was no one to command them. They could give people a very normal feeling, turning the 4-5-5 formation into a 3-3-1-3 formation. From a distance, it was very simple. It was just a running position. But from the field, to be able to make such accurate judgments and cooperate with such tacit understanding, it could only mean one thing. Other than sleeping, eating, exercising, and training, the players spent all the rest of their time on studying the evolution of the formation. Wang Wan could even imagine the scene at that time. It must have been the main team and the substitute team gathering, constantly deducing, and then on the field to compare. How much effort did they have to put in to make their performance so natural on the field? Wang Wan admitted that when the left midfielder dribbled the ball and rushed forward to sit on the winger, number 4 on the right immediately followed. She felt that she was not watching the game in the Tang Empire. When the first captain of the center midfielder followed suit and the center back filled the position, she felt that this was an international football game. It was too sharp and too smooth. She believed that even if the opponent was not the midfielder and center back at that time, her team would still play the necessary cooperation. That kind of awareness was not easy to cultivate. It had only been more than half a month. Could it be that they were thinking about it in their sleep? Such players, not to mention winning, even if they lost with a score of 0-100, they should be rewarded. Sometimes, spirit was more important than victory. On the field, Li Longji was also very speechless. He was depressed for a while and said to Gao Lisher, admit it now. The team led by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo is definitely not bad. Whether it is the military, economic, industrial, agricultural, and other teams, as long as they are there, they will definitely be better than others. Do you admit it? Yes, yes. Your Majesty is right. Gao Lisher was depressed. Who said that he would not admit it? They are my godson and daughter-in-law. You are the ones who want to compete, not me. I have already admitted when Xiao Bao was very young. Otherwise, would I have acknowledged him as my son? He is smarter, and more sensible than Xiao Bei and the others. Why must you always push the blame to me? It's good that you admit it. However, even if you admit it, we cannot weaken our morale. You have to continue to hold the line with the generals. We will go and see Xiao Bei and the others. Xiao Bei was unhappy just now. Number 11 was too much. We will accompany them and talk. Don't worry about our safety. As Li Longji spoke, he got up and walked towards Xiao Bei and the others. A few guards followed beside him, and their eyes were wide open. Gao Lisher could not say anything. He watched as the emperor walked away and sighed. He quietly muttered, of course, this subject is not worried. The defense there is only stronger than here. You could have just said that you were going to the winning team. Why did you have to go around in a circle and persuade Xiao Bei? Do Xiao Bei and the others need others to persuade them? They have older brothers and sisters. Can't they persuade them themselves? Could it be that they are going to ask for number 6? That is giving up what is near at hand to seek what is far away. Number 6 was trained by Xiao Bao. The game in the field was still going on. The 10,000 generals team was beaten by the winning team. They did not even have the strength to block, let alone fight back. They were beaten miserably. The 10,000 generals team could not break through the defense line of the winning team at all. Not only did they stand in a good position, but their personal skills were also not bad. They could always play little tricks. Just the habitual action of the defenders when they were attacked made the 10,000 generals team feel very uncomfortable. Because retreating did not mean losing, they could also retreat in order to advance. When the 10,000 generals team did not know how important the position was, the other side had already started to move and fill the position. From the beginning of the midfield, there were obviously 9 people. Why did it feel like they were facing the Great Wall? When the other side attacked, they would definitely press forward with all their strength. It was really overwhelming. The most important thing was that at the beginning of the second half, the 10,000 generals team's physical strength was significantly reduced. It was all because of the passing of the winning team. Seeing the winning team score one goal after another, the generals had no way to do anything. What they admired the most was that the winning team's defenders could assist, but there was never a defender who would ask to shoot to score. After the assist, they would retreat. They did not fight for the glory of scoring. But the generals all understood that on the battlefield, defending one's position was the glory. Of course, they also believed that if that, what was it again called, no, the midfielders and forwards could not score, then the defenders and even the goalkeepers would be able to put up a fight and let the team score. It was like the logistics camp of Biyao. It was originally a logistics team, but in a situation where they lost, they could only go deep into the enemy's rear and complete the task of being the vanguard. Watching and thinking, the generals could not calm down. After some discussion, the UG General Zhao Hanzhong stood up and came to Zhang Xiaobao's side. He first smiled at Zhang Xiaobao, then grabbed the microphone and said, "You may not know, but the real commander of the winning team is Zhang Xiaobao. Do you want to see Zhang Xiaobao go down and play? This general is willing to accompany you." The result naturally did not need to be said. The sound of the audience want pierced through the clouds. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned at first, then he smiled and asked indifferently, "General Zhao, do you really want me to go down?" Zhao Hanzhong's heart skipped a beat, but he nodded without confidence, "Yes, I will accompany you." "That's good. Madam, come over and help explain." "I will go to the field and accompany General Zhao to play." Zhang Xiaobao waved towards where Wang Wan was. Wang Wan smiled and walked over, taking over the position. When Zhao Hanzhong and Zhang Xiaobao walked onto the field, she advised, "Xiaobao, enough is enough. We have already scored 11 goals. Keep it under 30, okay?" Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand towards the back, replacing a midfielder on the field. He raised his hand and gestured twice. The winning team quickly changed, from 4 to 5 to 4 to 4. Zhang Xiaobao did not stand in the vanguard position. In the vanguard, other than the original number 6, there was also the number 1. He gave the captain's armband to Zhang Xiaobao, and Zhang Xiaobao steadily stood in the center. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's position and began to mourn for him. Chapter 986. Zhao Hanzhong stood in front of Zhang Xiaobao. He couldn't help but feel excited and worried. He hoped that Zhang Xiaobao's skills wouldn't be as good as the midfielder who just went down. He was worried that Zhang Xiaobao would make a mistake and secretly practice. "Xiao Bei, tell Uncle Emperor, how's your brother's skills?" Li Longji disregarded the code of brotherhood and sat on the winning side. He asked Xiao Bei, who was looking at the situation with a pair of binoculars. Xiao Bei put away the binoculars and said uncertainly, He's okay. He should know some basic skills." "Really?" Li Longji was also unsure. "More or less. Uncle Emperor, have you ever seen my brother touch a ball? Xiao Bei tried to find evidence to prove that he was right. I haven't seen him perform kung fu yet. That time at the sword competition of Mount Hua, he went up like he was flying. Xiao Bei, I think your team's number 6 has a great future. As long as you leave him to me, I'll train him well. Uncle Emperor, look at the game. It's starting. Look at my brother. Xiao Bei once again put the binoculars in front of his eyes and shouted. A family of smart people. Li Longji said angrily. The game had indeed started. Zhao Hanzhong called the two forwards to his side and imitated the victorious team's formation of a midfielder, forming a 2-3-5 formation. The 10,000 Generals team had lost 11 goals, but number 15 was still in charge of offense. Opposite him was Zhang Xiaobao. He also didn't feel confident, but he still bravely rushed up. He was betting that Zhang Xiaobao had so many things to do every day and couldn't find the time to practice. Zhang Xiaobao saw his opponent's serious expression. Wei Wei smiled and stepped up to meet him. Cover. Number 15 shouted. Number 9, who was next to him, quickly ran to his left, ready to receive his pass. Zhang Xiaobao faced the opposing number 15. He stretched his right foot forward and made a hooking motion. Number 15 did not hesitate. He kicked the ball with his left foot and passed the ball towards his own number 9. Zhang Xiaobao's right foot suddenly landed on the ground. His left leg stretched back horizontally. With a bang, the heel of his left foot blocked the pass from number 15. This was the simplest form of blocking. Defensive players would often use it to confuse people by extending their legs in the opposite direction to block the ball. Number 15 was stunned. He had seen Zhang Xiaobao's action just now. He had clearly used his right foot, so he should have been able to pass the ball. Why did he suddenly do that? By the time he wanted to chase the ball, it was too late. Not to mention that he was stunned for a moment. Even if he was not stunned, it was too late. He needed to turn around to chase the ball. Zhang Xiaobao directly started. There were still 3 strikers on the opponent's side. They were a little distance away from number 15. Zhang Xiaobao caught the ball. When the opponent's number 8 stretched out his leg, Zhang Xiaobao gently flicked the ball under the football. He just flicked the ball over the opponent's head. Without waiting for the ball to fall naturally, Zhang Xiaobao rushed forward and jumped. He quickly tapped the ball with his head. His right knee gently pressed and smoothed. His body leaned to the left, just in time to block the opponent's number 17. The opponent's last striker in front of Zhang Xiaobao thought that an opportunity had come. He stretched out his leg. Zhang Xiaobao moved his right foot ahead of time and pulled the ball back to the right. His body continued to lean against the opponent's number 17. He stuck close to the number 17 and completed a 270-degree turn. In the process of turning, his left foot touched the ball. The ball was kicked out. It was an irregular Maasai roundabout. He saw Zhang Xiaobao break through from so far away, and then pass the ball under Zhang Xiaobao's stride. Then he saw Zhang Xiaobao dribble the ball and rush towards him. A sense of powerlessness suddenly rose in his heart. The only thing he could do was to learn from the other side and retreat. The two defenders, number 12 and number 13, did not care about the opponent's number 1 and number 6 positions. They gritted their teeth and came up one after another, intending to cooperate with number 20 to defend. As for who Zhang Xiaobao passed the ball to, they did not care. The most important thing was to not let Zhang Xiaobao pass the ball into the goal from their backfield. Zhang Xiaobao did not have the slightest intention of passing the ball. He quickly came in front of the opponent's number 20 and directly did another Masa spin. He dribbled the ball and rushed towards the last 2 defenders of the opponent. Number 20 could do nothing about Zhang Xiaobao's action. He just pulled Zhang Xiaobao when he turned around, but it did not affect him. When facing number 12, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly slowed down and sat back to pull the ball back. Because number 12 was a little to the left in front of him, the opponent's number 13 was a little to the right. If he pulled the ball to the left, it would be very difficult to pass from the right of number 12, and the opponent's number 13 would be able to run over. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao finished pulling the ball with his left foot, his right foot tapped the ball. The left side of his body was facing number 12. Number 12 and number 13 suddenly had an idea in their minds. He still wanted to use that move, so they moved to their right side together, intending to wait for Zhang Xiaobao to turn around and dribble the ball to directly stop him. But Zhang Xiaobao did not do the masa spin this time. He tapped his right foot and suddenly pushed the ball forward again, leaving the straight line of number 12 and number 13's front defense. His left foot kicked the ball, and his right foot kicked the ball again. His body had changed direction and was facing the opponent's goal. When he turned sideways just now, he was facing the opponent's left side. Number 12 and number 13 had just run to their positions and were waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to finish that move so that they could stop him, when they found that Zhang Xiaobao had run so far away from them. The two hurriedly chased back. Number 13 was closer and ran faster. He bit and chased with all his strength. Zhao Hanzhang, who could not catch back in the midfield, shouted, "Foul, foul, the goalkeeper can't stop him." "Ah!" Number 13 shouted. It was unknown whether he was answering Zhao Hanzhang or encouraging himself. He bent down and retracted his hands in front of him. Zhang Xiaobao glanced out of the corner of his eye and was very helpless. He could guess what number 13 was going to do. He must want to do the goalkeeper's save action, but he was going to pounce. When he looked up again, the opponent's goalkeeper took 2 steps forward and also bent down to wait. He probably had the same purpose as number 13, to pounce. Zhang Xiaobao saw that he was already in front of the penalty area and was not in the mood to play a penalty shot with the opponent. He adjusted his posture slightly, twisted his waist, and raised his foot to the middle of the football. The instep of his foot went up. With a muffled bang, the ball was whipped up like a cannonball. Under the gaze of the audience, it flew toward the 10,000 generals' goal. The generals in the stands were shocked at first. He shot, but when they saw the way the ball flew, they were relieved. According to this situation, it would fly out of the goal. Some people in the audience sighed first. Zhao Hanzhang also let out a long breath and said, "Zhang Xiaobao is not a... Damn, how did it get in?" "It got in, it got in." The audience was also stunned. Then, someone was the first to cheer. Everyone waved their arms and shouted. Li Longji also wanted to get up and clap, but next to him, Xiao Bei pressed on his shoulder and jumped, so he could not stand up. On the field, Zhang Xiaobao saw the ball go in. He gently exhaled and smiled at number 13, who had just stopped pouncing in front of him. "If you really pounced on me, you could have easily been sent off with a red card, but it's better than number 11 from before." "No, no." Number 13 shook his head vigorously and refused to admit it. Zhang Xiaobao would not force him to admit it. He just said it. He raised his hand and waved it in a circle, causing the audience to cheer even louder. It had already surpassed the cheers for number 6 of the victorious team. Because no matter how good number 6 played, he was still just a Kuju player. Zhang Xiaobao represented the prestige of Tang Dynasty. Together with Wang Wan, he had long become the idols of Tang Dynasty's people. Idols were always the best. Even if they did something wrong occasionally, they could be forgiven. Moreover, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had never missed a chance. Tang Dynasty, Xiaobao, Tang Dynasty, Xiaobao. It was unknown who started shouting first, but the audience adjusted and followed suit. Unlike the slogan of Victorious Team Number 6, when they shouted for number 6, the audience shouted for Tang Dynasty when they shouted for Zhang Xiaobao. They believed that Zhang Xiaobao was qualified to represent Tang Dynasty and represent them. The goalkeeper of the 10,000 Generals team was still looking at the football in the net behind him. He was stunned and motionless. He could not understand why this happened. It should have flown out. Sitting in the commentator's position, Wang Wan, who had not spoken until now, finally spoke. What everyone saw just now was an attack by the victorious team. Moreover, she had said so many terms, which showed that she usually worked very hard. Just as Wang Wan was weakly explaining, Zhang Fang, who was in Xiao Bei's group, came over. There were only 2 people from the seedling protection team around her. Along the way, the audience made a path for them. What moved Zhang Fang the most was that the audience who made way for them would nervously stare at the people beside them. At this moment, they were the guards of Zhang family and Wang family. Zhang Fang, who was older than Xiao Bei, nodded and smiled at the audience on both sides. She swore in her heart that she would do well with Xiao Bei and deal with bad officials. This was a special kind of care. If any official bullied the people, she and the others would bully that official to death. Otherwise, how could she have the face to accept this kind of treatment? Xiao Fang, why are you here? Wang Wan looked at Zhang Fang and asked. Sister, can you let me explain? I can also learn from my brother. Zhang Fang whispered back. Wang Wan's face showed a gratified smile. She nodded and said, okay, you can do it. Don't be nervous. Say what you want. Don't be afraid even if you say something wrong. Zhang Fang also smiled sweetly and took the microphone. She first tried to say hello before sitting on her sister's lap. She looked at the situation on the field and said, now the ever-victorious team is organizing an attack again. Xiao Bao in the midfield dribbles the ball forward. The opponent's midfielders come forward to block. The opponent's forwards are also desperately chasing back. The 6 people are about to surround brother Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao passes the ball. The ball is passed to the left side of the ever-victorious team's number 14. The pass is a point forward with a certain arc. Number 14 directly passes the ball forward. He uses the bicycle technique. With a fake move, he shakes the Wanjiang team's midfielder number 20 and continues to dribble the ball forward. Number 6 and no. One of the forwards are running forward, looking for a suitable position. Oh, number 4 of the midfield on the right side also runs forward under the signal of brother Xiao Bao. Number 14 passed the ball. The ball traversed the entire field and landed at the feet of number 4. Number 4 moved forward and similarly raised his leg to pass the ball. The ball landed at the feet of brother Xiao Bao, who was assisting. Brother Xiao Bao did not continue to pass the ball. He continued to dribble forward. The Wanjiang team's midfielder number 17 and Zhao General ran toward brother Xiao Bao together. The 2 men were ready to join forces to intercept brother Xiao Bao's ball. Xiao Bao did a Xiao Bao spin, and then did a tail swing, relying on the opponent's defender number 12 to pass the ball. He passed a lonely high penalty. The ball went straight to number 14 of the ever-victorious team's left winger. Number 14 stopped for a moment, jumped up and crossed the ball from the air to number 6's head. Number 6 also jumped up, swayed his head, and made a fake move. The ball passed, and number 6 blocked number 13's starting position. It fell to number 1's feet. Number 1 leaned sideways, swung his left leg, and faced the football flying horizontally. He volleyed, and the ball rushed into the Wanjiang team's goal with a whistling sound. It's a goal. Audience friends, the score on the field is now 13 goals in the lead. Brother Xiao Bao showed me the importance of the center midfielder. This position not only needs to defend, but also assists. At the same time, it is the soul of the whole team. It is not a marshal, nor a general. It is a general who organizes the team to kill on the battlefield. It can be killed by itself, but it is also necessary to organize the team. Commentator Zhang Fang will explain for you. Zhang Fang's voice resounded on the field. The audience's cheers were also like a tide. They cheered for the goal of the ever-victorious team, and also praised Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's sister. It was almost as if the audience's eyes were all looking at the commentator's position. Chapter 987. Feeling so many gazes on her, Zhang Fang shyly lowered her head. Wang Wan was also very surprised. Zhang Fang usually didn't like to talk. Why did she suddenly change today? Her imitation of Zhang Xiaobao's way of commentating was too realistic. If it wasn't a girl's voice, people would have thought that Zhang Xiaobao was commentating. On the field, Zhang Xiaobao was also stunned. He turned his head to look at the commentary platform. He didn't expect his sister Zhang Fang's performance to be so outstanding today. The commentary just now, even if compared to his and Wang Wan's era, would make countless commentators who thought they were good feel ashamed. Zhang Fang saw her sister Wang Wan looking at her and explained in a low voice, "That day when brother was teaching the team, I thought it was very interesting. It was the first time I realized that the ball could be played like this. So when I had time, I thought about how brother played the ball. Later, when brother was talking about the formation, I also tried my best to memorize it. I realized that the Kuju field needs the overall cooperation. Even if the team is not very good and has no outstanding players, as long as they cooperate well, they can still win." Then brother brought up the concept of king. I also realized that under the circumstances of good cooperation, the team also needs a soul. He must have the ability to turn the tide in adversity. I've always been thinking about who is the soul of the team and which position he belongs to. I don't understand. Although number 6 played very well, I knew that he wasn't. Only when my brother stood at the center midfielder position did I realize. The center midfielder is the soul? Wang Wan asked. When the two spoke, their voices were very soft, but it was still transmitted to the entire field through the microphone. The game stopped, and the audience became interested and listened carefully. Zhang Fang shook her head. "No, because I know that brother can play any position, even the goalkeeper. I believe that brother can use his wonderful diving to lead the whole team. When brother was organizing the attack, I suddenly felt that the real soul of the team is every position. As long as you perform well, even if you stand outside the field as the commander, you can give the team a strong sense of confidence. I want to say that we should do our part well. For example, Xiao Bei's part is very good. And Xiao Yuan, Xiao Hai, and the others. I'm the same. As long as we do well, we'll be the soul of the team." Therefore, when my brother was teaching, I was looking for my own position. I have been looking for it for a long time. Actually, today, I finally understood that I am Zhang Fang. My position is among the 9 patrol inspectors. Wang Wan gently clapped her hands. In an instant, applause came from the audience and the field at the same time. Countless officials who had followed Li Longji here looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who was standing beside Zhang Fang, and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. How could the two of them teach their younger brother and sister to have the innocence of a child, but also to have a way of thinking that wasn't much worse than an adult's? How could they unify two opposing things? Wang Wan followed the topic and said, "Therefore, everyone in the Tang Empire is very important. Whether it's a government official, a farmer, a businessman, or a soldier, as long as they find their position, they can also become the soul of the Tang Empire. The pure mutton soup pancake chain store in the West City that sells soup pancakes earns no less money than the Joy House. Last year, the farming king of Wanyan County, the agriculture temple, also came to ask for advice. Just the gifts they prepared for him alone cost 300 strings of coins. There's also Auntie Sue, who sweeps the streets in the capital. In order to let her son use the same broom as her, she invented a broom with a telescopic handle. The Ministry of Works rewarded her family with a courtyard. Her son also connected a dustpan that could be turned back to the garbage truck. The Ministry of Works also used it to add coal to the boiler. Similarly, she also received a lot of rewards. In every industry, as long as you do your job well, you can achieve results. Of course, the key lies in whether the relevant people and officials notice it. However, if the officials don't notice it, it also means that they don't grasp their position well. After Wang Wan explained Zhang Fang's words, she listed out 2 common things as if she was familiar with them. Once again, she won applause from the audience. This was because these things couldn't be made up randomly. They had to go and find out about it regularly. This showed that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had always been concerned about every little thing. Li Longji was also interested. He also waved to the side and asked for a microphone. He said, "My thoughts are the same. Just like the several degrees ready-made clothes shop beside Vermilion Bird Street, the clothes they make are divided into 3 layers, the inside, the outside, and the outside. The inside and outside can be removed and washed, so the business is prosperous. Another example is the painter in the zoo. He first draws the shape of the animals and leaves the empty space for the tourists to fill in. Then, he draws the sugar-blowing figures. The people who make the figures blow their own trumpet, and the buyers don't eat it because they think it's dirty. In the East City, I know of a one-eyed sugar-blowing figure who often has bamboo pipes for the buyers to blow their own trumpets. Each person has one pipe and changes them one by one. Thus, there are countless buyers. Perhaps it's not easy to make the shapes, but the buyers are happy. Even if they blow the sugar into pieces, they will still be happy." Wow! The applause grew louder. The audience felt that it was worth it to spend money to watch this match. Not only did they get to watch an exciting match, but they also got to hear the exciting commentary. They even got to see Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the Emperor, whom they could only look at but not reach, casually talk about trivial matters of the common people. This was the Emperor, after all. He even knew about the clothes making and the sugar-blowing figures. Could they say that he didn't care about the common people? It turned out that the Emperor had always been watching them and was always with them. "Don't look at me. I'm not going to play today. Look at me, I'm not going either. Let's talk about it again when I'm able to defend against Xiaobao. The match will continue. The time we wasted just now will be counted into the injury stoppage time." Li Longji was proud of himself, but he still had to show an appropriate amount of humor. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience burst into laughter. On the field, it was still the 10,000 Generals team who started the match. They were already used to it. Zhang Fang's voice also rang out along with the situation on the field. The audience watched, listened, and felt that it was very enjoyable. Those who felt that time passed the slowest and the most difficult were the Generals. That ball only had a chance to cross the opponent's half of the field and reach the penalty area when their own team kicked off. Except for the kickoff, the football was mostly in their own half of the field at the rest of the time. Zhang Xiaobao, who had just been brought on, was full of energy. He stood in the center midfielder position, and every time he mobilized to attack, there was a high chance that he would score a goal. Although their own team imitated the other team's positioning, they were running around the field blindly. It was not easy to get the ball, so they did not dare to stay at their feet for too long. They needed to pass it out immediately, or else it would definitely be snatched away. One could also see the standard of this pass. The ever-victorious team rarely passed high balls. They basically passed the ball below the head. Only Zhang Xiaobao liked to play long passes. But he was very accurate and the speed of the ball was also fast. The person who received the ball was very comfortable when receiving it. As they passed the ball was kicked high up. When it fell, the time used was enough for the other team's defender to run back and forth. The ever-victorious team has scored a goal. The ever-victorious team has scored another goal. Such a voice lingered in the ears of the Generals, making them annoyed. They could not get up and leave the field angrily. Not to mention what their own team members thought, the Emperor was still sitting and watching. Who would dare to leave first? In the last few minutes, the Generals did not know how they spent it. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that the referee was about to blow the whistle, he volleyed the ball about 32 meters away from the ball in advance and sent the ever-victorious team's 29th goal into the opponent's goal. The whistle at the end of the game finally sounded. Ladies and gentlemen, the game between the ever-victorious team and the 1000 Generals team is over. The ever-victorious team beat the 1000 Generals team with an absolute advantage of 29 goals. The 1000 Generals team was not very lucky today, so they did not score a single goal. But I believe everyone has seen their performance on the field. They were very active when they fought for the ball, and they also put in a lot of effort in the running process. Continuous losses did not make them lose their morale. When the last goal was scored, everyone could find that their goalkeeper still used all his strength to save. They did not surrender without a fight, nor did they blame each other. They have been working hard. They are heroes. The commentator Zhang Fang was very sensible and praised the Thousand Generals team. As for the ever-victorious team on her side, the number of goals scored was the best praise. The audience really gave the Thousand Generals team a warm applause. They did not underestimate the members of the Thousand Generals team. They believed that if it was another opponent, they would definitely win, and even win the game with the same big score. They lost because they were not prepared enough. They lost in the hands of the team taught by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. If it were another team, it might not be as simple as losing 29 goals. Which team dared to say that they could play better than the Thousand Generals team? The people of the other teams on the viewing platform were also nervous. After a little comparison, they found that their teams could not beat the Thousand Generals team. As for the ever-victorious team, they could not compare for the time being. The substitutes that the ever-victorious team usually sent to play against their teams were not at the same level as their main team. They were all fooled. At first, they thought that the ever-victorious team was not that good. They had to go back and think about it carefully. Otherwise, they would have to take a detour when they met the ever-victorious team in the future. Zhao Hanzhong limped to the commentary platform. He did not feel uncomfortable on the field, but once he came off the field, his whole body was sore. He had been shaken by Zhang Xiaobao no less than 10 times. There was no other way. When Zhang Xiaobao attacked, he had to work hard to defend. He could stand still and not fall, but it was too embarrassing. So he had to be on guard every time. But for some reason, he would always fall. He did not understand why Zhang Xiaobao did not fall when he was shaken so much. When he came to the commentary platform, Zhao Hanzhong said to Wang Wan, "Thank you." Wang Wan did not understand what he meant. Zhao Hanzhong continued, "Thank you for letting Xiao Bao keep the number of goals under 30. Otherwise, I would have fallen to my death. Oh, my waist. My leg. Is it broken? It hurts. There is not a spot on my body that does not hurt. What should I do?" Wang Wan finally understood what was going on. Zhao Hanzhong had come to question her because she had said that 30 goals were too many, and that was why he had fallen. Alright, she was from the military after all, so she couldn't just watch others suffer. "General Zhao, the doctor will be here in a while. There are a few good medicines where Xiao Bei is sitting. Let the doctor give you a massage. Tonight, Savant's restaurant. How about a seafood feast or a mountain feast? You choose. It's a promise." Zhao Hanzhong instantly felt much better. Savant's restaurant, a set of banquets. What should he eat? Seafood. Crabs did not have yellow or meat in this season. Oysters? There should be bears for mountain delicacies. There were also tigers and deer. Does flying in the mountains and forests count as mountain delicacies? Zhao Hanzhong remembered that he had eaten a few days ago from the north of Hebei province, the Bohai commander-in-chief's office. The taste of the soup was really good. He asked. Yes. Wang Wan nodded. Even if a sea turtle crawls ashore and runs to the side of the mountain, it is also considered a mountain delicacy. If a seagull lands on the cliff, it is also considered a mountain delicacy. Alright. Eat a mountain delicacy. Oh, my waist. Where is Xiao Bei? Your uncle Zhao is here to see you. Xiao Bei, your uncle Zhao is about to be killed by your brother. Zhao Hanzhong was satisfied. He placed his hands on his waist and went to find where Xiao Bei was. The medicine there was relatively better. Wang Wan shook her head and left the commentary platform. She went to see Zhang Xiaobao, who was talking to his team members at the side of the field. Are you tired? Wang Wan handed him a bowl of water and asked. It's okay. I will play in the second half after a while. They are tired, especially those who have finished the whole game. The pace of the game is very fast. I guess they need to go back and rest well. Zhang Xiaobao took the water and poured it all over his body. He looked at the exhausted team members who were full of energy, but were still full of energy. The players of the always victorious team who were on the field were panting heavily with a relaxed smile on their faces. Today, they finally proved their value to others. Their physical fatigue, coupled with their mental excitement, made them not have too many other thoughts. They were just happy and were waiting to go back to Xiao Bei and the others to take credit. At the same time, they also wanted to thank Xiao Bei and the other 9 people. The 9 people chose them, so they had today's victory and the audience cheered for them. The medical team had come to them, put thick blankets on them, and then immediately massaged them. The players of the 10,000 Generals team were treated the same. When they were wrapped in blankets and massaged, someone brought them hot soup and asked them to smoke it instead of drinking it directly. However, they were not particularly disheartened. Today's loss was not unjustified. Their own team could not adapt to the opponent's formation at all, not to mention so many dazzling defensive moves. They were clearly using big swords to deal with guns and cannons. Today's loss was worth it. They learned a lot. Only through contact, they knew the gap. When they went back to rest, they could practice according to what they saw. Wang Wan personally massaged Zhang Xiaobao's legs. She looked at the other doctors and said, "It is estimated that in the future, with the prosperity of sports, there will be more doctors in the profession. We have to prepare in advance. It is best to cultivate medical ethics first." Doctors who were not good at medicine were bad people, but doctors with good medical skills but bad morals were even worse. Diseases that could be easily cured, but because the patients believed in them, they delayed the treatment. They kept treating minor illnesses into major illnesses or chronic illnesses. When we earn more money, other than the current pregnant women and very young children, we can also put other people in the list of free medical treatment. This can stop doctors from doing bad things for money. Tisk, be gentler. You hate those doctors. Don't vent your anger on my leg. What you said won't work. If we really do as you say, no one will learn medicine. We can't just use morality to ask people. For a doctor's profession, you have to let their income exceed the average income. It doesn't have to be too much, about 10% is good enough. Otherwise, they will feel psychologically unbalanced because they are more tired than usual. For example, a street sweeper is just a little more careful. When he is tired, he can rest. When a doctor is performing an operation, can he rest when he is tired? How much psychological pressure does a gynecologist have to bear? On one hand, it is morality, and on the other hand, it is instinct. Now in the Tang Empire, morality restrains instinct. I hope it will be like this in the future. But when it restrains instinct, it will inevitably have an impact on him, so his income should be higher than the average. Otherwise, he will only treat people who can afford to buy diesel engines and cars every day. He doesn't even have a bicycle. He will doubt his profession. What is the point of living? Zhang Xiaobao grimaced from Wang Wan's pinch, but he still maintained his rationality and analyzed the profession of a doctor. Wang Wan's hand movements became mechanical. Thinking about Zhang Xiaobao's words, she said, "Then we can only increase the tax of people with high income to balance the gap between the country's financial income and subsidies. Because some professions are paid by the country, but for people who earn money with their own abilities, it is not fair. They earn more because they are capable. Why should they pay more tax? Because they are better than others. Just like the businessmen who are contributing in the Chaoyang operation now. You can't use your ideas to replace them. If you ask them if they are willing, many of them are willing. I alone can support all the expenses of a school. Can you? Look at Hongnong County, where Xiao Bei and the others went to the school that was flooded. We didn't say that we would let the businessmen keep some of their goods and wait for the school to have something to eat, right? We just want them to be willing. Yes, willing to give some of their goods to the school children. But there, the children can live well with the goods they deliberately left behind. The nutrition is balanced, and there are fruits, vegetables, meat, and eggs. This shows that when most people have the ability to contribute, they feel proud. This pride is selfish, but to society, it is selfless. So we should take more money from the rich. Zhang Xiaobao said a lot of principles, which confused Wang Wan. She thought carefully and said, let's do this first. If there is no good way, then we can use pure capitalism, the law of the jungle, and the law of the jungle. Anyway, it can't be communism. See, you admit it too. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said. What did I admit? I'm just saying. Maybe we don't have enough thinking now. When we have enough in the future, our thinking will be different. Wang Wan exerted strength in her hand. Aya, are you trying to squeeze me to death? Yes, I admit that our thinking isn't enough. Not to mention now, even in 1,000 years, it won't be enough. Xiao Bei is here. Xiao Bei, come and help your brother rub his legs. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he turned his head and saw his sister coming. The other 8 people followed, and their expressions didn't look good. Xiao Bei held a newspaper in her hand and pouted. She came in front of her brother and helped him rub his legs. Then she said, brother, sister, we have to go on a long trip. Okay, we can go out and play. Where do you want to go? How long will it take? I have to prepare the things you want to learn. You can't just play and delay your studies. Zhang Xiaobao didn't even think about it before agreeing. Let's go to Hongnong first. The business in Old Willow Village was unexpectedly dealt with by the officials outside. They let our brothers and sisters in charge there send gifts to them. We didn't do anything illegal. The telegram just arrived. We have to go there and take a look. If it's our fault, we will accept the punishment. If it's not our fault, I won't be able to deal with them. It's not the officials of Hunan Province in Hongnong. It's Jiangnan Province in West Province. Yuan Zhou is there, and Yuan Zhou is there, Xiao Bei said angrily while waving the telegram in her hand. Chapter 988. Zhang Xiaobao reached out, took the telegram, and read it carefully. It said, Sister Xiao Bei, I'm Lu Feifei from Old Willow Village. We made a lot of dolls. After my brother finished the reconstruction of Hongnong, he came back with the dolls to sell elsewhere. He saw where they needed a large number of dolls so that we could develop the company. My brother didn't come back during the new year. He went to Jiangzhou. There is a big lake in Jiangzhou. I know about it. My brother also sent a telegram saying that he found a businessman there who was willing to cooperate with us to sell dolls. But as soon as my brother made the deal, he was caught by the government. They said that my brother made charms to harm Tang. They asked my brother who ordered him, but my brother didn't say you. Later, the government asked us to give them a share of the money for every doll we sold. They sent the telegram to the county. My brother didn't agree, so he was locked up. I didn't want to trouble you, but I really had no choice. You helped me. They are all officials, and your position is very high. You asked them to release my brother. I asked a roast duck seller in Sanshui County to help me send the telegram. My father took me to the county. I saw it. The county is more beautiful than before. Remember to send the telegram. It was the government office in Jiangzhou's Dukang County who caught my brother. After reading it, Zhang Xiaobao understood that either Lu Feifei's brother was tricked by the businessman, or the local government wanted to share the benefits directly because the business would be big in the future if the businessmen cooperated with them. As for why the telegram was so long, it was naturally because the people in the roast duck shop helped to send another message, the intelligence system of Zhang family and Wang family. Otherwise, it would cost a lot of money to write so many words. Your Old Willow Village doll group has been investigated. Are you going to send a telegram? Zhang Xiaobao handed the paper to Wang Wan and asked his brother and sister. Xiao Bei shook his head. No, we've discussed it. We'll directly send a message to our local intelligence organization and ask them to protect Sister Lu's brother. We'll go personally. We have to find out who's behind this. How dare they ruin my business? Are they still lawless? Xiao Bei was very angry. Wang Wan laughed. I guess they didn't mention your name. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for the Tang Empire to find an official with the guts to investigate your transactions. Wouldn't it be better for you to send a telegram to ask? You can't investigate others without reason. Let's go and come back quickly. At that time, you and Big Brother can finish the martial arts examination with them and go to the place where the Tujue used to be. We also want to go to Hongnong to see the current site of the amusement park. We can bring Xiao Yuan's mother and my mother and treat it as a trip. Xiao Bei explained. The other 8 nodded. It seemed that they had already discussed this matter. Wang Wan neither agreed nor disagreed. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the sky. After thinking for a while, he said, That's fine. Let's take our mother out for a walk. I'll prepare things for you to learn so that our mother can accompany you to learn. My request is to kill as few people as possible. Don't kill if you can. Capture them and hand them over to the Ministry of Justice. Send back news every morning, noon, and night. Listen to the person in charge of the team. Don't fall sick because of the cold. Okay. We'll remember all of it. Ha! Xiao Bei jumped up happily. They could go out to play again. The other 8 were also very excited. The 9 children rushed back to the manor together to make preparations. They had spent a lot of manpower and resources on this trip. Just the supply team that followed behind them was huge, not to mention the various weapons that were carried by the people who were supposed to protect them. Seeing her brothers and sisters walk away, Wang Wan helplessly shook her head. Xiao Bao, you should just spoil them. Look at how wild they have become. What do you mean by spoiling them? If they want to go out to play, then let them. It's not like they won't come back. There's no need to worry about their safety on the road. Without our personal guidance, their learning will be delayed. But when they go out, they can walk around more, see more, and broaden their horizons. A lot of life's insights can't be learned from books. I don't expect them to be full of wisdom. Besides, we're going to participate in the military examination with them. Where would we find the time to teach them? Speaking of the military examination, we don't know how long it will take. Using cold weapons to fight hot weapons, even if they're hard, will take a lot of energy. With the time ratio of 1 to 4, do you think they'll finish in a month? Zhang Xiaobao might have been used to wandering around when he was young, so he didn't dislike his younger siblings going out under protection. In fact, he supported it. Wang Wan thought about Zhang Xiaobao's words and said, How long they can fight will depend on their ability. I don't necessarily need to annihilate them all. Even if my 100,000 people all die and I destroy their 80,000 people, they can't say they've won. But I reckon that we won't be able to play tomorrow. We'll have to wait for another 2 days. Who asked you to score so many goals today? If I say 30 goals, you'll score 29 goals. If I say 100 goals, will you score 99 goals? That'll have to be basketball. Football won't do. There's not enough time, and the field is big. I can't run over. Zhang Xiaobao had a serious expression as he argued with Wang Wan about why he couldn't score 99 goals in football. Things were just as Wang Wan thought. The generals left, leaving Zhao Hanzhang to enjoy a massage. When Wang Wan came to Zhao Hanzhang's side and told him about the military examination tomorrow, Zhao Hanzhang shook his head vigorously. I'm too tired today. I need to rest. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep up. Tomorrow. The other generals aren't tired either. Why not? Wang Wan asked even though she already knew the answer. It's tiring to watch the competition. Besides, I'm part of them. If there's one less link, we'll lose a war. Am I not important? Am I dispensable? Zhao Hanzhong pretended to be angry, but he grimaced from the pinch. In his heart, he was cursing, "You two are too unreasonable. You dragged us out for so long. Just as we were about to start the military examination, you made a football match. I wanted to win a match to raise morale, but in the end, we lost by a large margin. Right now, not only did their morale not improve, their condition was even worse. According to the current situation, if they were to fight against you in the sand table, they would probably lose first. Only a fool would agree to your proposal to carry out the military selection tomorrow. Fine, then you can set a time. You can't make us wait too long and delay our other things. As a general, you must have the courage to be decisive. If you keep avoiding the battle, you'll definitely lose. You can't do that," Wang Wan said in a teaching tone. Zhao Hanzhong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Who avoided the battle at the beginning? You made us so tired. Now that you're in good condition, you have to compete? What kind of logic is this? He thought in his heart, but he said, 3 days, at most 3 days. When my body is not sore anymore, the military examination will start. Fine, then I'll give you 3 days to prepare. At the same time, you can pass on a message to the generals. That is, fighting a war is like playing football. You have to think about your own shortcomings. Don't think that you're fully prepared, only to find that the opponent has a more powerful formation on the field. You must remember this. After Wang Wan finished speaking, she flew away like a butterfly. Zhao Hanzhong sat there and enjoyed the various tastes of the massage. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence, "You guys are too immoral. Didn't you just want us to hesitate and making decisions? Didn't you just lose 29 goals? Don't tell me you want us to keep thinking about football in the sand table game? Sir Zhao, you're right. Don't be affected. 29 goals is really not a lot. A match is 90 minutes, not even a third of the time," the doctor who massaged Zhao Hanzhong advised. "Fine, don't hurt me. I've thought about it just now. I know how to arrange a formation." Zhang Xiaobao was merciful. They were originally 4-5-1, and the midfield and backfield were very strong. I was worried that the midfield couldn't withstand the impact. Later, when Zhang Xiaobao came on, it became 4-4-2, which showed that he had the confidence to defend the midfield. But we also changed. If he also went forward, then they would have 3 forwards. I can guess that he didn't do that. Otherwise, it would have been 4-3-3. With our defense, not to mention 29 goals, he could have scored 39 goals. Didn't you see his last attack? How many people did we send to stop him? In the end, he still got the ball into our goal. What if he did that the moment he came on? It's all my fault. Why should I believe what the generals discussed? I should have found Zhang Xiaobao and let him play. I should have known that he could play. Tell me, where did we lose? Zhao Hanzhong's analysis was not wrong. Zhang Xiaobao was indeed being lenient. He did not turn into a forward to cause trouble every time. However, there was one thing that he did not consider. If Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to score more goals, he would not have played in a 4-3-3 formation, but 3-5-2 formation. But Zhang Xiaobao usually would not do that. First, it was easy to lose the ball. The training time was too short, even though the players were very hard-working. Second, the formation was changed too many times, and it was easy for people to learn. There was a lot of knowledge in this football formation. If you could keep some secrets, then keep some secrets. The doctor in charge of the massage was very talkative. He said to Zhao Hanzhong, "If you ask me, we mainly lost in 4 aspects." "Oh? Which 4? Zhao Hanzhong was interested. "The first is that the offense is not good enough. The second is that the defense is not good enough. The third is that the organization is not good enough. The fourth is that the individual skills are not good enough. The doctor quickly said the four aspects. You just have to say that there is no good place. There is no need to say 1-2-3-4. Zhao Hanzhong also mocked the doctor at the same time. For example, you did not massage well. I will not say 1-2-3-4. I will just say that your skills are not good. Oh, good. I found that you are good. Gentler. It's so sour. Master Zhao, it's not that I want to take revenge on you. I don't think that way. It's just that the muscles next to your thighs are trembling so much. Feel it yourself. It's like strands. You haven't relaxed yet. The doctor quickly explained. Coincidentally, he rubbed that place. He asked with concern, Master Zhao, have you thought about how to win the military examination? Let me tell you, the young master and young lady are actually afraid that you will compete tomorrow. I believe your first explanation. As for the second, you are definitely on the same side as them. Tomorrow, Do you think we are afraid of tomorrow? I am not afraid. I just don't know the sky. Zhao Hanzhong felt that he was very manly. Chapter 989. That night, Zhang Xiaobao had a good sleep. He had not done any strenuous exercise for a long time. After he was exhausted, he slept very soundly. When he woke up in the morning, there were still a few small places on his body that were sore and numb. He slowly got up and did some exercises to ease the discomfort in those places. Wang Wan came in. Last night, she had stayed with her mother. Today, her mother-in-law, and Xiao Bei were going out. She had arranged for a train to go to Hongnong first. Wash up and eat. After eating, we can go to the station to send them off. Xiao Bei and the rest want to play around, so you indulge them. You even specially accompanied them on a train. In addition to the guards and the people who carry things, there are 1,500 to 600 people. It's good to save this money and do some public welfare. Moreover, it's wasted. Once they go out, it's enough for a normal county's annual revenue. Wang Wan came over to help Zhang Xiaobao rub the uncomfortable places and complained. All right, I don't object to investing money for public welfare. Haven't we been investing all this time? We have money, so why can't we spend it? What kind of logic is this? I let Xiao Bei and the rest spend the money we earned. If this is not allowed, how can we live? Tell me, have I done anything immoral ever since I brought you here? I don't think so. If people in the past knew about this, they would laugh me to death. I realize that after so many years, the halo on my head is getting brighter and brighter. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan with a cheeky smile, making Wang Wan laugh. Do you dare to say this to the Tibetans, Turks, Japanese, and Xinhua people? What halo? Let me see if there are any wings. Don't. That place on my back hurts. When I attacked yesterday, who was behind me? It's bruised. I guarantee it's bruised. These people don't have any skills at all. Where are the Tibetans and Turks? There's only the place. Now, they're all Tang people. Don't cause ethnic division. Do the Japanese dare to oppose me? Wife, take the soldiers and let me kill them. As for Xinhua, you can ask Li Mao. He's the one who wants to be county magistrate. Am I good? Without me, would they be able to recognize the evil nature of their officials? Zhang Xiaobao didn't care at all. After all, he had already done what he had to do. If there was any infamy, he would bear it himself. Maybe if he attacked a few more places, he would be praised as a general contributor. As Wang Wan pushed Zhang Xiaobao outside, she said, time really flies. We don't have to worry about the small income of the farmers like before. The farmers are all rich now. Look at how many people came to accompany us during the new year. Back then, they were half-grown boys. Now, their children have all gone to school. Oh, if it were you, you could just do whatever you want. Every one of them has at least 10,000 strings of cash at home. When you ask them to go out and live on their own, they insist on keeping their indentured servitude contracts and refuse no matter what. Where we come from, there's no such thing. If we're talking about people with backbone, the Gu family's Zhuangzi is also not bad. After Gu Fugui's days are good, they say that they don't need to pay a ransom and that they can change families or go out to live. At that time, I thought that some people would come to our family, but in the end, not a single person moved. When the martial arts examination is over and Xiaobei and the others come back, when we go to the original place of the Tujue, we have to go back to Sanshui County to take a look. After a long time, I want to. Okay, I want to too. I even dreamed about it. The old man in the dream scared me so much that I broke out in a sweat. When I dream about him again, I have to find him and have a good talk. The Gu family's Zhuangzi is their good days. Think about it, if it were you, would you come to our family's Zhuangzi? That's called treachery. They have to consider it. Today, they can betray the Gu family in the future. Tomorrow, they can betray our Zhang family and Wang family. Also, the people of the Li family's Zhuangzi are not bad. They are really lucky. Li Sun wanted to snatch our family's Zhuangzi between the clouds and the water. In the end, he found someone else and got them a Zhuangzi. Now, I don't know how they are doing. When this topic was brought up, Zhang Xiaobao was also filled with emotions. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday. In the blink of an eye, a lot of things had changed. Many people who should have died did not die, many people who should have had their positions were no longer there, and there were fewer wars. Wang Wan sighed and said, "Time really can't stand the passing of time. The Li family's Zhuangzi is not bad." Although Li Sun left, the people of Zhuangzi still recognize Li Sun as their master. They even arranged a marriage with our people of Zhuangzi. Before the new year, they held a banquet. Didn't you hear the villagers say that it was very extravagant? Just the hot air balloons alone were rented. The 4 people of Zhuangzi all went to the banquet. Taking advantage of the half-price discount between the clouds and the water, they booked all the surrounding pavilions. Many people who went there to play cursed. In the end, they had no choice but to invite the people who went there to play as well. Only then did the matter calm down. That wedding cost at least 8,000 strings of cash, if not 10,000 strings of cash. They are really willing to spend money. How can they not be willing? He is marrying our daughter of Zhuangzi. How can 10,000 strings of cash be considered money? Just you wait. When we get married, look at what I have prepared for you. That's... Ugh. Are you trying to kill me? Zhang Xiaobao was proud. He puffed out his chest as Wang Wan pressed his head into the basin of hot water. Wang Wan chuckled. Hurry up and wash up. Aren't you good at swimming? Look at how well you have taught your sister. She even dares to jump into the yellow river and can even fling her clothes in the air. If there is a diving competition, she will be considered an athlete. Don't brag about your achievements. I know you are capable and rich. You have made Beijing people want to keep a low profile when they want to get married. You only know how to use money to cheat your wife. How can you brush your teeth so cleanly? Brush your teeth for a while more. Zhang Xiaobao had just taken out the toothbrush from his mouth, but he had no choice but to put it back. He continued. After he was done, he let out a sigh of relief. I can't let you follow me around next time. It's so torturous. On the day of the wedding, I will prepare slightly less. I will only spend a few dozen strings of cash. For ordinary people, a few dozen strings of cash is considered a big banquet. You dare? I want the best wedding. It's your fault for making so much money. Wang Wan objected again. Let me give you a plane, okay? The kind with double wings. I don't have the ability to fly at supersonic speeds. It's easy to fly. Install 2 diesel engines and fly. When the time comes, we will fly on the Yellow River and not go anywhere else. If something goes wrong, we can jump down. What do you think will happen if we get a few planes on the Yellow River? Zhang Xiaobao opened his arms and flew towards the direction of the dining room. Wang Wan quickened her pace and entered the house first. When Zhang Xiaobao flew in, she said, "With your flying speed and height, a stone can show the effect. It's not important that you can fly. What's important is how much you can carry." "Who says it's not important? What are we eating this morning?" "Master Zhang, what did you make? Is this porridge?" Zhang Xiaobao sat at the table and looked at the food in the bowl. He did not recognize what it was. There was something black in the bowl. It was cooked like paste. This was not to his taste. He liked to drink soy milk, the kind without sugar. "It's dog food. Zhang Hu found it and asked me to make it. Puppies just came out. Female dogs don't have milk. He waited all night yesterday, but the milk has not been squeezed out. He can't wait, so he asked me to make some porridge first." Master Zhang, who made breakfast, directly told him what was in the bowl. "Okay, I'll taste it and see if it's suitable for dogs," Zhang Xiaobao said and lowered his head to eat. Wang Wan stopped him. "Zhang Hu knows whether it's edible or not. If you eat it, what if the puppies don't have enough to eat?" Wang Wan did not think that Zhang Xiaobao ate dog food. The dogs raised by Zhang Hu were good helpers, just like Zhang Ying's Shui Yun. When they hunted with their masters, the dogs were really risking their lives. Even tigers were afraid of bears, but the dogs would rush up to protect their masters. She was really worried that if they did not make enough food, the puppies would starve. "I don't have any status in the family. Master Zhang, I eat soy milk and youtiao. Cuckoo eats porridge and steamed buns. What's the filling for the steamed buns today?" Zhang Xiaobao had to put the food that the puppies ate on another table and ordered something. "There are a few dandelions growing in the greenhouse of the Sinong temple. They were sent here and I wrapped them into steamed buns. I don't know if you like it." What Master Zhang meant was that he thought the best today was this. If she was not used to it, there were other options. Wang Wan was happy when she heard that. It was just the beginning of spring, and the dandelions had not grown yet. It was really good to eat them. She nodded and said, "Just eat this. Don't eat porridge. Change it to tofu pudding with meat sauce." Master Zhang quickly sent the food over and went back to teach his apprentice how to make breakfast. He told his apprentice what breakfast should be like and what the master usually liked to eat. Although it looked simple, it was very particular. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the youtiao with chopsticks and pressed it into the soy milk. He took it out and took a sip. He closed his eyes and savored the taste for a moment. He said, "It's good that I can eat something in the morning. I like this. People should be content. For example, when the oldest plane is built, it doesn't need to fly too fast. It just needs to be able to carry people. Reconnaissance planes are more useful than hot air balloons. If you carry 3 people, 2 of them can become airborne soldiers. During a battle, they can be thrown to key positions, such as the enemy's back, and scare them to death." Wang Wan did not immediately answer. She ate in small bites. When she ate a steamed bun, she first praised Master Zhang's good cooking skills. Then she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "There are still some small territories in our territory. There are still a few small countries in the territory we occupy. Before the war starts, you should deal with them first. I don't want to be stabbed in the back like that guy surnamed Gao. He fought the war smoothly but neglected many things. In the end, he lost. Once he lost, it was all over. It's different. We are not like that guy surnamed Gao. He only wants to use force to conquer. I have other means. When the time comes, I will give them an order in advance and ask them to raise Chinese medicinal herbs or more yaks. I will give them money first and then send more food over. It's easy to fight them, but after the fight, who will live there? If you ask people from Jiangnan to go there, 8 out of 10 people will die of illness. People in the northeast can't do it either. They can't adapt to the climate. It's like Tufan. Now it's said to belong to the Tang Empire. But it's still Zuzan Child who was released to take charge of the affairs there. We have to do it bit by bit and let people adapt to the environment there. Only then can it truly become a place of the Tang Empire. Zhang Xiaobao didn't stop eating while talking. After a while, a fried dough stick was in his stomach. This was not a single one, but a double one. He also finished the soy milk. He carried the bowl to the kitchen and said, "Master Zhang, one more bowl. I'm thirsty today." Master Zhang personally poured the soy milk for him and then turned around to busy himself with his disciple. It was as if he didn't hear what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said at all. Because he and his disciple were the inner courtyard of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they knew the rules. They didn't avoid talking about the master's family. Wang Wan was still eating in small bites. When she saw Zhang Xiaobao coming back, she suddenly thought of something and said, "Xiaobao, I just remembered that Zuzan Child is coming over. He said 2 months before the new year, so he should be here soon. He said that Princess Jincheng is homesick and is bringing him back for a visit. There's such a thing? Okay, then let's invite them to watch the military selections. Don't give him a chance to be arrogant. The weapons used during the sword meet of Hua Mountain are much worse compared to now. Princess Jincheng is having a good life now, right?" Zhang Xiaobao stopped eating and followed Wang Wan's words. "How can it not be good? You scared them like that. A woman who should have the least status is now in Tufan. Her words are more effective than Zuzan Child's. This shows that Tufan is not democratic enough. Otherwise, they wouldn't be like this," Wang Wan said casually. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips and said, "Don't mention democracy. Everything is relative. Democracy is their own business. Speaking of this, I have to say a few words. Don't look at me." Speaking up to this point, Zhang Xiaobao's mouth was moving, but his voice was gone. "Even though I was always outside at that time, I didn't look down on the country. That's because I knew that those who looked down on the country should feel lucky that there was a country that they didn't see as good. That's why they had the chance to look down on this country when they were enjoying equality and democracy outside. The stronger this country that they looked down on was, the more democracy they could enjoy outside, and the more they could look down on it. However, when this country was gone one day, they would have to consider whether they would be looked down on by others when they wanted to look down on them again. The Jews used to be so powerful and controlled a large group of non-Jews. In the end, they didn't have a country and were killed like animals. Later, they had to find a place to revive their country. That was how they got their status. That's why I never scold my own country when I'm outside. I can nitpick and oppose some situations, but I'm really worried that she's gone. If that's the case, I'll be a real animal. It won't be as simple as being scolded as an animal by the people living in this country when I scold this country." Wang Wan nodded silently and didn't say anything. Eating the buns, she felt that the person she should thank the most was the director. Not far from Chang'an, in a place that was only a day's journey, there was also someone who was thanking her country. She was the princess of Jincheng, Li Nunu. In October before the new year, she wanted to come back and take a look, so she made this request to Zuzan Child. Zuzan Child didn't say anything. He immediately organized people and started to prepare all kinds of things. There were gifts, tributes to the emperor of Tang Empire, and little things to give to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Then, the group set off slowly. During the new year of Tang Empire, they were all on the road. Hearing the sound of firecrackers from time to time, Zuzan Child would always think of that letter, the sound of the firecrackers on Mount Hua. That letter said, "West meets Brahma, north is full of grass. Yazhou hangs, Penglai immortals. For barbarians come to court, 8 sides celebrate together. I invite you to visit Mount Hua to discuss the sword." Then, he came. He was forced to come because his wife wrote a letter to Zhang Xiaobao and the others. There was also a letter inviting his wife. Oh, that letter had many mistakes. It was written by Zhang Xiaobei. From then on, Tufan didn't seem to belong to him anymore. Husband, look, the grass is green again. There are some places where the snow hasn't melted, but the grass is already growing. The carriage that Princess Jincheng was in also had glass windows. She pulled open the curtains and looked outside happily. She was talking to Zuzan Child. She changed the way she addressed him because Zuzan Child was no longer the king of Tufan. He was just a governor of a province. That's right, another spring has arrived. This time, I brought you back because I want to stay for a few more days. I heard that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo followed the emperor to the north of Hebei province before the new year. After the imperial examinations, I don't know what they are planning to do. Sigh, they finally have some free time. Zuzan Child looked at Li Nunu beside him. His heart was filled with emotions. Li Nunu was indeed beautiful and had a good upbringing. But when they were in Tufan, he didn't need to pay too much attention to her. If he doted on her a little, she would be very grateful. Now that she was in a good mood, he felt more at ease. It wasn't important whether she was a weak woman or not. What was important was her identity. Her status in Great Tang and Great Tang's strength. In the past, the princesses that were married off were treated like weeds. Now, the pigs and dogs that were given away were treated like treasures. This was because Zhang Xiaobao had said, in the Great Tang, let alone a person, even a dog would not be killed by any country. Princess Jincheng, Li Nunu, was very clear on how she obtained her status. In the past, when she was in Tufan, her husband was bullied by his other wives. She was always worried that she couldn't coax her husband. When she was bullied, her husband wouldn't even say a word of fairness. Now, in Tufan, who dared to not look at her face? Even Xiaobei calls me aunt. Can't I control you all? Could it be that I have to call Xiao Bao and Cuckoo over and ask the hundreds of thousands of soldiers stationed nearby to come over? Just like how I came back this time, I can come back as I wish. I don't care if you all have to wait for the new year or not. If anyone is unconvinced, come forward. Li Nunu was very grateful to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Without them, she wouldn't be where she was now. Of course, Li Nunu also knew what Zhu Zanqi meant. Just like the previous time, he wanted her to help put in a good word for him. Especially, he wanted her to think of a way to meet Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and ask them about their plans. That's right, he was asking the two of them what the Great Tang would do to Tubo. Would they suddenly kill Zhu Zan of Red Virtue and send someone else here? She also didn't want them to kill her husband. After all, he was her husband. Furthermore, she already had a son who was almost 2 years old. This time, she brought him back for everyone to take a look. Princess Jincheng didn't know that from what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew, she didn't have this son. Instead, she had another son who was very controversial. Hearing Zhu Zanqi's words, Li Nunu thought for a long time before saying, "Husband, you don't have to think too much. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo won't send troops to Tufan again. Furthermore, husband is managing that place well." When Zhu Zanqi heard his wife's words of assurance, he finally felt a little relieved. He said, "Then I still have to meet Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, as well as Xiaobei and the others. I miss Xiaobei too. What a good child." When Zhu Zanqi spoke, he was very sincere. He knew that he had to constantly think that he was a family with Great Tang. Otherwise, if he showed even a little bit of dissatisfaction, Zhang Xiaobao would realize that Zhang Xiaobao shouldn't exist in this world. He was clearly a demon. He still remembered that when the team from the sword competition on Mount Hua was blocked by a protruding rock, he rushed over and said, "I'll do it." Tufan was schemed against time and time again because of him. However, he still wanted to ask them what they were going to do this year. They couldn't have set their sights on Tufan, right? Tufan had already recognized the status of a local government. Yes, he wanted to ask the two of them. In Great Tang, Li Longji would support whoever they wanted to attack. Li Longji rarely schemed against such things. Unless he had a good idea, or if some country's envoy angered him. It was only at this time that he would take the initiative to care about Great Tang's foreign wars. However, even if he went to war, he would still ask for advice from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He would send other generals to attack first. If they couldn't win after a long time, that country would have to pray for its own good. This was because at that time, Li Longji would probably send Wang Wan to battle. If it was just Wang Wan, it would just be a clash of swords. What he feared the most was that Zhang Xiaobao would play tricks behind the scenes. Zhang Xiaobao's methods were almost always to destroy the enemy. When Zhu Zanqi thought of this, he sighed. Madam, to be honest, I am really unwilling to accept this. I lost so vexingly. In a daze, I was schemed against by Zhang Xiaobao. Only then did I know that a knife doesn't have to be used to kill people. Princess Jinsheng understood Zhu Zanqi very well. However, understanding was one thing. She couldn't agree with him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have her current status. She could only persuade him, husband, the lives of the people in Tufan are much better than before. In the past, they would always come over to steal things. When did they not die? It's because we don't have enough food. Now that our food supply is slightly affected, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will immediately send a large amount of food over. Not only will we be able to eat delicious rice and noodles, we will also be able to eat seafood by the seaside. In the past, we could only eat fried and barbecued food. It's because Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't say that there wasn't enough pressure and that we couldn't cook rice with water. Last year, they sent something called a pressure cooker. We can steam rice and eat it. I used to eat it when I was in Tang Dynasty. That pressure cooker has some kind of sealing technology. They weren't worried that we would leak it out. They even sent us a lot of radio stations so that we could send the news over in time. Last year, there was a heavy snowfall. If there wasn't a radio station, how many people would have died? After we sent out the news, 7 days later, the horses that they sent over came. Didn't you understand before? That time, they exhausted more than 3,000 horses. Isn't that good? Good. It's indeed better than before. Even though Zhu Zanqi wasn't willing to admit it from his perspective, when he evaluated objectively, he couldn't help but admit that Tang Dynasty did a good job. When Zhang Xiaobao was scheming against the Tufan Empire, he was sharp. But when he helped them, he was just as swift. More than 3,000 horses died from exhaustion or cold just to deliver the goods. He didn't even say a word. When the person who delivered the goods came over, he asked about how many people died and whether there were any diseases. I know that they are good, and I know that they are amazing. Last summer, you said that you wanted to eat drunken crabs. You even specially ordered the Lake Tai drunken crabs. In the end, they immediately picked out the best crabs. While the southeast wind was blowing, they took over 30 hot air balloons and flew to our place. Along the way, they used the water from Lake Tai to raise the crabs. In autumn, which was right before you returned to Tang Dynasty, they sent the crabs over. At that time, the crabs were ready to be eaten. They cooked them in front of us. When I was the king, I couldn't do this. I know that they didn't just send us crabs. They also wanted to show Tang Dynasty's strength. But I'm afraid that they... When Zhu Zan said this, he didn't know what to say. If he said that he was afraid of death, he would be too weak. But if he didn't say it clearly, he was worried that he would be killed. Princess Jinsheng quickly persuaded, "No, my husband, we have always been together. There's also our little Tang Puzan. Even if it was according to the thoughts of the previous emperor, if my brother emperor wanted to kill someone, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would not agree. Xiao Bao likes children the most." Zhu Zan thought for a while and nodded, "I know. I hope that little Tang Puzan can be liked by Xiao Bao. Tomorrow, we will arrive at the capital. I heard that the capital is bigger than before." That night, Princess Jinsheng and the others set up camp in the wilderness. They didn't want to trouble other people, so they stayed in tents. They were used to staying in tents. When Zhu Zan was waiting for dinner, he suddenly found something. His subordinates reported that after entering Tang Dynasty, the soldiers in charge of protecting every place should be the soldiers of Shannon East Road. Hearing this news, Zhu Zan was not happy. He thought that the other party was not guarding against him. Instead, he became worried. He thought that the other party was looking for an excuse to get rid of him. So he quickly went into Princess Jincheng's tent and picked up his son. No matter what, he didn't want to go out. It was too dangerous outside. Princess Jincheng was also a little nervous. If Zhu Zan died, what would she do? No matter what happened in the past, they had been together for so many years. They even had a son. She didn't want her child to lose his father. Just when the two of them were worried that the child would be curious about everything, the curtain of the tent was lifted. A soldier came in and said in a panic, "There are people coming from the direction of Chang'an. There are many of them. Listening to the sound of the horses, we can't guess how many people there are." What? Zhu Zan was shocked. He ordered the soldier who came in, "Check and report again." The soldier obeyed and left. Zhu Zan lost all his strength and threw his son to the ground. The child started crying. At this time, Princess Jincheng pulled out her knife and said to Zhu Zan, "Husband, don't worry. If they want to deal with you, I will die in front of them." Zhu Zan was really touched. He couldn't pull out his knife. "Let's die together." At this time, it was suddenly bright outside, and a lot of light shone down from the sky. Needless to say, Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng knew that the light was from the hot air balloon. They heard that the great Tang had developed a new thing that was very useful and could do anything. The two of them took a deep breath. Suddenly, a voice came from outside, "Tang Dynasty's emperor has arrived. Hebei Province's Jidushi Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan have arrived." With a "pa" sound, the two of them dropped their knives and heaved a sigh of relief. The emperor of Tang Dynasty, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan had arrived. Naturally, they weren't here to kill anyone. There was no need to alarm the three of them. If anything were to go wrong during the killing, the three of them would be finished. The entire Tang Dynasty would be finished as well. Li Longji had indeed arrived. When he heard that Zhu Zan was coming, he looked for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to discuss whether they should go and take a look. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and finally agreed. If he didn't agree, Li Longji wouldn't be able to come. This meant that he wasn't prepared and was in danger. However, Wang Wan, who was accompanying him, knew very well that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to see a child. A child who was about the same age as Pan. As for danger, what danger could there be? When they arrived, the guards had to be changed to Tang Dynasty soldiers. They couldn't let Zhu Zan's guards stand by the side. Thus, the three of them came out on horseback. Li Longji didn't have an imperial carriage. That thing was too troublesome and slow. Most importantly, Li Longji's personality had become very mild. He felt that putting on airs in front of his sister was too hypocritical. What was the point? Back then, his sister had married him for the sake of peace between Tang Dynasty and Tubo. She had suffered a lot in the beginning. At that time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hadn't fully revealed their abilities. If he really wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being useless. He had sent his sister away, regardless of whether she was his biological sister or a distant relative. Who would dare to propose a marriage alliance with him now? According to Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo, if they couldn't deal with him, Tang Dynasty no longer needed to sell women in exchange for peace. Whoever dared to cause trouble would have a taste of guns and cannons. Thus, Li Longji always felt that he had let down his sister, Princess Jincheng. When he came to welcome them, he just rode a horse and didn't put on any airs. In the sky, there was also a group of eagles led by Shui Yun. They were responsible for part of the protection mission. Shui Yun's children were already able to fly. However, his 11 children were still unable to do so. Their bodies were too big, and he was afraid that the children's wings wouldn't be able to handle it. One was probably because of good genes, and the other was because they had sufficient nutrition. With 11 children, even if they wanted to eat grasshoppers in winter, the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would still prepare it for them. That was how arrogant they were. They didn't care about money. They had strength. Thus, the intelligent Shui Yun decided to wait a while before letting the children learn to fly. She had to inform the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family first and have them prepare everything. Otherwise, what would she do if they fell to their deaths? She had to be good to her own children. There was nothing to be afraid of if they could fly later. She couldn't compare them to other eagles. What was there to compare? Could the children of other eagles sleep in nests made of cotton flowers? Could they eat lamb every day? In this way, even if Li Longji didn't show off the imperial carriage of an emperor, he was still very awe-inspiring. Just by looking at the eagle in the sky that covered the stars and blocked the moon, ordinary people couldn't enjoy it. When the sound of horses' hooves surrounded the tent, Zhu Zan and his family came out. Under the illumination of the lights in the sky, they saw the flag of the Tibetan Metro Cavalry Battalion, followed by the Imperial Army, followed by the Jinwu Guards, and finally the flag of the Rice Seedlings, which was the protection team of the Rice Seedlings. Li Longji and his family's horses came over. He didn't need others to take care of him. He directly turned over and dismounted from the horse to show his horse skills. Under the accompaniment of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he came to the front of Zhu Zan and his family. This slave greets the emperor. Princess Jincheng was so moved that she was about to cry. Her eyes were red. The emperor personally came to greet her. She knew that he was giving her face. Li Longji nodded to her and took 2 steps forward to help Zhu Zan, who was about to kneel down and kowtow. He didn't let him kneel down and said, "You're finally here. I've been looking forward to it every day. Ever since you said you were coming, I've been counting the days and asked people to report to me several times a day. It's too slow. Why don't you walk faster? I'm so impatient." He was very easygoing. Zhang Xiaobao was very nervous. He was really afraid that Zhu Zan would suddenly pull out a knife. Wang Wan also prepared the knife in her sleeve. At this time, the use of a gun was not very useful. It was too close to the enemy. It was not as convenient as a knife. Zhu Zan was stunned for a moment. He had imagined countless possibilities, but he had never imagined that the emperor of the great Tang would not ask for him to be excused, nor did he put on airs. Instead, he very naturally supported him and did not let him kneel. Then, he said something that ordinary people would say when their relatives came. At this time, Li Longji spoke again, "We'll talk later. There's no need to be polite. Carry my nephew over and let me see. Isn't he very handsome? Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, you two also take a look. It's a pity that you were far away when you were born, so you didn't see it. Xiao Bao, you have to build the railway as soon as possible. When Nu's second child is born, I have to see it personally. Otherwise, I won't be at ease." Zhu Zizan's tears began to flow. He had never imagined that the emperor of the great Tang, Li Longji, would become like this. The words he said were truly heartwarming. The sovereign of a country was speaking to him, the sovereign of a fallen country, in such a manner. At first glance, he didn't care about him and Nu. But he mentioned his son, which meant that he didn't regard him as an outsider. Otherwise, why did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan appear in the Tang Empire? The emperor was so good. He couldn't compare to him. Zhu Zan was very happy today. There was something flying in the sky, and it was so bright. The night was almost the same as the day. There was also a person who smiled and made him feel very comfortable hugging him. Beside them, there were 2 people who were also smiling. There were so many people around. It was very lively. "Xiao Bao, help me with this." Li Longji took out a big jelly from his sleeve. It was wrapped in oil paper and handed it to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to look to know that it was definitely something from the precious candy house. He cursed in his heart. Li Longji, you are too careless. You even want something that belongs to my younger brother and sister. Do you think it's easy for them to earn some money? However, his hands didn't stop moving. With a flip of his hand, the knife first came out. Then, he kept it back and replaced it with another small knife wrapped in oil paper. He cut the jelly into small pieces and carried it over with the oil paper. Zhu Zan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's movements. His body couldn't help but tremble. He understood. Just now, Zhang Xiaobao was ready to kill at any time. That knife changed too quickly. Li Longji didn't care about what other people thought. He used a very small spoon to scoop up a small piece of jelly and fed it to Zhu Zan. He said, "My good nephew, try this. This is the jelly from the precious candy house. It's very expensive." Zhu Zan didn't know what precious candy house was. When he saw food, he opened his mouth and ate it. When his tongue touched the jelly, he narrowed his eyes. The taste was really good. The texture was also not bad. He swallowed it in 2 mouths and continued to ask for more. He even said in a vague voice, "Good, good, delicious." Of course, how can the things from the precious candy house not be delicious? This is something that your sister Xiao Bei and other brothers and sisters eat. Zhu Zan, Nu, you guys try it too. It will be convenient for you to eat it in the future. Li Longji kissed Tang Puzan and said. Zhu Zan wasn't stupid. He immediately realized that the last sentence was not simple. He really took a small piece and stuffed it into his mouth. He asked, "Your Majesty, is Xiao Bei's precious candy house going to open a branch there?" "It's not just the precious candy house. Many businesses have to open there." Xiao Bao said that the railway is too difficult, but the land road also needs to be fixed. At least hundreds of thousands of people need to transport food. 1 year later, in the northwest, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will make a move. Li Longji was still chatting casually. Zhu Zan's heart twitched. He said seriously, "Your Majesty, this subject understands. This subject guarantees that the logistics and transportation will be unimpeded. This subject will bring my head to you. Don't, it's not a big deal. It's a small matter. When the time comes, I will also go to your place for a stroll. I always wanted to go, but I never had the chance. The main reason is that the people in the court opposed it. Fortunately, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo supported it. When I go, there will be a lot of good things. You should prepare to receive them." Li Longji was still so peaceful. Immediately, someone came over with a tray covered by a layer of silk. The tray was brought to Wang Wan. Wei Wei squatted next to her. Wang Wan lifted the silk and revealed the glass jar inside. The glass jar was not expensive. What was precious was the 2 little turtles. They were actually hawksbill turtles. If one didn't measure them carefully, they would be the same size, the size of a palm. When the light shone on them, they opened their eyes and looked outside curiously. Princess Jincheng had seen the world, but when she saw the so-called little turtles, she could not help but take a deep breath. Everyone, including Li Longji and Zhu Zan, was shocked by the pair of hawksbill turtles. This was because the patterns on the back of the 2 tortoiseshell that were bigger on one side were almost exactly the same. Even the shade of the color couldn't be seen at once. The rest of the tortoiseshell's shell patterns were evenly distributed like squares. There was a small circle in the middle, and in the circle, there were inhuman words. One of them had the word Li, while the other had the word Gui. Just taking out one of them was enough to show its value, let alone 2 of them at the same time. The meaning behind this was extraordinary. "All right, I've seen it now. Xiao Bao, you're really rich. You're quite capable as well. I can't believe you can take out such things." Li Longji did not expect to see such a pair of hawksbill turtles. Compared to the Tian jewels, they were even better. Princess Jincheng sighed softly and said to Zhu Zan, "Husband, do you like these 2 things?" Zhu Zizan looked at the pair of tortoiseshell shells with complicated feelings. He understood what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan meant. One was polite and the other was noble. It was a saying that, the use of politeness is precious. This came from the Analects of Confucius. It meant that he, who was once the king of Tubo, had to admit his current position, be polite, and behave in peace. It did not mean that everyone should live in peace and be friends. There was absolutely no such meaning. These two words were from the Analects of Confucius. It meant that he had to admit defeat and follow the lead of great Tang. Tubo would no longer have a country. As long as he accepted these two little guys, it would mean that he had admitted his position as a direct subordinate. From today onwards, he could forget about reviving his country. What if he did not accept them? Once he thought of the consequences, Zhu Zan could not help but tremble. He immediately said happily, "I like them. They are so beautiful. It's just that your Majesty can't go back on your promise. If I accept these two hawksbill turtles, your Majesty will have to send the items over." Li Longji and Wang Wan quickly said, "Don't keep calling us subjects. We are a family. With you there, I can rest assured. When the time comes, we will only send more and not less. You have to keep an eye on the key technical items." At this moment, Li Longji was also filled with emotions. They thought about how Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had forced Zhu Zan to accept his position as a gift. It was just a pair of hawksbill turtles. From today onwards, Tubo would belong to him. How much would these two little turtles be worth? Even the jade annulus of He clan, which could be exchanged for 15 cities, could not compare to these two turtles. What was that string of Tian jewels worth? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were indeed powerful. They were really the sea stabilizers in the stories they told to Xiao Bei and the others. They could rule the country internally and help the people externally. Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng accepted the two hawksbill turtles. Regardless of the additional meaning of this item, just the two items themselves were already priceless. If they were not given together, it would be even better if one of them was given out alone. Regardless of whether it was a gift or a gift, the value of each one was much higher than that of the string of Zi beads. Since they had accepted the items, Zhu Zan had also thought it through. What else could they do? Revive the country? With Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan around, they could dream on. Their cannons were not just for decoration. 5 beans. At this time, the little girl, Tang Zan, who was in Zhang Xiaobao's arms, looked at the jelly in Li Longji's hand and pointed at it. "Well, 5 beans it is. It's fine as long as you like it. Don't worry and eat it. Baby, there are no additives in the candy house. It's just that the shelf life is a little short. Additives can't be made." Zhang Xiaobao did not correct Tang Zan's words. He took the jelly from Li Longji and began to feed it to Tang Zan. Wang Wan looked around and said to Princess Jincheng, "Sister, let's continue to go to the city. The construction there is still not finished. It's still working. It's more lively on the road." Princess Jincheng heard this and went to see Zhu Zan. She was not sleepy. If it were not for the large group, she would have gone in directly. Zhu Zan was not sleepy either. He had been on tenterhooks before, but now he became energetic again. Since Wang Wan said to let them enter the city, they could naturally go in. They did not have to worry about walking too fast when they were close to Chang'an and causing misunderstandings. There was also no need to report in advance. The emperor was next to them. Who should he report to? The Ministry of Rights? There was no need. So he nodded, "Thank you for coming, Your Majesty. Shall we go?" "Let's go, can we ride?" Li Longji asked Zhu Zan if he could ride a horse. He looked at Princess Jincheng. He was afraid that his sister could not ride a horse. As for Zhu Zan, how could he not know how to ride a horse? Zhu Zan did not stupidly explain that he could ride a horse. That would be stupid. Instead, he said, "This slave also likes to ride a horse. That's good. Get on the horse, let's go home. Li Longji stretched out his hand and asked for the reins. Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng also followed and got on the horse. They looked down at Zhang Xiaobao. They were looking at their son in his arms. They didn't want him to fall. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao did not care and put Tang Puzan in his right hand. He jumped up directly. After jumping up, he patted the horse's neck with his left hand and then straightened his waist. His body was flat on the horse's back. He twisted his waist and swung his right leg. He steadily landed on the horse's back with Tang Puzan in his arms. He did not even touch the reins. Wang Wan used the same movement to get on the horse. She did not carry the child. She was lighter. There was a burst of applause around. Li Longji once again said to Zhu Zan, the two of them liked to play around. When I first paid attention to the two of them, they were still very young. This big. Li Longji stretched out his hand and gestured. No one knew how big he was compared. He continued, then, they followed Shang, to play outside. When something happened at home, the two of them cooperated with each other to get on the big horse. Xiao Bao used his hand to hold Cuckoo's leg. Cuckoo ran over and jumped on the horse. Then, she pulled Xiao Bao up. Her riding skills are amazing. Zhang Xiaobao did not refute Li Longji. He did not say, do you know who I am at that time? Instead, he shouted to the sky, Shui Yun, let's go home. Retreat. Retreat. Tang Pusan, who was in Zhang Xiaobao's arms, stopped crying out happily when he was carried onto the horse. He also looked up at the sky and shouted. Shui Yun swooped down at a low altitude and let out a cry above Zhang Xiaobao's head. Then, it returned to the sky and let out another cry to the surrounding group of eagles. A group of eagles circled above the group and protected them as they headed towards the capital. Using the light, Zhu Zan deliberately looked at the eagle with white feathers in the sky. This was the Shui Yun that Li Longji had conferred the title of general. It was an eagle that had once looked down on all the heroes in the sky of Tubo. It was an eagle that could cooperate with sneak attacks. It was an eagle that could scout in the sky like a human. It was an eagle that could defeat all of the eagles in the sky if there were less than 10 of them. It was an eagle that could cooperate with Zhang Xiaobao to use a spear and knew how to scheme against other eagles in the sky. It was such a plaything. When he and the others arrived at the Tang Empire, they heard from storytellers that it already had children. It even had 11 of them. Its glory was all based on the failure of their side, Tubo. Princess Jincheng also looked up. She liked Shui Yun and still remembered the storyteller's evaluation of Shui Yun. In Lingtian, who dares to fly the Peng's wings, guarding 1,000 miles of the Peng alone? How heroic was this? At that time, Tubo had also sent eagles over. In the end, there were only a few eagles in the beginning. They were actually intimidated by Shui Yun and did not dare to fly. Later on, when more eagles arrived, they did not dare to do anything to Shui Yun. The heroes of the sky were only so-so. Perhaps only people like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were qualified to own Shui Yun. Shui Yun did not care about those who were not strong. Eagles had their own pride. Yes, yes. A child's heart was the purest. Tang Pusan also took a fancy to Shui Yun at first glance. He might not understand Shui Yun's domineering aura, but he was able to like Shui Yun first and not other eagles because Shui Yun was also so agile. No more this year. All 11 of them have been divided. Your little brothers and sisters will each get one. There are still 2 left. You can ask His Majesty for them. Zhang Xiaobao was up to no good. He pointed at Li Longji and said to Tang Pusan. Tang Pusan immediately looked at Li Longji and kept blinking. It looked like tears were about to flow out of his eyes. Li Longji was depressed. Xiao Bao, I don't want those 2. I will give them to Jun, and Pan, You can decide. There are only 11 in total. I will give them to whoever you want. Ah. Zhang Xiaobao was confused. What should he do? Shui Yun and Hong Wuan only had 11 children. Fortunately, he and the others had taken good protective measures and didn't let other children who were born before them push their younger siblings down. As an eagle, Shui Yun also had the status of a general and could eat a salary. How many people wanted his children? There were too many monks and too little meat. Oh, there was too little porridge. It wasn't good to give them to anyone. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the white dot in the sky and shouted, Shui Yun, come down. It's all your fault. Can't you give birth to a few more? If you give birth to 15, it's only 4 more. Look at how stingy you are. Shui Yun replied with a cry. Everyone could hear the dissatisfaction in his cry. Come down first. Let's discuss. You can play with the little guy for a while. The sky doesn't need you, right? Come, give me a gun. I will support him. Zhang Xiaobao continued to talk to Shui Yun. He asked for another gun. He put it on his shoulder and held the gun with his hand. Under the gaze of Princess Jincheng and Zhu Zan, Shui Yun really did come down. He stood on the gun and lowered his head to look at Tangpuzan. Tangpuzan wasn't afraid at all. He stretched out his small hands and made gestures. He said something that no one could hear clearly to express his excitement. At this moment, Zhu Zan was finally convinced. No wonder Shui Yun could be made a general. He was too smart. How was he an eagle? He was clearly a human. He had seen people raise dogs and horses like this, but he had never heard of someone raising an eagle like this. Good eagle. A priceless treasure. If I had it, I wouldn't sell it no matter how much money you give me. Zhu Zan praised when he found that Shui Yun was very cooperative with his son's actions. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips. Shui Yun, I have always regarded him as a brother. Who would dare to say that they would buy him? Back then, I even flew side by side with him, side by side in the sky. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything about fighting side by side because the loser was right next to them. Zhu Zan also didn't talk about this topic. He admired Shui Yun very much. Such an eagle could no longer be used for hunting. That would be a blasphemy to Shui Yun. When there was nothing to do, accompanying Shui Yun to eat and chat was the most normal thing to do. With envy in his heart, he said, Xiaobao, I promise you that next year, if Shui Yun and Hong Wuan, which is also very smart and beautiful big red eagle, have another child, you must leave one for my son to grow up with him. Princess Jincheng also nodded at the side. Shui Yun was really too beautiful, especially those eyes. When he looked at her son, it always made people feel that he revealed a kind of affection. When her son touched his neck, he didn't object. Would it be possible for other eagles? Who could say that Shui Yun was docile and honest? How many eagles had died under his claws and beak? How many people had died in his hands? She then said, it seems that there's no need for next year. As long as the situation is right, Hong Wuan can give birth to many children. Once every few months is enough. Isn't that right, Cuckoo? More or less. After all, they are different from other eagles. Other eagles are affected by the pressure of survival in the 4 seasons. They give birth once a year or once every few years. They don't have to worry about food and shelter, and they don't have to worry about being disturbed. When Wang Wan heard Princess Jincheng's words, she also realized this matter. Since Shui Yun and his wife had less pressure, it should be easier to have more children. That's great. When the 2 of you go to the northwest to fight, Shui Yun and Hong Wan will be able to use their strength. Zhu Zan said enviously. At this time, Li Longji spoke up, there's no need for that. This time, the military selection will be held in 2 days. By then, Cuckoo will be able to use the Aqua Cloud. Since the Aqua Cloud is not affected by hand technology, why don't we watch together? Military selection? Can the generals win against Cuckoo? I heard that Cuckoo always gives them lectures. Zhu Zan asked in surprise. That's not the case. The generals use guns and cannons, while Cuckoo commands the soldiers with swords, spears, and bows. They fight in an asymmetrical sand table. Li Longji explained. That's fine. Zhu Zan's heart suddenly moved, but he calmed down in an instant. He said, maybe only Cuckoo can do it. I will definitely go and watch. Chapter 991. In that instant, Zhu Zanchai's thought was that if cold weapons could win, even if the other party was severely injured, wouldn't his tubo be able to stand against the great Tang? Just as this thought appeared, he crushed it. He had just taken the other party's tortoiseshell, and now he was thinking about reviving his country. This was a very dangerous action, and he had to control himself. It didn't matter if Great Tang had cannons or not. What was important was whether they had Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. They didn't have to use cannons, and it was the same as using cold weapons. Furthermore, the people of Tubo had already calmed down. Those who didn't want to submit would be hunted down and killed. Why should he think about starting a war again? Is Cuckoo confident? Princess Jincheng asked. How can there be a definite victory in a war? We can only do our best to prepare. When the time comes, we will look down on the enemy strategically and value the enemy strategically. Zhang Xiaobao carried Yi Tang Pusan and helped Wang Wan. It turns out that Xiaobao is also a person who understands soldiers. Princess Jincheng praised. Zhang Xiaobao's face didn't turn red, and his heart didn't panic. He calmly accepted this praise. Shueyun also called out, appearing very happy, as though she was praising him. I know that Shueyun knows soldiers. It's better for you to fly. I will support you with one hand and carry the child with the other. Don't throw me down. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was a little difficult to maintain his balance. As long as Shueyun moved her wings, the weight on his arm would change, and it was very unstable. Shueyun actually let out a continuous goo-goo sound, as though she was laughing. She then spread her wings and used the force of Zhang Xiaobao's push to fly up. Yi Tang Pusan looked up at Shueyun in the sky and clapped his hands. Fly, fly. Okay, when we enter the capital, I will bring you to fly in a hot air balloon. Zhang Xiaobao coaxed Yi Tang Pusan, afraid that he still wanted Shueyun to come down. Seeing that his son could be doted on by Zhang Xiaobao, Zhu Zan was very happy. He said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, do you feel tired to welcome me in the middle of the night? Zhu Zan knew that other than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he was probably the first person to enjoy such treatment. To be personally welcomed by the emperor gave him a lot of face. Although the emperor said that he was welcoming his younger sister and wanted to see the child, it was still not enough. Li Longji waved his hand. I'm not tired. I don't have much to do at the moment, so I've left most of the matters to the officials. The commoners weren't like before, where they didn't have enough to eat and would always cause trouble. Now, there was an announcement. No matter how far away the commoners were, they would know. If they really encountered a problem and didn't have enough to eat, they could go to the local yamen. The yamen had a house that specially served the commoners and they could eat there. The food might not be good, and there's no money, but it can guarantee that you won't starve to death, so why are you still making a fuss? Since the officials had received the telegram, they did things very quickly. There weren't any major matters in the court. Occasionally, I would hold a court meeting to chat with the officials. Otherwise, I would meet with a group of envoys from a small country in the southwest. I listened to them talk about interesting things there, and then looked at the local specialties. They all said not to send living things over, as it's a waste of money and manpower. Furthermore, they always die. If I really want living things, I'll ask Xiao Bao to send them over. It's better than them. I also don't know what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo think of that place. If there's time, I'll send both the army and the navy to the Tang Empire, so that the commoners there don't have to live a hard life. Of course, I'm not their emperor, and they might not be willing to let me manage them. I also don't have good intentions. The main thing is that Xiao Bao said that if they were to plant rice in the future, the yield would be very high. They can't grow such good rice themselves, so it's a waste. Li Longji rambled on like an ordinary person talking about trivial matters. Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng were so engrossed in listening that they forgot that they were talking to the emperor of the Tang Empire. They listened to Li Longji talk about the fall of a large number of officials on Hong Nong's side. He said that they needed more labor this year to build 30,000 li of railway. He said that the amount of iron on the railway seemed to be insufficient. He also said that the development of the steam engine had already progressed to the 4th generation. He wanted to sell the 1st generation to Japan and Silla. He told them that the Tang Empire now had something called a diesel engine that would be very powerful in the future. He mentioned the rare things he saw when he went to Jili province to play before the new year, as well as the beauty of the Tianqi Lake. He also bluntly said that he wanted to occupy more territory, but he didn't have much malice towards the people of other places. He just wanted some resources to speed up the development of the industry and make planes. In the future, when he wanted to go out to play, he could quickly fly to the place and see the magnificence of the world. We don't expect the world to be harmonious, because everyone is different. We want to travel to other places where the commoners will welcome us. Everyone is our guard. As Li Longji spoke, he habitually changed the way he addressed himself and reverted back to being the emperor. Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng also woke up from the dream described by Li Longji. After secretly comparing, Zhu Zan realized that he was far inferior to Li Longji. Right now, even if he could restore his country in Tubo, he wouldn't agree. Otherwise, without the Tang Empire, his own people would overthrow him. How could he, who couldn't even eat, compete with others? Unless he could control all the methods of spreading news and not let the commoners know how the people outside lived, then he would be so backward that he wouldn't even be able to defend himself. What was the point of being the emperor like that? Princess Jincheng's consideration was more practical. She asked, "Imperial brother, when the time comes, can you give us dozens or even hundreds of diesel engines? We will use them to farm." "Not for now. Our Tang Empire doesn't have many of them. We need to use them for the military first. When there are a few newer generations, I will give them to you. If the technology is leaked, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will eat people." Li Longji didn't make any guarantees this time. Princess Jincheng was slightly regretful. She asked Wang Wan, "Cuckoo, did the Ministry of Works spend a lot of money? We can also help to produce more food and then send them over to support the Ministry of Works." Wang Wan nodded. "Right now, the things that Tubo sends are just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Our family, the imperial court, and His Majesty's own money are all spent on the Ministry of Works every month. Sister, how much money do you need? Since your side is developing well, we can rest assured. We need to raise more cows and sheep. Many children in the Tang Empire can't drink milk and can only drink soy milk or porridge in the morning. It doesn't mean that children who drink milk will be better than those who don't, but when they drink milk, there will be more food and drink. Children are the future. The attitude of those in power is very important." Princess Jincheng was shocked. The Ministry of Works actually spent so much money. She followed Wang Wan's words and said, "Actually, drinking milk is better than drinking porridge. It isn't obvious for older children. For newborns, their mothers don't have enough milk. Drinking cow's milk is better than drinking porridge. Sister, it's not easy to send diesel engines, but we must send more pressure cookers. Without pressure cookers, the rice can't be steamed. Now, there are some people in the Tang Empire who like to eat steamed rice and steamed buns. After it's done, we just need to put some butter on it, put some meat on it and sprinkle some salt on it. It tastes good." Wang Wan's stomach suddenly felt uncomfortable. What kind of eating is this? I'm guarding Xiao Bao, why do I need to eat such things? Sister, I will ask the Ministry of Works to make more pressure cookers. Remember to plant more vegetables. If you only eat meat and rice, the the nutrition won't be balanced. Even if you can't change the habit in a short time, you have to slowly get used to it. Also, when you eat raw beef and mutton, you must pay attention to hygiene. When you go back, I will ask the medical school to bring you all kinds of medicine. When the time comes, according to the symptoms. Forget it, just send a doctor. The agriculture temple will also send people to see which medicine can be planted there. They will also bring the seeds to see what is suitable for growing. Princess Jinsheng listened carefully and tried to remember. These were all useful words that directly affected the people's livelihood. They couldn't be neglected. Zuzan Shida was also listening. He felt that he had made the right choice to come here. He had to see for himself what Tang Empire was like now. Actually, he had already seen it on the road. The people here all had a special kind of glow on their faces. When the road was difficult to walk on, he could always see people organizing to fix it, but they never complained about the horses and people trampling on the road. Occasionally, when they passed by a village, there would be local children coming out to see the commotion. He had never seen a child wearing patched clothes. All of them had their hair combed neatly. This was the power of the Chaoyang operation. Because the children wore the same clothes. He wanted to see how different the capital was from what he had seen on the road. The group continued to move forward. Before long, they arrived at the area where the capital was being expanded. This was the west of the city. The torches and light bulbs complemented each other. What you see now is the expansion of the city. Li Longji continued to speak to Zuzan Shida, the west of the city. Initially, the plan was to expand the west of the city. However, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said that we should expand the city in all 4 directions. I thought about it and didn't lack money. Let's expand. However, the amount of work required was too large. Until now, we still haven't finished expanding. Your Majesty, they have been working for a day. They are really working hard. Zuzan Shida watched as the group narrowed. He then saw many animals helping to transport the goods. Working hard? When I came here, I had just changed jobs. Now, I am working on the drainage system. We don't need to fix the city walls. The houses have to be built neatly and the roads are wide. If we plant trees, we won't be able to differentiate between the city and the outskirts. Li Longji continued to explain. What about the city walls? Zuzan Shida asked again. Demolished. Why does the capital need city walls? The palace walls are enough. I also plan to open a few of the palaces that are usually empty. I will charge people money. If people want to see the places where the emperor stayed, they will have to buy tickets to enter. Xiao Bao came up with a bad idea. He said that the money earned from selling tickets would be enough to repair the other palaces. I thought about it. I am poor, so I can only do as he said. If the money earned is not enough, I will ask Xiao Bao to pay for it. He is the one who gave me the idea. In the beginning, there were some officials who were not willing. They said that it was not appropriate. What etiquette? Li was the one who knew etiquette. The places where the emperor stayed, can't others go there? I will give up the palace. I don't care if you have the money to stay for a night. I will just give up Xingxing Palace and let others live there. Does that make him the emperor? Am I not the emperor? The emperor is in the hearts of the people, not in the palaces. Li Longji said as if he was showing off, causing Zhu Zan to be dumbfounded. You don't believe me, right? Come with me. Li Longji said and turned his horse to the side. When he was close to the construction site, he stopped and said loudly, "This emperor is passing by, so I want to see you. Everyone has worked hard." Zuzan Shida first saw the people who were working stopped and turned their heads to look at him. Then he heard a deafening sound. It was a mess. For a moment, he couldn't tell what everyone was shouting. Gradually, the people who were working also found this problem. Some people began to take the lead and shouted together. Finally, it became a shout of "Long live the Emperor." Immediately, the other construction sites that couldn't be seen from other places also had the same noise. It was really a wave after wave, mighty and endless. Li Longji simply stood on the back of the horse and fanned out in front of him. He waved his arms with all his strength. Zhang Xiaobao was very worried. He urged his horse to come over. "My dear emperor, please calm down. People are still working." He was not worried about Li Longji's safety. When he came, he had already sent people to guard the construction site. He was afraid that the workers would be too excited and work hard. Lively, lively, haha. Li Longji sat back on the horse and said with a smile. He then shouted to the people in front of him, "This emperor is going back. Everyone, continue to work. Dinner tonight, this emperor will treat you." Thus, the construction site changed the slogan again. After it was unified, it was, "Respectfully send off your majesty." Zuzan Qida was deeply moved. Previously, when he listened and watched, he finally understood what "the emperor is in the hearts of the people" meant. Li Longji was really too comfortable as the emperor. There was no need to repair the city walls. Furthermore, he could use the palace to make money. Thinking of this, Zuzan Qida looked at Zhang Xiaobao, who was holding his son. Renting the palace would not only make money to repair the other buildings in the palace, but also make the people more aware of Li Longji's position. It would also make the palace more lively. The palace maids and eunuchs would be able to interact with the outside world more often and not be too isolated. One plan used many ways. Your Majesty, Xiaobao is indeed capable. There are many benefits to coming up with a plan. Indeed, a plan comes with a chain reaction. Your subject has a rough idea, Zuzan Qida said to Li Longji. He was very envious. Why weren't Xiaobao and Cuckoo born in Tubo? After Li Longji finished listening to Zhu Zan's list of benefits, he shook his head with a smile. What you said is too simple. If Xiaobao came up with such a plan, he wouldn't be Xiaobao. What you can think of, I can too. Xiaobao's idea is to give people with bad intentions a chance to come in contact with us. It will be easier for us to catch them. It will also give people a chance to give suggestions. Those who come to live in Great Tang can write down what they think should be improved and put it in the palace they stayed in before. There are many people who have their own needs in life. They might understand the situation better. Someone will organize it and bring it to the imperial court to discuss. Also, I will be going to other places often in the future. When I go to a place, I will naturally need to have a place. If I leave, the place will be idle and a waste of money. If I start now, I will be able to rent it out in the future. There are other benefits too. When you are well rested tomorrow, I will tell you more slowly. Zuzan Qida nodded his head. He admitted that he had thought too little. Zhang Xiaobao was indeed Zhang Xiaobao. Just as Li Longji was showing off and Zuzan Qida was sighing, a horse came in front of them. The rider on the horse bared his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, Subject Zhao Hanzhang represents the generals in the imperial court to invite military commander Wang to participate in the military selection tomorrow." Chapter 992. As he spoke, Zhao Hanzhang appeared to be confident. His eyes moved back and forth between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not say anything. They only looked at Zhao Hanzhang with a smile on their faces. Princess Jinsheng felt that the atmosphere was a bit stifling. She asked, "Cuckoo, they are about to start the military election. Why don't you agree immediately?" Zhu Zan explained, "Because it's past midnight, it's tomorrow. Xiaobao and Cuckoo must have worked hard to welcome us. They haven't rested yet. In a while, they will arrange a place for us to rest. They are going to compete tomorrow. They are looking for the right opportunity." Ah. Princess Jinsheng opened her mouth in surprise. When she looked at Zhao Hanzhang, her eyes were unkind. This is too evil. How can you take advantage of others? Zhao Hanzhang was stared at by everyone. He lowered his head and whispered, why don't we wait a little longer? When we came, the generals said that military matters are extremely urgent. If we don't move, we will lose the initiative. I will go back and tell them that we will compete tomorrow afternoon. How can you be like this? We came from afar and were welcomed outside the capital. You find an opportunity to scheme against us. What do you want us to do? Do you want us to constantly blame ourselves for implicating Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? Princess Jincheng angrily questioned. Tang Puzan, who was being hugged by Zhang Xiaobao, did not know what was going on. But since his mother was angry, he was also angry. He stared at Zhao Hanzhang. No, I don't mean that. Zhao Hanzhang shook his head vigorously. He continued to discuss, wait for 2 days. 2 days. What do you think, Military Governor Wang? Not bad. Before the battle, you plan against the enemy. Good strategy. Wang Wan smiled and praised. Zhao Hanzhang felt that this sentence was very harsh. Wang Wan continued, there's no need to wait. Once we enter the city, we will immediately start the military election. The military matters are extremely urgent. Huh? It was Zhao Hanzhang's turn to be dumbfounded. When they came out, the generals had just rested for less than an hour in order to study this plan. It was estimated that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to accompany ancestor Qida. Even if they heard about the military selection and immediately went to rest, they would not be able to sleep well. However, he did not expect that Wang Wan would directly compete with him. If the generals slept for 2 hours, it would be better if they did not sleep just now. Right now, they were sleeping comfortably. If they got up and put on their clothes, they probably would not even have time to wash up. The generals just fell asleep, Zhao Hanzhang said. In an extremely urgent situation, when faced with an emergency, one should not move. If the army is negligent, one will lose the initiative. Princess Jincheng reacted and repeated Zhao Hanzhang's words with a smile. Zhao Hanzhang slapped his forehead and said, oh my god, this is so tough. As expected, those who plan to win should plan first. Our opponents are Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Why didn't I think of this? Haha. When Li Longji heard this, he suddenly laughed and said to Zhao Hanzhang, since that's the case, I ask that the generals not delay the military plans. This emperor will also go. Wasn't the location chosen at the Hibiscus Garden? In an hour, this emperor will wait there for the generals to arrive. Turning back, Li Longji asked ancestor Qida, do you want to rest or go together? You don't have to go to the post house or the foreign affairs office to rest. Let Xiao Bao send people to arrange for you to stay in the Joy residence. As for the others, except for the servants, the rest of you will be stationed in the barracks outside the city. Ancestor Qida glanced at Princess Jincheng and said, I will go to the Hibiscus Garden. Otherwise, it would be delaying the military. When they arrived at the entrance of the Hibiscus Garden, they met many people. They accused and scolded each other, saying that the other person's idea was not good. They did not admit that they also participated in it. All the generals had arrived. Sure enough, in less than an hour, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's people also arrived. They ordered the people who went back to deliver a large stack of paper. With a single glance, one could tell that it was printed material. They were currently distributing it. Everyone on either side of the two was given a thick stack. There was even a sticky note on the top to make it easy to read. Li Longji asked for a stack and read it together with Zhu Zan and Gao Lisher. There were names written on the sticky notes. The first name was Zhang Shougui. Li Longji flipped open the topmost sheet, which was used to prevent abrasion, and revealed the contents. General, Zhang Shougui, rich in military experience and quick wit. He is adept at using opportunistic tactics to break the enemy. With him taking the lead and attacking first, his attacks are bound to be sharp. In order to achieve his goal, he can circle around the enemy's army and throw the enemy's formation into disarray with one strike. However, he has plenty of offense but not enough defense. He has plenty of courage but not enough stability. In the face of an unexpected situation, he has a poor grasp of the overall situation. He is good at joint attacks and surprise attacks. Savant's Pavilion gives out 500 strings of coins for free. He has been there many times to eat. He likes to eat mutton and drink strong wine. When the strong wine is served, he drinks it from a small cup. Thus, he has a strong personality and is attentive to details. Give him a voucher. When he buys our goods, find someone to bargain with him. Even though he knows the price, he continues to lower the price. When he is not willing to sell, he will turn around and leave. If he is not willing to sell, he will turn around and buy again at the lowest price we just agreed on. This shows that he is conceited and full of schemes. If you encounter him, you can use a small scheme to lure him into the trap. Then, you can beat him at his own game and find a loophole to break through. After breaking through, you can use a small scheme to trick him again. After that, you can surround him and force him to defend, leaving 3 loopholes for him to break out of the encirclement. Then, you can delay the attack and disrupt the overall strategy of the generals. Li Longji and the other 2 read. Even before it finished, they all shivered. Why, Your Majesty, there's more at the end. Gao Lisher reminded Li Longji to turn the page. Li Longji was not in a hurry to turn the page. Instead, he looked at Zhu Zan. Zhu Zan happened to look at him at the same time. He swallowed twice and said, at that time, Tubo did not complain at all. This should be written by Xiao Bao. I understand now. Cuckoo is in charge of the military formation, while Xiao Bao is in charge of the enemy general's likes and dislikes. That's right. I was puzzled at that time. Li Longji raised his head and looked at Zhang Shogui, who was yawning not far away. He shook his head and said, I was puzzled as to why Xiao Bao and Cuckoo became so generous and specially gave free vouchers to the generals. So that's why. Truly, there is no good wine and no good banquet. When Zhu Zan heard Li Longji's words, he thought of the pair of hawksbill turtles that he had received earlier. Those things were indeed valuable, but they were definitely not a good gift. In the future, he would have to take care of them carefully. He would probably have to find water that was similar to seawater and raise them until they were fully grown. When that time came, he would probably not be able to continue staying in Tubo. He would have to take the money and find another place to live a good life. If he really did not have enough money, he could sell one and it would be enough for several lifetimes. Looking at the report, Zhu Zan suddenly thought of something and said, if that's the case, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's intelligence network is extremely fast and detailed. They probably have people in all kinds of industries. When Li Longji heard this, he paused for a moment and said, that's right. Their intelligence network is even more powerful than the Great Tang's. It's so powerful that they know what I eat, where I sleep, and what I say every day. The more it is like this, the more at ease I feel. If someone wants to scheme against me, they will know. Even if someone breaks into the palace, they will find the right place to rescue me. Who would dare to poison me? I probably don't know. They have already made a move. Isn't that right, Lisher? Gao Lisher quickly said, Your Majesty, you are more or less right. Sometimes, I will also leak information to them. For example, when the small countries in the southwest send tributes, I will first tell them what the tributes look like and let them see if they can hurt Your Majesty. Also, when the Imperial Kitchen cooks new dishes, such as the dishes learned from the Savant's restaurant or Xiao Bao, I will carefully compare them. If the Imperial Kitchen cooks the dishes themselves, I will also tell Xiao Bao and let him see if long-term consumption is bad for the body. When Zhu Zan heard the conversation between the two of them, he knew that there was a misunderstanding. Perhaps they wanted him to sow discord. He was wronged. He did not mean that. At the same time, he inwardly sighed. It seemed that the other party's plan to sow discord was not going to work. The two of them had spoken too clearly. They did not guard against Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. This was especially so when it came to Gao Lisher. He dared to admit that he had leaked information, and he had even taken the initiative to do so. Li Longji acted as if this was a matter of course. This was not just pampering, but pampering. For a moment, Zhu Zan regretted what he had just said. Perhaps Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would soon hear about it. What would the two of them think? Zhu Zan opened his mouth to explain, but he helplessly gave up. The more he tried to explain, the worse the situation would become. He could only hope that Xiao Bao and Wang Chong would be magnanimous and not make a fuss. Li Longji did not continue to say anything. He raised his hand and casually flipped to a page. The label on this page said Jia Shishun. The page he turned to was the third page written about Jia Shishun. It said, Jia Shishun, good at defense. His defense is almost impregnable. If you encounter him, you should take a detour and make him lose his strategic position. If he leads an army to attack, you should meet him head-on. Force him to defend and set his position. Cooperate with others to isolate his army. He likes to drink wine, but he does not like to drink light dishes or a small plate of nuts. He can also drink 2 caddies of wine himself. His appetite is heavy. He is willing to eat salty food. He likes to eat noodles as his staple food. He always has to use his chopsticks to circle the noodles twice before slowly putting them into his mouth. This shows that he has a lot of thoughts and does not like to move forward. On the way to Jili Prefecture, the generals carried out a sand table simulation. In autumn, Jia Shishun led 1,500 men to guard an important mountain peak. He arrived first and ordered his men to cut down trees and pile them on the mountain. He also dug a hole and filled it with water. At that time the enemy was a young general, Wang Zhongxi, less than 20 years old, leading 10,000 men. They surrounded him and attacked first. Jia Shishun looked down from above and threw stones. After a long time the attack failed, he attacked with fire. However, Jia Shishun had ordered his men to cut down trees. The fire was not strong enough to reach the top. Jia Shishun then ordered his men to take off their clothes and wet their faces. He also ordered his men to light the smoke and take advantage of the wind to smoke the enemy's encirclement. The troops at the bottom of the wind were in chaos. He ordered his men to beat the drums to make a strong attack. The enemy at the bottom of the wind was alert with the smoke, but he ordered his men to cover their faces with wet cloth and quietly went down the mountain to attack the enemy's smoke. The enemy slacked. He killed countless and returned to the top of the mountain. 10 days later, the young general, Wang Zhongxi, led his troops to retreat. He lost 3,000 men and delayed the opportunity. Therefore, when he encountered Jia Shishun, he defended and did not attack. He attacked and forced him to defend. Finished reading, Li Longji and the other two looked at each other in dismay. Your Majesty, when you went to Jili province to play, did you take the sand table with you? Zhu Zizhen asked. He knew that Li Longji went to Jili province because he heard Li Longji's story. But he did not know that Li Longji took the sand table with him. Not only did I take it with me, the entire 3rd floor of the ship was used to calculate the sand table. At that time we agreed that there would be a military expedition on the way. The generals could not wait any longer. Who would have thought that as soon as we boarded the ship, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo kept talking to me about national policy and all kinds of strategies. I was confused listening to them. Later on, when I finally understood, the ship had arrived at the destination, so there was no need to compare. Tell me, how could I not listen? Is national policy more important, or is the military expedition more important? When it came from Xiao Bao's mouth, how could I not be 120% alert? Also, when it came from the two of them, not only did I have to listen, I also had to ponder. If the generals wanted to carry out the military selection, who would dare to come and interrupt the two's plan, one after another? They were often busy until dawn. They were working so hard, yet they still forced them to carry out a military expedition that was not considered too important. What was the meaning of this? Do you want to harm the country and the people? Li Longji roughly told Zhu Zizhen about what happened on the ship. He imitated Zhang Xiaobao and spread out his hands. That's why we can't compare. Then, the generals should familiarize themselves with it first. Who knew that the attack and defense records of their sand table were also taken by Xiao Bao to study? Do you know how happy I was at that time? The two of them supported me to go on a trip. They would rather pay for me to see the scenery over there. At the same time, they also asked me to help them get the Xinlua people to join the Tang Empire and form a county. At that time, I was already very impressed. Xiao Bao was indeed different. A plan within a plan, a chain of plans. I went out for a stroll, and there were so many benefits. It was not a wasted trip. I did many things and learned many things. But you only realize today that his plan had not been revealed, right? Zhu Zuzan asked Li Longji with a sympathetic look. Yes, no wonder when they came back, they had a military and civilian reunion. It was to delay. After so many days, I reckon that Xiao Bao had already studied all the generals. Humph, a bunch of fools. They still want to scheme against Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Let's see what will happen when the two armies are set up tonight. Today, I have seen it for myself. Attacking from the outside is not based on the soldiers. Victory in a war is not only about the military, but also other auxiliary and calculations. Li Longji shook the paper in his hand that had information written on it. His gaze swept across the generals who had yet to recover. Zhu Zuzan nodded emotionally. From the looks of it, even the battalion commanders of a battalion had titles. Zhang Xiaobao followed Wang Wan's gaze and looked at Yu Wenrong. Before he could ask, Yu Wenrong said, "I'm just organizing the logistics. I don't know how to fight a war. I don't know how to arrange rations or keep accounts." Oh, this can be considered a national mobilization. Lord Li Linfu didn't come? Zhang Xiaobao couldn't help but admire the other party. To be able to put down his pride and ask the administrator to organize the logistics, Li Linfu's organizational skills weren't bad. There shouldn't be a lack of people who were also good at keeping accounts. "Lord Zhang, I'm here." As expected, a voice came from behind. Li Linfu stood up and waved his hand. Zhang Xiaobao also waved his hand. I really was afraid that someone would be missing. In any case, there aren't many things to do in the Great Tang right now, and communication is convenient. Since we have nothing to do, let's play together and have some fun. Logically speaking, we can begin now. However, I would like to introduce an important existence to everyone. He is Shuyan. In the sand table, you must acknowledge his existence. Shuyan, come down and let your colleagues take a look. Zhang Xiaobao shouted to the sky, and the sky responded with an eagle cry. Then, Shuyan's figure appeared. He circled twice and found a branch with better branches. Once again, he flew high into the sky and swooped down. He grabbed the trunk with his claws and broke it with a crack. This was not the end of it. The water cloud adjusted its two claws, then took the trunk into the air and swooped down again. It directly pressed the broken part of the trunk into the middle of a small ditch nearby, where the ice and the ground were in contact. Shuyan flew up and slowly landed on the branch he pressed on the ground. It was very suitable. Everyone was already used to this. Shuyan was just making a place for himself to stand. Even if he chatted with someone one day and asked if they had eaten in the morning, it was very normal. There were many birds that could talk. However, everyone still looked at Zhang Xiaobao with jealousy. That was because Shuyan had a wife, Hong Wan, who was almost as smart as him. She could give birth to litters of children. All of them belonged to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. General Shui is coming down. What I want to say is that he will fight with us. In the sand table, we must take him into consideration. How smart he is will be the extent to which the generals on the sand table will acknowledge him. Is that okay? Zhang Xiaobao explained what he meant. No, Shuyan is too smart. It's not fair. Zhao Hanzhang, who was still sore all over, objected. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Longji and asked him to speak up for him. Li Longji thought for a moment and said, "How is it fair? You use guns and radios, while Cuckoo uses cold weapons. This is unfair in itself. Can you say that there won't be an existence like Shuiyun in the places you fight in the future? Zhu Zizan chimed in, that's right. Firecrackers can be bought at will in the Great Tang. Can you guarantee that when people from other countries come and buy a large number of firecrackers, they won't make simple guns for war? Can't other countries buy a lot of firecrackers and use them as explosives? Zhao Hanzhong didn't say anything. Indeed, who said that firecrackers couldn't kill people? He looked at the others, hoping to get some help. The others lowered their heads and pondered. Then, Zhang Shogui stepped forward and said, okay, we acknowledge Shuiyun. But you and Cuckoo can't receive the signal after stealing our radios and deploy according to the message inside. You have to acknowledge this. We use a separate encryption system. If others get it on the battlefield, they can't translate it. Also, when you get guns and cannons, you can't use them proficiently because you haven't practiced. Chapter 993. Several hundred generals found their positions. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also arranged for the commanders in their homes. 100,000 soldiers against 100,000 soldiers, this could be considered a major battle. Because Wang Wan was playing the role of the defensive commander of a backward region, her soldiers could be arranged first. The generals would attack from the east of Jiangnan, which was the east of Jiangnan. Wang Wan was not allowed to have large ships, only small sampans. However, the main battlefield was Wang Wan, and Zhang Xiaobao could be more flexible in the logistics. Wang Wan had 400,000 indigenous people, and the generals had 50,000 logistical soldiers to supplement them. With Li Longji's order, the battle began. Zhang Shogui was in charge of the Great Tang's vanguard, leading 20,000 soldiers, 50 cannon ships, 200 transport ships, and horses. At the start of the battle, Zhang Shogui picked up an order flag, waved it twice, and whispered, "Order all cannon ships to line up. Move the ships, fire the cannons, and bombard the coast of Haiyan." The messenger glanced at the small sand table and map in front of Zhang Shogui, nodded, and went to the large sand table in the middle of the large room to repeat Zhang Shogui's order. At this time, many people had entered the large room to deliver the message. The referees were staring at the sand table, and the people in charge of recording were also moving their brushes like they were flying. The model ships representing the cannon ships moved across the surface of the sea on the large sand table. Several referees looked at the sand table and shook their heads, giving a result. Tang Vanguard cannon ships are firing blanket fire. Based on the maximum range of the cannons, 0 native casualties. Because there are no troops stationed along the coast, if the Tang Vanguard cannon ships continue to fire, 1,500 shells will be consumed in 15 minutes. Wang Wan also looked at her sand table and map and softly ordered, "All personnel have finished setting up the traps. All lines are to retreat. With Qiantang as the center, form a straight line from north to south. Retreat to Wucheng, Deqing County, Wukong, Yongxing, and Fuyang County in a line. Prepare to retreat again and give up on Lingyin Mountain." If the various vanguard units have already arrived at their designated positions, and no new orders have been received within 72 hours, it means that the command center has already moved, and orders them to freely adjust the troops according to the deployment before the general battle, or to retreat, or to hide, or to feign attack. The person in charge of delivering the message nodded and left. He went to the house where Huzi and the others were and informed the people outside. The people standing outside expressed that they had heard the message but did not go in to inform Huzi and the other generals. Because Wang Wan was a native, she didn't have a radio, so it would take some time for the news to be transmitted. If the referee had set a time limit of 4 days for the news to be transmitted, then the people outside would have to wait for 1 day before they could inform Huzi and the others. If the referee had set a time limit of 8 hours, then they would have to wait for 2 hours, which was a 4-to-1 ratio. 3 minutes later, the general in Zhang Shogui's other room sent a report. Vanguard Scout Team 1 reports that the artillery coverage has been completed. All suspicious bunkers in the coastal areas within Sea Salt's line of sight have been destroyed. No signs of a counterattack have been found. Gunship Command Camp reports that 1,150 rounds of ammunition have been expended. Firing has been halted and awaiting further orders. 1/7 of the total number of rounds have been expended. This was the report sent by the general in another room. Scout again, report again. Order the scout camp to increase the number of troops ashore and carefully search. Zhang Shogui realized that the situation was a little bad from the report sent by the first scout team. The first scout team did not say how many native corpses they had seen, which meant that they had not been able to find them, or that there was no one along the coast and all the bunkers were fake. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao stood up from his room and began to stroll out, heading toward Wang Wan's room. As he passed by Zhang Shogui's door, he even smiled at him. When Zhang Shogui saw Zhang Xiaobao, he froze for a moment, but then he suddenly reacted and said to the messenger, "Objection. Zhang Xiaobao has snuck out on his own and violated the rules." The messenger immediately went to the panel of judges, and after receiving a reply, he returned and said to Zhang Shogui, "The panel of judges has expressed that it's fine. Zhang Xiaobao has not violated the rules." "How is that possible? He's already come out, but he hasn't violated the rules. I request that the panel of judges give a detailed explanation." "Look, he's already entered Wang Wan's room, so how can the martial arts examination still proceed? What is he in charge of that he can just go over? In a moment, remember to close my door. It's easier for them to hear." Zhang Shogui unhappily pointed at Zhang Xiaobao, who had just entered Wang Wan's room and closed the door. The messenger ran back and forth. "The panel of judges has said that you have no right to know what Zhang Xiaobao is in charge of through the panel of judges. Furthermore, they have confirmed once again that he has not violated the rules. If you must know, then you can first request to withdraw from the martial arts examination. After they inform you, you can only sit in the judge's seat or leave the field." "Ah." Zhang Shogui paused for a moment, then waved his hand. "Forget it. I can't withdraw yet. Order the cannons to follow the northern shore of Hangzhou Bay and travel close to the shore. Use the fastest speed possible to reach Yinguan County. Send a scout team to search the shore. If they encounter an enemy, report back. The special forces will go ashore and enter the forest. If they find traces of the enemy, use the radio to call for artillery support and inform the Central Army. The road ahead is safe." Yang Xishuan was in charge of the Central Army of the Great Tang Fleet. He was in charge of 40,000 soldiers, 20 cannons, and 300 ships. It was not his turn to do anything yet. He sat on the chair and looked at the sand table on the ground. There were a few models of small boats in front of him, representing the vanguard. The messenger pushed the boats forward bit by bit. Every time they moved a little, they would leave. Then, when they received the report from the panel of judges, they would push a little more. After pushing a little more, when the messenger returned, 2 of the boats had stopped moving. Yang Xishuan was stunned. Why did the 2 groups of soldiers stop at the vanguard? This group was requested by Wang Wan. It was represented by the brigade and battalion of the military advisor. It was not that the current military system was not good enough, but that Wang Wan was more familiar with it. It was already good that she did not change the brigade into platoons. When she lectured, she also had the generals get used to the system. Yang Xishuan was only puzzled, but Zhang Shogui was about to go crazy from anger. Why are my 2 groups not moving? Can someone give me an explanation? Zhang Shogui was the messenger. The messenger knew what was going on, but he could not say. He could only helplessly shrug his hands. If Sir wishes to see the details, please withdraw first. Fleet personnel report that the propellers of the Vanguard's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd groups have been entangled by fishing nets. The panel of judges has determined that the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd groups are unable to move, and their steam engines have been damaged. Half of the 1st group's boats are unable to move, and their steam engines have also been damaged. Zhang Shogui's question was quickly answered by a messenger from another room in the group. How did they get entangled? The lookout just now said that the water was calm. Where did they hide their fishing nets? This is too much of a bully. Zhang Shogui could not figure out what the problem was. In the end, the messenger also said, if you wish to know the exact reason and observe from a third party's perspective, please withdraw first and find someone else to replace you. Can't you just say something else? Zhao Gang, withdraw first and ask what's going on. Have your little brother replace you. If the explanation is wrong, come find me. If the explanation is reasonable, you can stay with the panel of judges. Zhang Shogui shouted as loudly as he could into the room next door. Zhao Gang was the captain in charge of the lookout. When he heard Zhang Shogui's voice, he reluctantly put down the flag, stood up, and walked over to the large sand table in the center. When he got there, he said, I withdraw. I want to know how the boat was entangled by the fishing nets. In your judgment, there were no tools on the water that left a mark. The people of the panel of judges were very easy to talk to. Since Zhao Gang had withdrawn, they would tell him. He explained, Wang Wan had people place a fishing net in the water at the very beginning, using a levitation technique. It's basically a piece of wood with a rock hanging from it. Only after achieving levitation is it allowed to be placed in the water. The fishing net is hung in this manner. This technique is not difficult at all, and the panel of judges has approved it. Do you have any other opinions? Zhao Gang thought for a moment, then shook his head. No. Have my little brother replace me. I want to join the panel of judges. Give me a copy of the rules. Zhang Shogui did not receive Zhao Gang. What he received was news from the messenger. Lord Zhao has already joined the panel of judges. Zhang Shogui raised his head and sighed. He now understood that the boat had truly been entangled by the fishing net. As for how, he would have to find the reason himself. It didn't take long for the water ghosts to report, discovered floating pieces of wood and falling rocks in the water, neither floating nor sinking, attached to the fishing net. The special forces on shore also reported, discovered countless bunkers and dummies, but no living or dead people. Zhang Shogui nodded vigorously. Formidable. Before we even made contact, our great Tang has already lost several tens of thousands of strings of coins. But I don't understand. As he spoke, Zhang Shogui stood up and headed straight for the center of the sand table. When he arrived at a door facing this direction, he wrapped his clothes around his head and covered his ears with his hands. Unable to enter, he said, stop for a moment. I have something to say. I didn't see or hear. Li Longji was eating appetizers and drinking wine while looking at the sand table. Seeing Zhang Shogui enter like this, he raised his hand to signal for a pause. Minister Zhang, someone come and take his hands off. Stop pretending. We don't believe that he can't hear us. Without needing help, Zhang Shogui put down his own hands and said indignantly, Your Majesty, this subject refuses to accept this. Wang Wan is our general's teacher, so she already understands us very well. And there's also Zhang Xiaobao, who specializes in scheming. If they fight with us, we will be at a disadvantage at every step. What this subject wants to ask is, if it really was the great Tang's army, how many aboriginals would be able to come up with such a plan? But Your Majesty, look at the way they fought. They've been scheming from the start and understand us very well. Is it possible for them to be true aboriginals? Li Longji earnestly listened. After thinking for a while, he asked, then, according to Minister Zhang's meaning, you admit defeat? Wang Wan directly became the martial champion. This subject does not mean that. What this subject means is that the referees should not have allowed them to be as smart as they are now, Zhang Shogui argued. His voice was so loud that others could hear him. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao walked out of the room and to the sand table in the center. Zhang Xiaobao spoke. General Zhang, yes, Cuckoo understands you, but you don't understand her? She's always giving you lessons, so you don't understand her style? I also didn't hide. I use schemes, and everyone seemed to understand that once my schemes were out, they would always be connected. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Could it be that you want to push the blame onto us and say that you don't understand us? You say that we schemed against you, but could it be that on a real battlefield, you would discover that the enemy general was scheming against you and you would stop fighting? And then, because they were in the wrong, they would agree to a truce and withdraw their troops? This is not the case. On the battlefield, there is only life and death, nothing else. Everyone uses their own methods to determine victory and defeat, but are the aboriginals as smart as you? Wouldn't they be scared silly by the sound of cannons? Zhang Shogui first shook his head, then continued with his reason for opposing. Oh. Scared silly by the sound of cannons? Fine, General Zhang, take a look and see what this is. Zhang Xiaobao took out his gun and pointed it at Zhang Shogui. A gun, Zhang Shogui replied. Very good. Then now, General Zhang, I want you to bring your mother, wife, or daughter over and take off their clothes so that we can all humiliate them. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death, Zhang Xiaobao said. Brat, you dare? Zhang Shogui's eyebrows shot up and his eyes widened. He stepped forward and charged at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao, if you have the guts, beat me to death. Beat me. Stop. General Zhang, I'm apologizing. I'm just saying. Later, I'll kowtow to Auntie and apologize. I'll go with Cuckoo to apologize. Please don't be impulsive. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly ran behind Li Longji. Minister Zhang, don't be impulsive. We will uphold justice for you. Someone, seize Zhang Xiaobao, Li Longji urged. Gao Lisher was on the side. He pressed down on Zhang Xiaobao and snatched the gun from him. Only then did Zhang Shogui stop his charge and angrily glare at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao, I'll remember you. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I'll buy a cart full of firecrackers and blow up your house. Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand and fearfully said, Okay, General Zhang, please don't be angry. Later, Cuckoo and I will kowtow to Auntie, okay? There is an explanation. It's like this, General Zhang. I was just saying, and you're already like this. You also know the power of a gun, so why didn't you back down? The natives also have their own parents, wives, and children. If you're not afraid of guns, should they be afraid of cannons? Living in humiliation or dying in battle to protect their loved ones, I believe that many men know what to choose. Even women can be forced onto the battlefield. Thus, your explanation is not valid. Zhang Xiaobao sincerely spoke this time. Zhang Shogui took a few deep breaths. In the future, you're not allowed to use my family as an excuse. There's no need for you to go to my mother's place. I admit that the natives also have men, but are they as smart as you? On the side, Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao. Of all the examples he could use, why did he have to mention his family? Following which, she said, General Zhang, Xiaobao and I have been wanting to pay a visit for a long time. Please don't refuse. You must go. Xiaobao's words just now offended you, so please be magnanimous. Later, we'll pay a visit and apologize. Now, I'll answer your second question. Our Great Tang's technology is limited, but the gunships are there for all to see, and the steam engine ships are shuttling back and forth. Let's not talk about the natives of other places, just talk about Japan. Do you think they can't figure out how to stop the propeller ships? If a foreigner studies in the Great Tang long enough, he will know how the weapons of the Great Tang are and will definitely think of a way to deal with them. No one is a fool, and there are also some extremely talented people. If a tribe sends 100 people to study in the Great Tang, when they return, how can they not compare and think about the Great Tang's economy and military? Yes, they might not understand the Great Tang as well as I and Xiao Bao, but you won a battle, so how can the other tribes not think about it? You say that it's unfair that Xiao Bao and I know a lot, but it's unfair to use guns against cold weapons. You can't always treat others as fools. In fact, no matter how backward a place is, as long as they fight to the death, You can't win unless you kill everyone. Zhang Xiaobao took back his gun and continued, actually, not all the men in all places are like men. In some places, you don't even need to fight. You just need to spend money, and women will take off their clothes and perform for you. This is actually more tragic than being conquered by force. General Zhang, think about it this way. You are not fighting against the natives, but against a smart people. You just have advanced weapons, but this people are not afraid of death and are eager to learn. Moreover, they have sent many people to study in the Great Tang. You also have to understand that the person participating in the military selection is Cuckoo. You have the advantage of weapons and are making it difficult for her to move. We are competing with cold weapons and hot weapons, but we are using the natives as an excuse. Don't you even have this little bit of confidence? Do you have to turn Cuckoo into a fool before you think you have a chance of winning? Then what if Cuckoo also uses hot weapons to participate in the military selection? Do you still dare to compete? Zhang Shogui lowered his head in embarrassment. Truly, Wang Wan's military selection was already not balanced. No one knew if the natives would be so formidable that they would not compromise even if their entire tribe was wiped out, or so weak that they would take off their clothes for a little money. But since he had chosen his opponent, he had to choose the strongest. Thus, he said, Your Majesty, this subject knows his wrongs. Correct. Minister Zhang is a man. Since you are willing to risk your life to protect your family, in the future, when needed, you will definitely be able to protect the country. Li Longji didn't care at all about Zhang Shogui's lack of etiquette. If he really wanted to investigate, he would first investigate Zhang Xiaobao. Who wouldn't be angry after hearing those words? Unless he wasn't a man. If things went wrong, he would have to write a decree to console Zhang Shogui's mother. As for Xiaobao, he would have to suffer even more. He would have to pay his respects. Upon hearing Li Longji's words, Zhang Shogui felt much better. He glanced at Zhang Xiaobao, wanting to persuade him not to come and apologize, but Zhang Xiaobao immediately understood. General Zhang, don't say any more. I have to go. Even if it's for my reputation, I have to go. Otherwise, what will the world think of me? If the two of us switched places, you would already be on the ground. Not even a doctor from the Academy of Dei could save you. Once the military selection is over, Cuckoo and I will pay you a visit. Don't reject us at the door. Cuckoo, what gift do you think we should prepare? An apology is an apology, but a gift can't be lacking. There's no need. Zhang Shogui actually felt a little embarrassed. This husband and wife pair had been talking about kowtowing and apologizing for nothing more than the fact that it involved his family. It wasn't like they were actually trying to humiliate him. Their usual etiquette was already more than enough. Wang Wan ignored Zhang Shogui's words. Following Zhang Xiaobao's words, she said, I heard that Auntie likes to eat Huainan sweet oranges. This is a must. It said that Auntie worked hard in her youth and coughed for a long time. Tubo's golden fungus is also a must. Also, Auntie always has people buy sandalwood to calm the heart. Gifting her a set of sandalwood furniture is also a must. Auntie is also afraid of the cold. When the soldiers of Jilin province went overseas to find seeds, they hunted down a white bear pelt and placed it in Auntie's room. Auntie is also willing to watch the show. How about we bring our acrobatics and crosstalk troupe over to accompany Auntie in her happiness? Also, Wang Wan spoke one thing after another, leaving Zhang Shogui dumbfounded. He realized that some of the things Wang Wan spoke of were things he already knew, but there were still some that he didn't know. For an outsider to know his mother's habits better than him and speak of them as if they were family treasures, wasn't this a little too frightening? Thinking of this, Zhang Shogui couldn't find the words to refuse. She was gifting something to his mother. He felt like Wang Wan was his mother's real daughter. She truly understood everything. Moved, Zhang Shogui couldn't help but sigh. Let's just continue with the military selection. I think we're done for. Chapter 994. Returning to his room, Zhang Shogui stared at the two model boats on the sand table for a while before giving the order. Give the order. The 5,000 men of the 3 regiments of the 1st Vanguard Brigade are to be sent ashore in small boats. Equip them with horses and send them along the coastal land route, moving side by side with the fleet. The 2nd Vanguard Brigade is to send small boats forward quickly. Throw hooks and pull out all the fishing nets in the water. Send the hot air balloons into the air and fly as fast as possible toward Shicheng on the southern shore of Hangzhou Bay. Enter Qiantang along the coast and monitor the situation in the surrounding 100 square kilometers. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also returned to the room. As for why Zhang Xiaobao was able to stay with Wang Wan, it was because Zhang Xiaobao had arranged the logistics in advance. He had put the command center together with Wang Wan's command center. In any case, the speed of information transmission was already very slow. Even if he split up, he wouldn't be of much use. It was better to stay in the same room with Wang Wan and discuss things on the spot. Weather, Wang Wan asked the messenger. Light rain, the messenger replied. This was the result of the dice in the center of the sand table. The season was autumn, and it had just entered autumn. The weather conditions were changed every day. Other than volcanic eruptions and hurricanes blowing up the mountains, all sorts of weather conditions could occur. After a period of time, heavy snow was even allowed. Although it was said that the Jiangnan circuit rarely experienced snow, and even if it did, it was not a heavy snowfall. However, previous records showed that the Jiangnan circuit had indeed experienced heavy snowfalls. Of course, it was impossible for the entire Jiangnan circuit to be completely sunny on the first day and completely covered in snow on the second. That was absolutely impossible. Clouds had not yet flown in or formed. Hearing the messenger's answer, Wang Wan nodded and said, "It's good that it's raining." In this season, when the Jiangnan society plays dice, will there be more options for rain in the corresponding grid when counting points? Of course. That is the actual situation. The Jiangnan circuit is most prone to rain in spring and autumn. I am in charge of logistics and have already made the corresponding preparations. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he pointed at Huanshuan County in Muzhou, Jiangnan East Road. I've arranged something here. I don't know if it can be used. Let's wait for more rain. Wang Wan glanced around and did not ask Zhang Xiaobao for the details of the layout. Otherwise, it would be easy to be influenced, and the layout would revolve around that place. He ordered the messenger, "My order, the main force in Hangzhou is to retreat. Call Commander Wang Yi of the Sniper Battalion of the 2 ND Division's 1st Brigade over." The smallest military unit in this sand table could be implemented as a platoon. If there was a need, such as arranging for a very powerful person to carry out a special assassination tactic, then he could even let him appear as a platoon leader. In reality, they couldn't have too many detailed commanders. Otherwise, the main force of both sides would be 200,000. They couldn't arrange for one commander for each group of 10. That would require 20,000 people to carry out this military expedition. The current scale was not small. In total, there were more than 3,000 people. This was the largest sand table military exercise since ancient times to the Tang Empire. Battalion Commander Wang Yi had his own position. He ran over from the small house. Because his position in the military exercise was in the middle army and he was with Wang Wan, he was allowed to enter Wang Wan's house. But according to his position on the sand table, it would take him an hour to come over. According to the ratio of 1/4, he would have to wait for 15 minutes before he was allowed to see Wang Wan. After 15 minutes, the messenger guarding the door allowed him to enter. Commander Wang Yi of the Sniper Battalion of the 1st Brigade of the 2nd Division reporting. As soon as Wang Yi entered the door, he stood up straight and reported to Wang Wan. "Commander Wang, our middle army will retreat immediately. Your battalion will be responsible for delaying the enemy's advance. This is the detailed plan of deployment. You can act freely to delay the enemy at any cost. Wang Wan picked up a written battle plan and saluted to Wang Yi. Then she handed the plan to him with both hands. Wang Yi took the plans solemnly and saluted back. He said solemnly, "I promise to complete the mission at any cost. The sniper battalion will be reserved for reinforcements. We will pass on the military spirit." Wang Wan said. Zhang Xiaobao also stood up and saluted. Wang Yi turned around and strode out. The messenger knew that this was just a battle on the sand table, but he still respectfully sent Wang Yi out. Because he knew that even if it was a real battlefield, Wang Wan would still make the same decision. And Wang Yi's sniper battalion would fight to the last person to delay the enemy's advance. Leave the sniper battalion. The middle army will retreat at full speed. Wang Wan gave another order. When the people beside the sand table in the middle received this order, they immediately started to move the small model of the middle army represented by Wang Wan to the back. Wei Wei moved a little, then stopped and moved a little more. At the same time, they took out many smaller models to represent the sniper battalion that had left the group. The small flags had the word Wang written on them. In the middle army, Yang Xishuan was also giving orders. Order the whole army to press forward. Before we reach Hangzhou Bay, send out a brigade of 5,000 people to Wanhai town. They used cold weapons because they were afraid of being discovered by the enemy at a long distance. Then they would be attacked by guns and cannons. So the sand table showed that one side was advancing slowly while the other side was retreating cautiously. One side suspected that there might be an ambush at every place but did not appear. The other side wanted to set traps everywhere but gave up hesitantly. "We can't fight today. Let's sleep for a while." Zhang Xiaobao could guess the current situation without looking at the sand table. Wang Wan did not intend to fight for the beach when the enemy had just come ashore or not. The enemy had many places where they could come ashore and also had artillery support. Sniping at the beach would not be a big threat to the enemy and would instead cause more losses to their own side. In this way, they could not fight at all today. With 4-1 time, waiting for a day would only count as 4 days. So he looked at the map again and found that there were no other dangers. He nodded and said, "Then let's sleep." "Sleep here. Get someone to quietly bring in some blankets." When the sun was about to rise, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao lay down and fell asleep, telling others that they would not be eating breakfast. Li Longji yawned and stretched. "I am also sleepy. Let's go back to the palace. Ancestor Qida, you go back to your room. Lisher, prepare the carriage." Gao Lisher arranged for a carriage and suggested to Li Longji, for example, go to Savant's restaurant to have some porridge before returning. "Fine." Li Longji nodded in agreement. The members of the adjudicators did not sleep well last night and were also called out from their beds. When the sun was about to rise, they had breakfast and passed the content of last night's recording to the people who came to take over the shift. They then went to the hibiscus garden to sleep. At this time, the generals were having a hard time. They did not rest well last night. Now, other than the few shots fired by the vanguard, there was no other sound of gunfire. In other words, they could not find the enemy. So they were always on tenterhooks, guessing where Wang Wan put the soldiers, making people feel that there was a hidden poisonous snake waiting for the right time. They hurriedly freshened up and looked at the map while eating breakfast. When they saw that there was no movement for a long time, they could not bear the sleepiness and fell asleep one after another. They even told the messenger to wake them up if something happened. The generals at the various positions below, Wang Wan's side knew what was going on. They slept peacefully, but the battalion commanders and captains on the other side were worried that their troops would be surrounded, so they did not sleep peacefully either. Just like that, a day passed. Li Longji slept during the day and came to the hibiscus garden full of energy. He walked around and looked. The generals had already woken up in the afternoon and were still sleepy now. They all had dark circles under their eyes and were still guessing where Wang Wan's men were. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just woken up not long ago. They asked someone to bring them a temporary portable bathroom. After bathing, they were eating. Li Longji looked at the generals on both sides and began to feel sad for them. If they did not adjust, they would lose people before the martial arts competition ended. He then said to Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, "Cuckoo, Xiaobao, do you want to find an opportunity to fight a few rounds? If you keep retreating and don't accept the challenge, the generals will not be able to hold themselves back. Being impatient is a taboo for generals. If they can't even handle this, how can they be generals?" Wang Wan said as she took a bite of the fried egg. "They won't go so far as to deal with others, but their current opponent is you. They keep thinking that you will suddenly scheme against them." Li Longji defended the generals. "They are scheming from the start. How can a war be fought face to face? I feel that they don't seem to care. We have to think of a way to stimulate them and make them put in more effort." Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and made sarcastic remarks. Li Longji admitted, "They really don't take the sand table for real. They just want to win against you. They don't care how many people die, they only care about defeating you. Logically speaking, you are not wrong. But I think that if they encounter a place that they need to conquer, they will lose a lot of great Tang soldiers in order to win. How will the great Tang's people live? I don't want to hear every family cry after a battle. You have to think of a way to get them to put in more effort." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard something else from these words. "So that's how it is. Their condition really isn't good. That's good." Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be serious and thought hard. He even stopped eating. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "There is a way. I will ask the Ministry of Works to speed up the production of something related to the military. When the time comes, this kind of thing will be distributed according to their performance. Those who do not perform well, those who have many dead generals will not get it." "Good idea. We will tell them right now." Li Longji clapped his hands and was about to tell the generals. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly dissuaded him, "Your Majesty, there is no need to be anxious. Wait for the thing to be produced in a few days. Seeing is believing. That's reasonable. Then let's wait a little longer. You all eat, I will go elsewhere to take a look." Li Longji excitedly left. Zhang Xiaobao watched as Li Longji left. He smiled and said, "They will be exhausted in a few days." "I think so too." Wang Wan agreed. Chapter 995. 3 days passed quickly and slowly. For many people, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, but for the generals, these 3 days were even longer than the 12 days of the 1-to-4 ratio on the sand table. In these 3 days, not even the shadow of the enemy could be found. Zhang Shogui's vanguard would reach Qiantang in another day and a half. The brigade that followed on the shore even took food and soybeans from the ships to resupply. Staring at the sand table in front of him, Zhang Shogui muttered to himself, "Where are they? Have they given up on defense? Have the entire army retreat? If I really dock at Qiantang and set down the cannons, you won't have a chance." The messenger beside him pursed his lips, not saying a word. He knew what was going on. "Men, pass down my order. Expand the search area of the hot air balloons. You must find them. There's definitely something wrong at Qiantang. Check the wind direction." Zhang Shogui passed down the order and rubbed his temples tiredly. His eyes were still staring at the sand table. He didn't believe that Wang Wan wouldn't do anything. The wind direction had already been checked. There was no wind, but it was an inconceivable wind direction. Usually, there would be a south or southeast wind at this time. It seems like the glider wing unit can't be deployed. The hot air balloons will fly on their own. Pay attention to the eagles in the sky. It's really inconvenient without eagles. The eyes of eagles can see further than a telescope. At the center of the sand table, Li Longji came again. He didn't come yesterday because he knew that the battle wouldn't happen yesterday and that the battle would happen today. So many people came. Empress Wang, Wu Huifei, Zhu Zan, and Princess Jincheng were all here to watch the show. In this battle, more than 700 people from Cuckoo's battalion will be wiped out. These 700 people are the Death Army. If they stay, they won't be able to survive. It's just that we don't know how long they can delay the enemy. The wind direction is still, which isn't good for the sniper battalion. They need to change their plans at the last minute. Li Longji was the commentator, explaining to the crowd. To be precise, he was explaining to Princess Jincheng and Wu Huifei. Zhu Zan could see that, so could Gao Lishur. As for Empress Wang, she was born in a family of generals. She loved to fight and had long understood the situation. She looked at the arrangement on the sand table and asked, "Your Majesty, who is the battalion commander of the royal banner?" Li Longji really didn't know. Gao Lishur replied, "Empress, the person from the Wang banner is called Wang Yi. He's the second batch of battle commanders that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo trained. The first batch was Hu Zi and the others, while the second batch has been training for more than 10 years. 10 years old? How could Cuckoo bear to do that? Those under the death banner are the warriors of my great Tang. Why can't we think of some other tactic?" Empress Wang's eyes turned red. For a moment, she forgot that this was a sand table exercise and thought that it was a real battlefield. If it were anyone else, Cuckoo wouldn't be able to rest assured. She was even willing to give up on herself. Her heart was as firm as steel. People always die in war. At the very least, they died in their homeland. Princess Jincheng lamented at the side. She couldn't help but think of how she obtained her current position. Back then in Lesaw City, she clearly felt that she was being ostracized by others. After that, Cuckoo led the troops and fought for thousands of miles. The more ruthless she fought, the more attention she received. Empress Wang also remembered what happened back then. Yes. The desert is vast and it's hard to judge the age. How many good men of Great Tang have been buried in Tubo? This damned Qi. Ancestor Qi Dazan, I didn't scold you. I was just saying. It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. When Empress Wang was scolding, she realized that Ancestor Qi Dazan was still at the side. She hurriedly covered it up. Ancestor Qi Dazan was very depressed. You people died, but more people died in Tubo. My country is gone. Who can I find to reason with? While thinking in his heart, he said, "Yes, it's all in the past. I hope that Wang Yi can hold on for a while longer. Even if he dies, he should die in a meaningful way." When they were looking at the sand table and talking, Wang Yi was very distressed. He was already prepared to light the fire. The 700 people had already spread out. The furthest was 100 miles away. With the first firework as the signal, they would burn the mountain together. The 700 people spread out, making it easy for them to hide. If there was a south wind or a southeast wind, they would keep hiding and let the enemy's main force pass by. Then, they would light the fire behind them. This way, because the enemy had cannons, they would be afraid of being burned. There would be chaos. The fire would be driven by the wind and chase after the enemy. Presumably, they would hold a grudge and turn back to chase after them. They could run and attract the enemy's attention until they died in battle. However, there was no wind now. How could there be no wind in Hangzhou in autumn? Who threw the dice? Their luck was too bad. Wang Yi looked at the sand table and scolded the person who threw the dice. He frowned and tried hard to think of a solution. At this time, a messenger came with a few small models of hot air balloons in his hands. He placed them on the sand table in front of Wang Yi. "Oh. The enemy's hot air balloon team is here. There are quite a lot of them, at least 200 of them. They are so free that they can get a bunch of hot air balloons. Won't they take up space on the ship?" Seeing the small models, Wang Yi knew what it meant. The enemy had sent out an aerial reconnaissance strike force. He was very envious. He didn't know where the eagles on his side were. Otherwise, if they rushed over, they would break all the hot air balloons and let them fly. Just as he was feeling vexed, Wang Yi had a flash of inspiration. His eyes lit up, and he ordered the messenger, "Pass my order. Form a triangle. Light 3 columns of fireworks first." 5 minutes later, light 2 columns of fireworks 100 meters away from the 3 columns of fireworks. Another 5 minutes later, light 1 column of fireworks 50 meters away from the 2 columns of fireworks. Act according to the fireworks signal. The messenger left hurriedly and went to the big sand table to report. Then, many messengers went to the relevant rooms and marked the sand table of the general. Wang Yi's side was divided into 14 teams of 50 people. Because it was a special situation, the 14 people were divided into 14 temporary tents. The team leader closest to Wang Yi saw that 3 models representing fireworks had been inserted into the sand table, which was not very exquisite, and immediately gave the order, "Light 3 groups of fireworks, form a triangle." After 2 more columns of fireworks appeared, he gave the same order. Then, he said, "Order, burn the mountain. Quickly, retreat after lighting the fire. Quickly, gather at the predetermined target." The team closest to him also gave the same order and passed it down one after another. The leader of the hot air balloon team of Zhang Shogui's vanguard was stunned when he saw the models of fireworks on his sand table. Then, he suddenly reacted. Telegram, enemy tracks have been discovered. There are 3 columns of man-made fireworks. After a while, he said, 2 more columns of fireworks have been discovered. 5 minutes later, he said, telegram, 14 columns of fireworks have been discovered. The enemy is using fireworks to convey orders. 3, 2. 5 minutes later, he said, 14 columns, the numbers haven't changed. The order of fireworks is 3, 2, 1. The interval is 5 minutes. Then, the messenger took out a bunch of small smoke-like objects and scattered them on the sand table. The leader was puzzled. Why were there so many ignition points? Could it be that the enemy's main force was here? With so little, wouldn't they be burning themselves? After another 5 minutes, the messenger brought over a large model of fireworks and covered a large area. The leader's hot air balloon was picked up and placed on top of the fireworks. When he saw this, he said, telegram, the entire Hangzhou area, estimated to be 100 li, has been lit. The enemy is probably using small groups to delay our attack. Telegram, I said, telegram, why are you still standing there? After the leader gave the last order, he saw that the messenger was still standing there, so he anxiously asked, telegram, I said, telegram, why are you still standing there? The messenger didn't show any dissatisfaction. He replied, your hot air balloon team flew between 130 meters and 150 meters. The flames below are burning. Because the enemy was prepared, the flames grew very quickly. Just now, you didn't give the order to evade or take off immediately. Thus, the referee team determined that you all fainted from the smoke. If the wind didn't change direction and the hot air balloons flew out of this area without outside help, you all would have died in battle. The leader understood. He rubbed his face with both hands and asked in disbelief, we died just like that? The wind direction is not wind, but outside help? All the hot air balloons in the vanguard were sent out, where else could there be outside help? Let me ask, why did we faint from the smoke? Isn't this too fake? I predicted that you would definitely withdraw. Let me explain. They have been preparing for more than 10 days. There are many flammable and smoky things, as well as various kinds of feces, pepper powder, oil, and so on. Thus, we collapsed from the smoke. If you don't believe me, you can try. If you don't faint, we will make a new judgment. The messenger slightly violated the rules and told the leader in advance. Because he hadn't been judged dead yet, he didn't count as withdrawing. When the leader heard what the messenger said, he thought about more than 10 days of preparation and admitted, there's no need to try. We fell, definitely fell. If there was really such a big fire, not to mention the pungent smell, even if there was only fire, the sky would be gone. It was only 100 meters high, and there was no wind. Once the heat came out, we would have collapsed from lack of oxygen. I'm sorry, General, I didn't send back the crucial information. The messenger smiled and became amiable. General, your official position is above the 7th rank. You can go to the center of the sand table and watch. His Majesty is also there. Okay, I'll go take a look. Even if I die, I want to know how the other party arranged it. The leader stood up gloomily and was led to the center of the sand table by the messenger. Li Longji saw him coming and laughed. Come, Minister Chen, come to Zhen. Let Zhen see how you've been smothered by the smoke. This official greets His Majesty, the Empress, Imperial Concubine Hui, Her Royal Highness, General Gao, Ancestor Qi Da. This official is indeed muddled by the smoke. This official wants to know where Military Commander Wang stayed and commanded this sneak attack. Isn't she afraid of burning herself? The military general surnamed Shen first greeted everyone and looked at the sand table. At the same time, he asked where Wang Wan was. When he saw the flag, he was very surprised. Are you puzzled, Minister Chen? As you can see, it wasn't Cuckoo who specifically commanded the battle, Li Longji said. Then which general is this? How did he know there was no wind? Or was it improvisation? The military general surnamed Shen had just finished asking when he suddenly realized that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any generals under their command. The only general they had was Shui Yun. When he thought of this, he was suddenly shocked. Gao Lishur said proudly, Minister Chen's guess is correct. The one who commanded this sneak attack is also someone who adapts to the situation. He's a member of the inner courtyard of the Wang family. His surname is Wang, and his name is Yi. He's an ordinary member of the 300 people in the second wave who learned to command from Cuckoo. He has no official position, and no rank. Gao Lishur had reason to be proud. Xiao Bao was his adopted son. There wasn't much difference between him and his own son. When he was 100 years old, all of the family's wealth would belong to Xiao Bao. The servants in the family, as well as that wife of his, would have to listen to Xiao Bao's orders. The fact that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's families were powerful was also due to him, the father. Don't look at how Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had only risen to power for a short period of time. What they displayed was definitely the foundation of an aristocratic family. When the military general surnamed Chen heard this, he lowered his head and said, "This official blushes with shame. This official is unworthy of his current position. This official requests to resign." When Li Longji saw that his official had been dealt a blow and even wanted to resign, he waved his hand and said, "That's not a good idea. The Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family aren't only powerful in their commanding personnel. There's also the administrative personnel. Don't tell me that with them around, all of the civil and military officials in the court will compare themselves and then most of them will go home? What should we do? Let their family's inner courtyard take over the position. In the future, most of the court officials will be from their family. From then on, there won't be any need for morning court. We can just hold family meetings in their house. Minister Chen, what do you think?" "No, Your Majesty, you absolutely can't. Otherwise, the country will no longer be a country." The military general surnamed Chen jumped in fright and shook his head repeatedly. "That's right, that won't do. The inner courtyard official named Wang Yi has studied for more than 10 years. All of you have only studied for a short period of time. In the future, you have to study hard. Cuckoo has given her all in teaching all of you. She didn't hold anything back, just like how Xiao Bao teaches economics to others. Cuckoo and Xiao Bao, as well as their family's inner courtyard, I won't use them unless it's a big battle. They are the edge of my scabbard. If I really need them to take action, I only need one result, and that is victory. If all of you do your jobs well, I won't need them. They just want to relax. It's because some people are incompetent that Xiao Bei and the others have to run around. Work hard. Li Longji suddenly thought of Xiao Bei and the others who weren't in the capital. For the past few days, he felt that it was cold and cheerless. It wasn't as lively as when Xiao Bei was chattering by his side. When the military general surnamed Shen heard this, he solemnly said, "This subject will definitely do his best to learn and not disappoint your Majesty's expectations." Good, let's look at the sand table. In this sneak attack, all of you lost. Each hot air balloon had a lookout, an operator to control the fire, a helmsman responsible for controlling the direction, and 2 attackers ready to drop the ammunition at any time. There were 100 hot air balloons in the vanguard, but all of a sudden, 500 people died. Li Longji pointed at the sand table as he spoke. Everyone once more looked at the sand table. The one who was staring at the sand table the most closely was Zhang Shogui. He was currently staring at the sand table, and from his perspective, the hot air balloons on the sand table were still there. This was because he didn't know what had gone wrong, unless he himself determined that the hot air balloon brigade had been completely wiped out, or if some other intelligence agent told him. Otherwise, the model of the hot air balloons on the sand table would continue to exist. But the other side didn't answer the message he sent, much less reply. This left him perplexed. An hour ago, he had been continuously receiving intelligence reports. Just what had happened in this short period of time? Could it be that the enemy flew into the sky and simultaneously controlled or killed all 100 people in the hot air balloons? Otherwise, that shouldn't be the case. Zhang Shogui held a cigar in his mouth and took a drag. As he thought about this, he felt very vexed. Over the past 2 days, he had been extremely fatigued. He had drunk a lot of tea leaves and even asked for the coffee that Wang Wan had worked so hard to obtain. In the end, he had smoked a cigar to refresh himself. But the situation on the battlefield had not improved in the slightest. First, they couldn't find the enemy. Then, when they received the news and thought that they had found the enemy, the news was suddenly cut off. Could it be that Wang Wan's main force is lying in ambush around Hangzhou? Then they're hiding really well. The referees determined that so many people wouldn't be discovered by our side unless they dug into the ground and then suddenly appeared. Then, they mobilized 1,000 eagles and destroyed the hot air balloons at practically the same time, not giving anyone a chance to send a message. Does she have that many eagles? It's definitely impossible. How could the people on our side betray us at the same time? That's also not right. The rules have already been set. The people on both sides would rather die than surrender. Zhang Shogui took a drag of his cigar as he muttered to himself. Lord Zhang, do you think that a cloud suddenly floated down from the sky, and with a crack, it destroyed all 100 of our hot air balloons? Wang Zhongxi reminded from the side. As an advisor, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that he was extremely formidable in history. But he was still young, and when he went to Jilin province, he had lost in the sand table simulation on the ship. Everyone felt that it was a pity that he wasn't allowed to participate, so they had him follow Zhang Shogui and learn from him. I think that your head was struck by lightning. There's no wind, so where did the cloud come from? Zhang Shogui glared at Wang Zhongxi. Wang Zhongxi muttered, I think so too. Recently, I've been waking up from my sleep. Fighting with Wang Wan is too stressful. I finally understand what Zhu Zanchide was feeling back then. Look at how scared you are. You don't have the guts. What are you afraid of? Does she have 3 heads and 6 arms? Go ask the intelligence team on the ship if there's any new information, Zhang Shogui said in dissatisfaction. Oh, Wang Zhongxi replied. Just as he was about to leave, a messenger came in. Reporting, the Vanguard military intelligence team has sent a report. Our special ground forces have been obstructed and have lost contact with the aerial reconnaissance team. In addition, forest fires have been set on the north, south, east, and south sides of Hangzhou. The flames are so intense that they are unable to determine the extent of the fires. Wang Zhongxi slapped his thigh. Fuck, I know. They actually burned down the forest and the mountains. No wonder we lost contact with our hot air balloon team. The referees must have determined that they were burned down. Zhang Shougui glared at Wang Zhongxi again. You don't need to say it. Everyone understands. In one day, our army will land. What do you think we should do? Zhang Shougui shrunk his head and watched as the messenger took away the model representing the hot air balloons under Zhang Shougui's signal. He also placed the model representing the forest fires in several places that Zhang Shougui had suspected on the sand table. Arching an eyebrow, Zhang Shougui said, I feel like Wang Wan doesn't want us to advance. We can beat them at their own game. We can circle around them and quickly advance, catching them off guard. After saying this, Wang Zhongxi suddenly shook his head. That's not right. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao definitely haven't thought of this. They'll definitely think of a way to launch a sneak attack while we're dividing our forces. Then we can concentrate our forces and circle around them, but what if their main force happens to be hiding in the other direction? Zhang Shougui interrupted Wang Zhongxi and closed his eyes in thought. Stop talking. Based on what you're saying, we don't need to do anything. All we need to do is wait. Wang Zhongxi resentfully circled the sand table. As he circled, he sighed. What a pity. There must have been plenty of 100-year-old wood in the forest. Why didn't they think about such a loss? Think about what? Zhang Shougui opened his eyes. If there really was a war and they didn't burn it, then it had nothing to do with them. 100 years? 10,000-year-old trees no longer belong to them, and the people of a fallen country don't even have any dignity left. Zhang Shougui felt like he had a few ideas. Then could it be that Cuckoo chose to temporarily give up space to buy time? Lord Zhang, what can they do by buying time? They can't develop the industry and build cannons, right? Our great Tang's cannons truly were developed by those two clans, but that was because they said they wouldn't let the industry take a detour. It was the work of those two. Right now, we're fighting natives. Even if I gave them 50 years, they still wouldn't be able to build cannons. The panel of referees wouldn't agree. When Wang Zhongxi mentioned the experts of the Zhang clan and Wang clan, he became extremely cautious. Those two people had shadows in the hearts of many people, but no one was willing to directly mention them. Respect and fear coexisted. Zhang Shougui was vexed by Wang Zhongxi's analysis. Let's not think about it anymore. If we keep thinking about what they're doing, will we still fight or not? Let's move ourselves and let them think. I don't believe that they can guess what I'm thinking. Send a report to the Middle Corps. The vanguard has been obstructed at Hangzhou. After landing tomorrow, prepare to circle around from the south. Send a brigade to the shore and circle around from the north. Have the Middle Corps act accordingly. Zhang Shougui issued another order. In Wang Wan's room, she and Zhang Xiaobao had just taken a short nap. The two of them knew that with the arrival of the enemy vanguard, they would begin to get busy. They needed to conserve their energy in order to deal with an even more intense battle. Using a hot towel to wipe his face, Zhang Xiaobao brought over the booklets with the names of the important generals. As he read, he recalled, and he analyzed, his mouth never idle. Dear Madam, normally speaking, we should use a plan. We should send someone to write a letter to the great Tang to ask for peace, or offer up a lot of things so that the enemy vanguard can come to a designated location to pick them up. We can play a game of sowing discord. What do you think? Don't be so corny. There's an outsider here. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. In the room, whether it was the soldiers of the Middle Corps or the messengers in charge of communicating with the central sand table, all of them earnestly busied themselves with their own tasks. The messenger closest to the two of them stubbornly stared at his shoes. They were a pair of tall cloth boots with 1,000 layers of soles. They were dark blue and had dark patterns on the surface, elegant and comfortable. They were from Lu, an Xin Air's ready-made clothing store. They could be considered a benefit given to those related to the military examination, so he was looking at them very carefully. Look, no one heard me. Zhang Xiaobao blinked at Wang Wan, then he said to the messenger looking at the shoes, go and ask them if they're allowed to use the strategy of sowing discord I mentioned just now. Understood. The messenger's ears finally worked, so he turned and left. The soldiers on the front lines are putting their lives on the line, and you still have the mind to talk about other things, Wang Wan said unhappily. I also know that camp won't be able to return, but I also know that their sacrifice is not to make the people of their homeland cry, but to make them laugh. Damn invaders. Zhang Xiaobao angrily said. Then what is the real us? I think we're the invaders, but I believe that many people will sing our praises. Who knows who's suffering? Anyway, it's fine as long as the people of Great Tang don't feel pain. When wolves eat sheep, they don't think too much. Zhang Xiaobao's character as a so-called nationalist, who had been criticized, had not changed. Li Longji hadn't returned yet. He felt that the situation tonight would definitely be interesting, so he stayed to watch the show. After all, there wasn't much to do in the imperial court. If there really was something important, the officials could come to the hibiscus garden to hold an impromptu court session and suspend the military examination. Just as he was discussing how the situation would develop with a few people around him, a messenger came and told him what Zhang Xiaobao said. Before the judges could make a decision, Li Longji immediately refuted, "No, what strategy of sowing discord? It's not useful to our Great Tang. If Cuckoo and Xiao Bao led the troops to fight, and others tried to sow discord between them, would I believe them? Would they need to go outside and start a rebellion? If the other generals were to go out, I could even let them bring their families along. Would they be able to rebel with the few men and guns they have? They're trying to force Cuckoo and Xiao Bao to bring Great Tang's most advanced weapons and not the cold weapons used in the military examination." The messenger nodded and turned to leave. However, Li Longji stopped him and said, "I'll take a look at them personally." Just like that, the group of people squeezed into Wang Wan's command center. Wang Wan had just issued 3 orders when she saw the group of people walking in. She was astonished. "Cuckoo, let me ask you. If you were outside and someone tried to sow discord, would have you go to a designated location to retrieve something? Would you go?" Li Longji asked as soon as he saw Wang Wan. "I wouldn't go. Do you think I'm a fool? When a general is outside, he won't obey the orders of the emperor," Wang Wan replied without hesitation. Li Longji turned to Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Xiao Bao, what about you?" "Me? I'll go. I'll leisurely walk the entire way and publicize my past. My Great Tang is proud, and they're afraid. That's why they're sending things over. Once they're close enough, I'll tell them to send the things over. Tell them to send the things over. If they don't send them over, they're not sincere. They'll set up the cannons and bombard them with all their might. If they send them over, who cares if they ask for extra money? You gave it to the Great Tang Emperor, but did you give it to me? This general is proud." Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei raised their heads and replied. Other than Wang Wan, the others were rendered speechless. In this comparison, Wang Wan was better. Xiao Bao was truly too evil. "Good, with the 2 of you here, we can rest easy." Li Longji didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's reactions, so he happily praised them. Zhang Xiaobao calmly accepted the praise. He looked at the sand table in front of him, then looked at Li Longji, and said, "Your Majesty, you should go to the sand table in the center. You'll be able to see the overall situation there. There's no need. We came to chat with you all. We're idle anyway." "Xiao Bao, has Xiao Bei and the others sent any news over the past 2 days? Where are they? They ran out and played so much that they forgot about us." Li Longji waved his hand indifferently and began to ask about Xiao Bei and the others. Zhang Xiaobao felt depressed. "I'm in the middle of a war. You're asking about my younger siblings? You're idle, but I'm busy." Just as he was about to reject and send Li Longji away, he suddenly thought of an idea. He smiled and said to Wang Wan, "Madam, let's talk to His Majesty about Xiao Bei and the others." Ah. Wang Wan was very surprised. She was still in the middle of commanding. Chat. That didn't seem right, right? When she saw Zhang Xiaobao's calm smile, she immediately understood. Xiaobao definitely had a plan. Alright, let's see what Xiaobao wants to do. She played along and said, that's fine. I'm also tired. Today's already past. When night comes, even generals need to rest. I'll just treat it as sleeping on the battlefield. That's right. Where are Xiaobei and the others now? Li Longji nodded. Wang Wan thought for a moment and replied, they sent a message in the evening. They said that they've already arrived in Hongnong and are on their way to Old Willow Village. They saw the construction site of the amusement park in Hongnong. It should be operational before summer. They also asked us to help them think of a way to earn money. They said that if the imperial court can exempt them from paying taxes for 3 years, they're willing to take out half of the profits for the children of Great Tang every year. Wang Wan wasn't lying. Xiaobei and the others had indeed sent this message. When Li Longji heard the news from Xiaobei and the others, he was very happy. In his heart, Xiaobei was like a princess, cute and sensible. When he imagined Xiaobei and the others writing the telegram, a smile appeared on Li Longji's face. When he thought about the telegram again, he asked Zhang Xiaobao, Xiaobao, do you think we should exempt Xiaobei and the others from paying taxes? They seem to be able to earn a lot of money, right? When Li Longji mentioned this, the others remembered that Xiaobei and the others were in Hongnong's amusement park. When Zhang Xiaobao went there, he had already thought about it. If he deliberately thought about it, how could they earn less money? Only Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng didn't know about this matter. The two of them looked at each other and asked Princess Jincheng. Cuckoo, tell sister, Xiaobei and the others still have business in Hongnong? Aya, that's great. In the future, they won't have to worry about money. What kind of projects are there in the amusement park? Wang Wan glanced at the sand table and instantly came back to her senses. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Xiaobao answered, Sister Nunu, Xiaobei and the others went to kill people. You have to ask His Majesty about this. Originally, Xiaobei and the others were playing in Wanyan County when they were instructed by a telegram from Xingqing Palace to go to Hongnong that night. At that time, it was still raining, and there was a vast ocean in Hongnong. When the adults fell into the water, they disappeared. However, Xiaobei and the others didn't hesitate to use the forced march plan. They traveled in the wind and rain in the starry night. Xiaobei and the other 9 children fell into the water many times. Xiaobao, can you not be so sad? Li Longji was amused by Zhang Xiaobao's words. Xiaobei and the others went by themselves? Don't you know who you sent with them? Who were the only 2 fast shooters of Great Tang with? You keep saying that Xiaobei fell into the water. Xiaobei is an existence that can save people in the bone-chilling Yellow River. How could she be drowned? You're making me sound like a heinous villain. Nunu, listen to me. Li Longji was afraid of being slandered because he saw tears in Princess Jincheng's eyes. Xiaobei and the others were the ones who wrote the invitation letter. There were many wrong words in the letter. Li Longji patiently explained. Princess Jincheng became happy again and praised, Xiaobei and the others are better than other children. I knew this long ago. They should be exempted from taxes, even if they don't give half of the profits to the children of Great Tang. There's still the story of 1.3 million strings of cash. Zhang Xiaobao reminded again. Sure enough, Princess Jincheng looked at Li Longji curiously again, waiting for him to explain. Li Longji was most afraid of hearing about 1.3 million strings of cash. It was really not a lot. Regardless of whether it was the money that Xiaobao worked in the Great Tang Bank or the money that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family earned, 1.3 million strings of cash was just a small change. However, this money was taken out from the pocket money of Xiaobei and the others. It was not comparable to Great Tang's annual income, but it was also the entire fortune of Xiaobei and the others. In other words, it was all they had. Sighing, Li Longji told Princess Jinsheng about the 1.3 million strings of cash again. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not listening to the story. The two of them were gathered together, communicating with their lips and discussing strategy. The happiest people were none other than the generals. Li Longji couldn't hide his whereabouts, and since it didn't involve the military selection, they all received the news. It was said that His Majesty went to chat with Cuckoo and Xiaobao. It was a good thing that they had been delayed. It would be best if they could chat for an entire night. Thus, Zhang Shogui, who loved to look for opportunities, excitedly issued an order. All troops, speed up and assemble in Hangzhou. Quickly, increase the power of the steam engines. He also sent a message to the Middle Army, telling them to use this opportunity to immediately send their troops to land and not let them float in the sea. When Yang Xixuan, who was in the Middle Army, heard the news, he felt that something was wrong. Intuition, it was purely intuition. This was because he had never thought that he would be able to defeat Wang Wan in the military selection, even if she used cold weapons. He was thinking that the losses on his side would be smaller and that they would not be captured alive by Wang Wan. As for defeating Wang Wan, what kind of joke was this? The hot weapons tactics that he and the others could use were all leftover from Wang Wan's experiments. Yes, although I haven't seen Wang Wan personally command artillery and air force, but I don't know why, I always have a special feeling, that is, Wang Wan is very familiar with the joint operations of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Oh, even including electronic information warfare, a battle strategy that was just proposed by Wang Wan. Sometimes, even in his dreams, he would dream of Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao in the command center, using one order after another to have the three armies cooperate with great tacit understanding to attack and defend. If Wang Wan could really do it, then it could only be said that she had learned it well. Against this sort of person, in a situation where they were not proficient with the weapons in their hands, the chances of victory were too small. Yang Xixuan hesitated, but in the end, he still gave the order to quickly approach and disembark. He was afraid of delaying the military. In Wang Wan's command center, Princess Jinsheng was already moved to tears by Li Longji's story of Xiaobei and the others. Chapter 996. Brother, Nu has decided. We will wait for Xiaobei and the others to come back and discuss with them about opening the candy house in Lesa City. We will find the best location in the city for them, and we will not charge them any taxes or housing fees. Princess Jinsheng imagined that Xiaobei and his 9 children were helping the Tang Empire. They were even willing to take out all their savings for the local construction. What if they were in danger? What if they were cheated by others? That Shuichiro Watanabe almost cheated Xiaobei and the others. Therefore, she wanted Xiaobei and his 9 children to open a shop. In Tubo, she and Zhu Zan still had the final say. It was not a problem to make a place for them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not care about what Princess Jinsheng was thinking. They continued to study their strategy. Zhang Xiaobao used a small stick, which was a baton, to point at the sand table. He mouthed to Wang Wan, I think Wang Yi should have already taken action. I just don't know how they are doing. Will they be harassing them from behind or blocking them from the front? The information transmission method is really troublesome. Wang Wan was also not clear about the situation at Wang Yi's side. Her sand table did not indicate the location of the fire, so the referees judged that she was not clear about the situation there. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao say this, she replied, Don't worry. Wait for Shuyun. We will know the situation when Shueyun comes back. What is a hot air balloon? How far can they see with their telescopes? With Shueyun, I am not afraid of not having a high-altitude reconnaissance expert. Li Longji did not notice that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still busy with their own matters. He was already very helpless after hearing Princess Jinsheng's words. He also understood that as a woman, she was very caring for her children. However, the actual situation was not like that. He explained, Nu, Xiaobei and the others will not have any accidents. You don't know the configuration of the people around them. If I had a choice, when I go out, I would rather change my defense team with Xiaobei's. She does not need to worry that they will be cheated. She has a special think tank in her team. It's just that they usually do not speak. If they really find that the decision they want to make is not good and irreversible, they will naturally come out and stop them. Even if they are cheated, what can they do? His sister is bullied. As her brother, Xiao Bao will definitely help her get back. You must not know about the various football teams and competitions in Beijing recently. Football? Princess Jincheng wiped her tears and asked in confusion, is it QQ or Kuju? I've seen people play polo there as well. The ball flies very high and very accurately. It can always fly over the tallest pole between two vertical poles. What did this have to do with Xiaobei and the others? Aya, if they kick, don't fall. A few days ago, the ground in the capital was hard. Li Shi, you do it. Li Longji was truly at his wit's end. He realized that his little sister was always thinking of Xiaobei and the others as weaklings. However, in reality, were Xiaobei and the others weak? With Xiao Bao and Cuckoo as her brothers and sisters, she couldn't be weak even if she wanted to. Before Gao Lisher opened his mouth, a smile appeared on his face. He thought about Xiaobei and the other 9 children. Every time they went out to play, they would always give some gifts to some of them when they came back. This put him in a good mood. When he got the 2 dolls last time, he took the time to personally water them. They were already very lush. Although their actual value was very high, he was happier than if he had received gold, silver, and jewelry. He didn't lack money. What he lacked was a home and family. Thinking of this, Gao Lisher's eyes turned red as Weiwei. He laughed and said to Princess Jincheng, Xiaobei and the others found a group of people a few days ago and formed a football team. They changed the rules. I'll accompany the princess to take a look tomorrow. In the end, they told the rules to the other football teams. When they played, they lost 3 games in a row, all by a large margin. Thus, the situation that Your Majesty described happened. Seeing his sister lose the game, Xiao Bao, as her brother, wasn't willing to accept it. So he went to command. That day, he won a game and taught them a lot of kicking skills. Before the military selection, the generals chose a football team to compete with. During that time, Xiaobei's football team was always winning against other teams. They both had their wins and losses. It was a very common team. Ah. Xiao Bao helped his sister vent her anger. Princess Jincheng was slightly dissatisfied. How could there be such an elder brother? At this time, Empress Wang said, Nunu, it's not what you think. The team that usually competes is a substitute team. They don't receive any training at all. When they play against the 10,000 generals team, the main team will be sent out. You definitely won't be able to guess the result. 29-0, the 10,000 generals team didn't score a single goal. Until today, the 10,000 generals team has won 5 games in a row and hasn't lost a single goal. They have scored more than 20 goals in every game. So, you don't have to worry about Xiaobei and the others being bullied. Their brother is there. Princess Jincheng was happy. At the same time, she was curious. New rules? Xiao Bao is so good. He still has time to play football? I must go and take a look tomorrow. Zhu Zan was also curious, but he was thinking more about how Xiao Bao and Cuckoo learned. When the 2 of them were together, they were practically all-rounders. That's right. There's a game tomorrow. I also want to go and take a look. It's a pity that Xiao Bao can't play in person. Otherwise. Xiao Bao, Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao, didn't you say you would accompany me to chat? What are you doing by the sand table? When Li Longji mentioned Zhang Xiaobao, he realized that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't looking at him at all. Instead, they were drawing on the sand table. Ah. Me? I'm thinking about where Xiao Bei will live when we arrive. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and said with a smile. That's the sand table of the Jiangnan circuit, not the Hunan circuit. Xiao Bei and the others are in Hongnong. Li Longji very bluntly pointed out the fact that Zhang Xiaobao was lying. Yes, but Xiao Bei and the others are being investigated in the Jiangnan circuit's Jiangzhou. They'll be heading south in a few days. As her older brother, can't I take a look in advance? When we were in Jili Prefecture, Xiao Bei was still thinking about the oysters in winter for you to eat. You don't think about her, but I do. If she eats something bad and gets sick, I won't be able to bring back the delicious local food for you. Zhang Xiaobao used the move of retreating in order to advance. It seemed like he was explaining, but it was actually more ruthless than directly cursing. As expected, Li Longji's face suddenly turned red. At the same time, he was very angry. He glared at Zhang Xiaobao. His original intention was to ask why Xiaobao and Cuckoo didn't talk to him. In the end, in just a few sentences, Xiaobao made it sound like he didn't care about Xiao Bei and the others. Then you continue to watch. Don't let them get sick. If they really get sick from eating something bad, not only will I not be able to eat the food they bring back, but the most capable group of doctors you sent to them will also lose their heads. Li Longji also challenged Zhang Xiaobao. What he meant was, could Xiao Bei and the others get sick from eating something bad? This time, Princess Jinsheng didn't say anything. She only covered her mouth and chuckled. Right at this time, a messenger came in from outside. He moved a small model of a white eagle that was originally placed in the sky above Hangzhou to the position of Wang Wan's middle army. He also moved the model that represented fire to the three directions of Hangzhou, which had a radius of 100 li. He said, according to the judgment of the judges, General Shui Yun has already received the information returned to the middle army. According to General Shui Yun's IQ, he can clearly express the matter. Wang Wan smiled with satisfaction. What did Shui Yun say? General Shui Yun flew to the vicinity of your sand table and used his mouth to draw a circle of 100 li. Then, on a piece of paper with many words written on it, he used his mouth to point to the word fire. He flapped his wings in 8 directions and shook his head, indicating that there was no wind. The messenger answered Wang Wan's question according to the answer given by the judges. Is Shui Yun really that smart? Princess Jinsheng knew that Shui Yun was powerful, but she didn't believe that he could convey such specific information. Zuzan Chide also had a look of disbelief. Tubo also had eagles that could detect the enemy, but what the messenger said was beyond his imagination. The messenger nodded. Princess, Shui Yun is at the center of the sand table. Zhang Ying let him perform for a while, and only then did the judges recognize his ability. It's already so late, and you're still tormenting him. His child is about to learn to fly. Well, call him over. Do you want me to go there? Zhang Xiaobao was very unhappy that the judges deliberately called Shui Yun here for the sake of judgment. Shui Yun was indeed an eagle, but more often than not, he and the others treated Shui Yun as a human. It was wrong to torment people casually. Gao Lisher walked to the door. Xiao Bao, don't go out so easily. I'll go get Shui Yun. After a while, Gao Lisher came back with 2 people behind him carrying a wooden pole. Shui Yun only nodded to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, indicating that he could understand human language. That was exactly what he meant. Zhang Xiaobao came over and touched Shui Yun's head. He said, "You've worked hard. Xiao Bei and the others will be very happy when they know. It's a pity that they're not here now. They won't be able to see your children learn to fly. When the little ones start learning to fly, don't forget to give them a heads up. Although our family's power isn't big enough, we still have the ability to protect the little ones." No one around agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words. Li Longji's reaction was especially obvious. Xiao Bao, this isn't called modesty, it's called hypocrisy. General Shui, it's a waste of your ability to catch squirrels. You should be proud of yourself. How about this? I'll confer you a low-ranking official, General Yunhui, with a goldfish bag. What do you think? Shui Yun didn't understand this time. He looked at Li Longji and then at Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao pointed to the goldfish bag at his waist and said, "The goldfish bag is this thing. You don't usually use it. General Yunhui is a third-rank official, a lower third-rank official. He's the same as Xiaobei and the others. Anyway, it's about the same." After a few words and gestures, Shui Yun finally understood. He nodded and whistled at Li Longji. Perhaps he didn't know what a lower third-rank official position meant, but it was a good thing to know. Zhang Xiaobao said again, "Shui Yun, they don't believe in your ability. Let them test you. Your Majesty, test Shui Yun. Don't ask questions that are too difficult," Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Longji again. The crowd soon began to pay attention to Shui Yun. For example, they asked what 1 + 1 was, what language Shui Yun could understand, and so on. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took the opportunity to run to the sand table to discuss the situation of the battle. Wang Yi acted. When there was no wind, he made his own decision and roasted the hot air balloon of the enemy vanguard. Fortunately, there was Shui Yun, otherwise, more people would have died. Even so, they won't be able to easily rush over and find our main force. Do they really think they're invincible just because they have a hot air balloon for reconnaissance? Even if they use a plane for reconnaissance, I can prevent them from finding our main force. Wang Yi did a good job. I hope they can stall for more time. War is like this. You know that the troops left behind will die, but you have to make a decision. Wang Wan's words made one feel helpless, but her expression remained resolute. A marshal could not be weak, or else the soldiers would have sacrificed themselves in vain. Even if she had to grit her teeth, she had to cut her own flesh. Zhang Xiaobao used his baton to point at the burning area. A mountain fire can't be extinguished just because you say so, especially in an autumn environment. The vanguard can only make two choices. The first is to stay put and wait for the army behind them to arrive. Wang Wan continued, the second is to take a risk and charge forward, demonstrating the value of the vanguard. We already know that the vanguard of the enemy is Zhang Shogui. Who told him to run over to the sand table and make a ruckus? He saved us the trouble of analyzing the path and method of the vanguard. After Wang Wan finished speaking, she turned to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a few moments, then said, Zhang Shogui's personality is rather easy to grasp. In my judgment, he won't split his army into two groups and advance side by side to circle around the burning mountain region. He'll concentrate his army on one path and then snake forward, bringing in aerial reconnaissance units from the central army. Yes, I estimate that his hot air balloon unit will be completely wiped out. I don't believe that they'll temporarily adjust the ratio of the various groups in the army structure you've been teaching them. One reason is that they're used to fighting according to the army structure you've taught them, and the other reason is that they were tormented so badly that night that they couldn't gather together to discuss the changes and come to a consensus. When Zhang Xiaobao said this, he did not use lip language, speaking directly. Li Longji and the others were conversing with Shui Yun, but when they heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, they immediately fell silent and listened to Zhang Xiaobao's analysis. Wang Wan didn't care. Right now, she and Xiaobao were discussing war. She was confident that even if Li Longji wasn't satisfied and wanted the two of them to chat with him, she could directly refuse. Thus, she said, based on the intelligence we've gathered over the past few days, Zhang Shogui is an opportunist. He has enough offense, but not enough defense. My guess is that he'll send a small group to advance from another path and then use the telegraph to quickly transmit information. Does he really think that he's invincible just because he has a radio station? With every advantage, there's always a disadvantage. Let Shui Yun rest. Otherwise, if they lose, they'll think that they lost because of Shui Yun and won't accept it. This time, I'll let them know that rapid transmission of information can also be used by the enemy. Li Longji and the others were watching. When they suddenly saw Wang Wan point her baton at the location of Mount Huangshan and heard Wang Wan's words, they suddenly felt that the generals were about to face an extremely difficult test. Zhang Xiaobao didn't pay attention to the others. Looking at the location Wang Wan pointed at, he nodded. Okay. If we eat up the enemy's main vanguard at Mount Huangshan, we'll probably have to sacrifice at least 10,000 people. You're planning to use the sparrow tactic to set up a path, using the enemy's advanced intelligence network to confuse and mobilize the enemy's main force. Then the soldiers we'll send down will have to fight on their own. The enemy's artillery fire is still very fierce, and my logistics won't be able to keep up. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's analysis, she chuckled. How could that be? Why would their artillery fire be so fierce? Do they think that artillery shells are sesame seeds? If they put them in their pockets, they'll have a whole bunch. I want to see how Zhang Shogui will judge if I give them a field of fire. At this point, Wang Wan turned to the messenger and said, Orders. The scouts of the Central Army are to act as messengers and use the fastest speed to pass down the new orders. The commanders of the scout teams are to gather the Central Army for a meeting. Soon, all the commanders of the Central Army scout teams were present. They ignored Li Longji and the others, treating them as if they didn't exist. All of them were looking at Wang Wan. Orders. Send the orders to the other units. Each unit is to divide into 100-man teams. Pay attention to concealment and scatter to lure the enemy. With Hangzhou as the central line from east to west, carry out a serpentine movement. If you discover a small group of enemy troops north of the central line, work with the nearby friendly units to surround and annihilate them. If you discover a small group of enemy troops south of the central line, there's no need to engage them. Quickly retreat and force your way out of the enemy's line of sight. You're not allowed to merge with other units. If the enemy pursues you, continue to scatter and fight on your own. If you hide in the forest, set fire to the forest. The goal is to lure the enemy's main force to the foot of Mount Huangshan. Logistics commanders, listen up. After Wang Wan finished arranging the messengers, she continued to talk about logistics. Zhang Xiaobao gave a clean military salute and said, Chief Logistics Commander Zhang Xiaobao has arrived. Zhang Xiaobao, I order your troops to supply our main forces with bows and arrows without delay. Wang Wan was not Zhang Xiaobao's wife at this moment, but a real commander. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't treat Wang Wan as his wife. He said seriously, Zhang Xiaobao accepts the order. Messengers, pass on my order. Dispatch messengers from the logistics camp. Dispatch messengers to each division as soon as possible. Contents, in the logistics camp, except for the 1st and 2nd Independent Brigades, the ambush troops will not move. The logistics and supply team of the 1st Logistics Division, 1st Logistics Division, 1st and 4th Brigades, 2nd Division, 1st and 2nd Brigade, 1st and 2nd Regiment, 3rd Division, 1st and 3rd Regiment, 1st and 3rd Regiment, 4th Division, 2nd Brigade, 1st and 2nd Regiment, 1st and 3rd Regiment, 4th Division, 2nd Brigade, 1st and 3rd Regiment, 3rd Division, 2nd Brigade, 1st and 2nd Regiment, 4th Division, 3rd and 4th Independent Battalions, 4th Division, 3rd and 4th Independent Battalions, all will move at the same time. Gather all 20,000 troops, bring food and long-range weapon supplies, and quickly deliver them to Mount Huangshan. The other two ND Division's 3rd Brigade, the 2nd Brigade of the 4th Brigade, the 3rd Regiment of the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Division, the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Brigade of the 4th Division, the 5th Regiment of the 1st Independent Regiment of the 1st Brigade of the 1st Division and the 5th Regiment of the 1st Independent Regiment of the 1st Brigade of the 1st Division. If the feint attack team does not receive the order within 10 days, they will move along the southernmost border of the Jiangnan Road map, moving forward on their own to lure or engage the enemy's middle army.